What? Aside from Xiaoming and Wenwen, everybody stood up. Boss Bai, the Fist King, and even Long Yongjun all bulged their eyes, both real ones and artificial ones, and stared at Liao. The muscles on their faces were tightened, and they couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. Boss Bai said in a hurry, "Where did you know witchcraft from? What is the witchcraft you know exactly?" About that, Liao had no idea why his heart was beating so fast. It was almost like a pile driver was bashing his chest nonstop. He could not control himself at all despite his cultivation that was beyond the divinity transformation stage. In only a few seconds, the sweat on his forehead and his back had surged out like blood, wetting his facial organs and his clothes. Billions of pieces were dancing crazily in the storm inside his brain, like petrels that were flying against the tempest. Every feather on every petrel was a different wizardly world that was imagined by the earthlings. If I say that I heard the word witchcraft in my dreams, would you believe me? Looking at everyone, Liao scratched his head. As for what the witchcraft that I saw in my dreams was like, it simply had too many appearances. It's almost like there were countless wizardly worlds. Some of the worlds had wizardly webs, and some had the uncanny things like elements. Also, in some of the worlds, only females could perform the witchcraft, and they must observe celibacy until they are 30 in order to increase the density of witchcraft inside their bodies and to improve the deftness of their fingers. After that, they can release fireballs and such easily. All in all, there was a plethora of them. I can't tell them specifically right now. They were in my dreams after all. Most of the details were forgotten the moment I woke up. There are countless wizardly worlds? Alarmed, Boss Bai and the Fist King looked at each other, before they stared at Liao at a loss for a long time. Then, Boss Bai suddenly laughed and shook his head. It does make sense. I should have seen it coming. Too many historians have studied your rise, tracing you all the way back to your early years in Floating Spear City. But they can't find the initial reason that made you strong at the beginning. The magical equipment graveyard was certainly not a place that any regular kid could survive. You witnessed witchcraft in your dream? Then it all makes sense now. Holding his forehead, Liao tried to hold back the headache and the uncanny feeling of weakness. He frowned and said, "Boss Bai, Long Yongjun, Fist King, it hasn't been an easy journey for us to meet again with all our subtle identities. In order for us to complete the whole puzzle together, I'll not keep the information that can be told to you a secret. However, the dreams in my head are truly broken and obscure. They have to be connected with more clues. Why don't you tell us what the witchcraft you discovered was first?" "Fine," Boss Bai agreed quickly. "There are not many secrets between us in the first place. Now that you are willing to be honest, I am certainly not a petty coward either. I'll tell you everything I know as it is. If you know witchcraft, do you know Taoist? It's possibly a transliteration from the languages of the wizardless civilizations, something related to the soul or the mind." "Taoist? Taoist?" Liao mumbled it several times. Then, recalling English from Earth for some reason, he was naturally struck with a word, ghost. In the memories of Earth, Liao never had great grades, and English was not his mother tongue either, but ghost was a relatively elementary word and was applied in various aspects, including being used to name a tool that could reinstall a computer system rapidly. So, it did not take Liao much time to think of it. Boss Bai and the Fist King looked at each other in bewilderment. Liao's pronunciation was apparently more standard than Boss Bai's Taoist. At the very least, the intonation was much better, making it sound like a certain blurred spell. Boss Bai's face changed abruptly as he said, "How does the word spell? What does it mean?" "It goes like this." Pondering for a moment, Liao extended his finger and wrote ghost on the light beam. He then explained, "I may not know all of its meaning, but it mainly means the spirit of a dead person that some people think they can feel or see in a place. Right, a rather famous booting system was named after it too. It's really identical." Looking at the word on the light beam, Boss Bai put on an expression of disbelief again. It was not until a long daze that he finally said, "Ghost? Fake? Booting system? That's right. Everything makes sense now. Fist King. Show Liao that thing. The Fist King acknowledged and took out the chip that Boss Bai offered to him from the container on his chest. Tossing it to Liao, he said, "Take a look at it. Do you recognize the words on it?" Liao picked up the chip, not knowing what they were up to. He was then rigidified when he touched it with his finger. After he looked at it, he exclaimed in shock, "What the heck?" Boss Bai and the Fist King did not recognize the zigzagging calligraphy on the chip, but Liao could tell after the first glance that it seemed to be a combination of quite a few phonetic languages that were based on the alphabet. At first look, it was rather similar to English, but it appeared more vintage and glamorous than it. It did not look like the language of any of the other superpowers in Europena either, but more like their ancient cousin. What was its name? Shatin? No, Latin. Liao's understanding of English was restricted to the most fundamental vocabulary, and he did not know the first thing about the languages of the other countries of Europena, much less the obsolete Latin was barely used by anyone. Also, the chip had almost been melted, and all the words on the surface had only the shallowest traces. It was impossible for him to know what the hybrid text expressed. However, for a divinity transformation stage expert, who had been living in a cultivation civilization for more than 100 years, and who had been solely soaked and nourished in the cultivation civilization, the shock after seeing what appeared to be English and Latin in his own, which felt like the world was collapsing and recombining before him, was beyond the description of any words. It was no exaggeration to say that Liao was like a cricket that had been raised in a can all the time, and the hall wall that surrounded him suddenly collapsed one day, making him realize that there was a boundless world outside. This is... Liao's face was now red and now blue, and his brain almost stopped functioning. Holding the chip, he felt that he was holding a cluster of sweltering magma. He wanted to let it go but couldn't bear to lose it. He could barely breathe. "Liao, are you okay?" Observing him, Boss Bai asked concernedly. Fine, although Liao was usually a great troublemaker, he was now the sole lead for Boss Bai to march to the wizardly worlds. Naturally, Boss Bai had to ensure that Liao was safe and sound. "I'm fine. It's just..." Taking a few deep breaths, Liao managed to smile with a pale face. "I'm just feeling weird to see ABCD in such a world of cultivation that is filled with Eastern mysteriousness. Speaking of which, where did you get this, Boss Bai? And why did you ask the Fist King to keep it? Is it related to the Fist King too?" Boss Bai looked at the Fist King. The Fist King said in a dull voice, "Liao knows my identity. Or rather, he was the one who enlightened me. Or in Boss Bai's theory, it was he who activated a certain strength inside my body. Besides, he has shared his own uncanny dreams with us. According to my calculation, there is no need to keep any secret from him. It is impossible to keep any secret. In that case, I'll say it out." Boss Bai thought for a moment and offered all the information he knew, including how the Big Bai pirate gang met the debris of the wizardless civilization Starship after jumping to the edge of the martial meritocrat sector of the Imperium of True Human Beings, how he found a chip and inferred fuzzy information from it, and how he analyzed the Fist King's identity later. He stressed on the flood that caused the destruction of thousands of civilizations, including the wizardless civilizations, presenting all his speculations and deductions. Liao and Long Yangjun were both stunned. Beyond the 3,000 sectors we are at, it is a desolate space that is almost infinitely vast, like a ubiquitous, impenetrable black wall. But beyond the black wall, there are still billions of worlds and billions of civilizations. The civilizations that run in completely different ways, like the wizardless civilizations that draw energy from the four-dimensional lives. The billions of brilliant civilizations, on the other hand, have been destroyed by a certain mysterious and powerful strength. The flood? Nobody knows whether or not there are more survivors of the alien civilizations beyond the Black Wall, or if they have luckily or unluckily crossed the Black Wall and entered the cultivation civilization like the wizardless civilization Starship. And nobody knows where the flood went after absorbing countless civilizations. Has the flood died down? Or is it taking a nap after having a delicious meal? Or has it woken up from a prolonged digestion and is searching for the next batch of food hungrily, food like mankind in the cultivation world? The unimaginably horrible pictures flashed in Liao's and Long Yangjuan's heads. They looked at each other in bewilderment and a bitter smile. Liao finally understood why Boss Bai was utterly untouched when he was faced with such a shocking event as the awakening of artificial intelligence. If the wizardless civilization as well as the other billions of extraterrestrial civilizations did exist, and the flood that destroyed them was still out there, the threat of the awakened artificial intelligence was truly not a big deal. Liao, what we have right now is just such a tiny chip as well as ungrounded speculations. Boss Bai said solemnly. I thought that both the wizardless civilization and the all-destroying flood were still too distant from us for us to explore them yet, but your arrival has brought us new hope. I have already told you everything that I know. Can you recall more things? I need to think about it. I need to think about it carefully. Closing his eyes, Liao wiped his nosebleed that was running out beyond his control, and he whispered in such a low voice that it sounded like dream talk. Perhaps I need to have a good sleep and look for the answer in my dreams. The 2 consecutive battles in only 24 hours were too exhausting both for the body and for the soul. The discussion on wizardless civilization and flood later was a major shock for everyone too. Even though they were all unparalleled experts who were above the middle level of the divinity transformation stage on average, they still felt their feebleness and insignificance when faced with such a vast and horrible view of the universe. They had to adjourn for now and take a night of rest before sharing wisdom and courage with each other. Otherwise, chances were that some of them would go mad and vomit blood in the middle of the conversation. Liao did not talk to anybody else but went straight back to his room. He meant to fall asleep and explore Earth that was getting clearer and clearer in his bizarre dreams. But however fatigued his body and his soul were, he couldn't force himself to go to sleep at all. In the end, he could only stare at a crack on the ceiling with his bloodshot eyes. He thought that by advancing to the apex of the divinity transformation stage, he had deeply understood himself as well as the entire world. However, a tiny chip and the few letters completely shattered his arrogance, reteaching him the vastness of the universe, the wonderfulness of the world, and the endless, spectacular journey. Witchcraft. What is witchcraft exactly? Since he couldn't fall asleep, Liao simply sat straight and stared at his fingers as he sorted through the messy clues in his head. Just like what he said to Boss Bai earlier, the witchcraft in the Earth-related memories were splendid and entailed infinite possibilities. The Harry Lauder series was only a world that mastered the magic force of the lowest level. Other than that, countless strong and ancient people on Earth had their own witchcraft, their own legends, and their own bizarre, incredible fictitious worlds. Witchcraft, vampire, werewolf, witch, witcher, zombies. Helios, Thor, Hades, Mars, Pan, Dionysus, Quetzalcoatl, Shiva, and of course Pangu and Nuwa, whom Liao had been familiar with in his previous life. Their ancient prototypes were born when human beings were born and passed on for tens of thousands of years before they were gathered into the illusionary worlds of cultivation and witchcraft in the modern sense. Even though they were all called witchcraft, they were greatly different in terms of the strength system and the way to use it. They were essentially the products of different worlds. Wait, Liao mumbled to himself. There's the concept of cultivation on Earth too. Right in the homeland of my former self, splendid worlds of cultivation emerged in the heads of a lot of people, right? In the Earth memories from a long time ago, I seem to have read a cultivation novel, in which the levels were also classified into the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and the divinity transformation stage. Is it a coincidence? Of course not. But what is it if it isn't a coincidence? Liao counted his fingers and sorted through all the known information. First of all, if Boss Bai's speculation was correct, there was still an extremely vast universe beyond the cultivation world created by human beings in the Pangu universe. In the universe that had been expanded billions of times lay other brilliant civilizations such as the wizardless civilization. But it was a shame that those civilizations were too far away from the cultivation civilization, and they were blocked by the black wall of death and silence where resources were few. It was barely possible for the two parties to communicate. Only a few lucky dogs, say a starship of the wizardless civilization, or a meteorite on which the blood-stripe virus in Liao's head once boarded, could possibly penetrate through the black wall and reach the cultivation civilization. Or even worse, Before the cultivation civilization discovered the other civilizations, they had all been destroyed by the flood. No, they were not entirely destroyed. At least in one place, namely Earth, which seemed small, plain, and barren and devoid of spiritual energy, witchcraft, or any other supernatural powers. Those civilizations that shouldn't have known each other and should have been destroyed were cramming together, communicating, integrating, and giving birth to all kinds of new fictions. What was Earth exactly? Was it a transfer station or a rendezvous for countless civilizations in the vast universe? Then, why was he determined to destroy Earth, which was likely to be the last asylum for those civilizations? In a trance, Liao heard himself roaring and swearing to accomplish the Vulture plan again. Generations of civilizations have been confined to this goddamn Earth, caught in the infinite loops, unable to free themselves. Liao had thought that the so-called generations of civilizations referred to the aboriginal civilizations on Earth. But now that he thought of it, did they refer to the things like cultivation civilization and wizardless civilization? The civilizations of countless universes, including the cultivation civilization and the wizardless civilization, were confined to the small, barren Earth and mired in a certain unbreakable loop. The ultimate purpose of the Vulture plan was to break the loop? That was really a headache. Anyhow, we have found the answer to at least one thing. The mental devil turned into a tiny sprout and crawled out of his forehead. Holding its arms and in deep thought, it said thoughtfully, "It's about why Earth is the center of the universe." Liao was slightly dazed. It was indeed a question that once baffled him. He remembered clearly that after the Vulture plan failed, a voice asked him to escape from Earth to somewhere as far away as possible, preferably the edge of the universe. Since the furthest place from Earth was the edge of the universe, there was no doubt that Earth was the center of the universe. But to Liao's knowledge, the center of the Pangu universe, in which the 3,000 sectors were located, was undoubtedly the Imperial Terminus sector. In terms of the relative location on the three-dimensional level and the wormholes most suitable for four-dimensional jumps, the Imperial Terminus sector was the well-deserved center of the Pangu universe. Liao once had the idea that Earth and the capital of the Imperial Terminus sector were the same place. In that way, the problem regarding the center of the universe would be resolved. But after examining the basic parameters of the capital, and even digging tens of thousands of meters into the ground for exploration, he discovered that the capital was nothing like Earth in his memories. There was no way that they were the same planet. Perhaps we have been wrong since the very beginning. The Imperial Terminus sector is, and only is, the center of the Pangu universe. The mental devil said philosophically, but Earth can totally be the center of other universes. There isn't any contradiction. Other universes? Liao asked subconsciously. Which universe? Every one of them. The mental devil said, one word after another. Let's infer with the boldest imagination. At the very least, based on the current evidence, Earth is very likely to be the center of every universe and all the universes. It is the center of the multiverse. Multiverse. Liao jumped off from his bed. What is that? Why would I know? It's just one of the words I seized from your memory pieces. I found it cool and decided that it could be used for our discussion. The mental devil opened its hands. As to what it is exactly, you will have to explore and figure it out on your own. Liao was dazed for a long time before he finally extended a finger and pressed the sprout made by the mental devil back into his head. Now that he couldn't fall asleep, he decided to take a walk. At this moment, the Blue Sky Market was in the middle of heated maintenance and upgrade for the Starships. Almost all the docks and streets were ablaze with lights. There was no distinction between day and night at all. In order not to be disrupted, Liao and the rest of them had asked Boss Bai to settle them in an abandoned port that was relatively quiet. When he walked out of the room, Liao saw an illusionary moon on the artificial sky illuminating the starry docks far away. There were also the synthetic sounds of rising and ebbing tides, which calmed his messy mind soon. As it turned out, he was not the only person who had trouble going to sleep. Somebody was one step ahead of him, leaning against the rusty, decorative rail and enjoying the digital tides and the sea wind that carried a salty stink. Her long black hair fell to her waist. Her face that looked like that of an elegant beauty from ancient times made of diamonds was slightly broken by her slightly protruding nose, but it only made her seem more resolute. Long Yongjun in the moonlight was so grave and sacred that she did not look like a human being made of flesh and blood, but more like a god from the primeval age who had time-traveled to the irreligious modern day. Only when she glanced at Li Yao did the almost immaculate face release a hint of humanity, transforming her from a god into a human being. "Don't come any closer," Long Yongjun chuckled. "I knew that you were an unbelievable monster, but your monstrosity is still far beyond my expectation. It's only been a few days since you brought 2 information lives to me telling me that they were your children, and today, you are saying that you know witchcraft and ABCD. Come on, can you please stop being so impossible and give up a buffering moment to take the information in?" "Well," scratching his head, Li Yao leaned close. "I really don't know how I should explain myself. All in all, the more I know, the more I find myself unaware of. Do you understand what I'm talking about?" Cough. "Let's drop my issues aside for now. I don't know when I can sort through the mess in my head yet. Let's focus on you for now. Why did you fail to go to sleep too? What are you thinking here?" Looking at the dark, black ocean far away that was simulated by panoramic light beams, Long Yongjun said, "I'm not interested in the wizardless civilization and the lies. No more than I'm interested in that Earth in your dreams. What I'm more interested in is the flood that Boss Bai talked about. I'm thinking if the flood had anything to do with the primeval wars that caused the destruction of the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations. Hey, do you think that the flood really exists? Or did it arrive at our universe in the primeval age hundreds of thousands of years ago? Was it the flood that proclaimed the ending of the Pangu and the Nuwa civilizations and built the universe into what it is today? The flood and the primeval age? The flood resulted in the ending of the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations and the rise of humanity in the 3000 sectors, making the cultivation world what it is today." Li Yao pondered for a long time. Looking at Long Yongjun, whose lips were bitten and whose eyebrows were furrowed, Li Yao knew that she was not throwing out ungrounded speculation. "Why would you think that?" According to Boss Bai, the flood is an ultimate catastrophe that happens on the other side of the universe. Although it has destroyed thousands of civilizations, including the wizardless civilization, it hasn't affected the 3000 sectors we are in yet. Or rather, because of the high and thick black wall outside of our world, even the flood finds it impossible to break in. However, I have different opinions. Looking at the black tides ahead of her rising and ebbing, Long Yongjun mumbled, "Up until now, we know very clearly that at least 2 extraterrestrial civilizations have crossed the black wall and come to our world. One of them is the wizardless civilization, and the other is the bloodstripe virus that you discovered on the Iron Plateau. Let's call it bloodstripe civilization for now. Between them, the wizardless civilization had been developed to an extremely advanced level. Based on highly sophisticated starships and the guidance of some sort of artificial intelligence or amalgamations of remaining souls named Ghost, they crossed the black wall through the delicate, advanced technologies. The blood stripe civilization was the exact contrary. They abandoned all the external, advanced, and civilizational forms, making them retrograde into the most simple, fundamental, and primitive form, like a germ or a virus, before they boarded on the meteorites and crossed the almost infinite black wall in billions of years through the most simple if not stupid way. Look, both the most advanced wizardless civilization and the most primitive bloodstripe civilization had their own ways to cross the black wall. The many apocalyptic strikes since ancient times must have been from the alien civilizations from different space zones and even different dimensions. It means that the black wall is absolutely not impenetrable. In fact, it may have been riddled with holes. Since the wizardless civilization could pass it, the blood-stripe civilization could pass it, and so many apocalyptic strikes could pass it, why couldn't the flood, which was capable of destroying all of them? Getting to the bottom of it, the so-called black wall is not mysterious. It is just a huge vacuum around the 3000 sectors without stars, planets, and spiritual waves. As long as your speed is high enough and you have enough resources, or if your consumption of resources is extremely little, it will be possible to cross the wall in 1,000,000 years or perhaps longer, right? Li Yao nodded his head slowly. The apocalyptic strikes had been happening since ancient times. They were undoubtedly a certain destruction or blockage imposed by the extraterrestrial powerful civilizations. Even the highest, thickest, and safest wall could not stop someone who was determined to cross it. Liao said, "I admit that the black wall may not be enough to stop the flood, but at least for now, our world is thriving spectacularly." "What do you mean when you proposed that the flood and the primeval age were connected?" "It is just my guess or a hypothesis of mine, which answers a question of critical importance for the primeval age that has baffled me for a long time." Long Yongjun said, "The question is, why did the civilizations in the Pangus Alliance unanimously agree to seal the feelings and will, transforming from absolutely free dominators of the universe to submissive, nonchalant walking dead? You should know that the many clans in the Pangu Civilizations Alliance in the beginning, including Pangu, Gonggong, Kwafu, Hui, or even Nuwa who joined last, were made of flesh and blood and had intense feelings, right? However, at a certain point that we do not know, the Alliance reached a consensus to seal their feelings and will, turning themselves into puppets and machines. They had such strong fear and rejection against feelings and will that they called such notions as chaos, devils, and the evilest and most dreadful things, which they believed would destroy their civilization. What has been baffling me is why? Why did they do that? Isn't there an answer already? Liao blurted out. Because the resources in the 3,000 sectors were not enough, and they could not get out. The 13 advanced carbon-based lives that the Pangus Alliance was made of, after fighting countless wars, realized that they could not destroy each other if they went on fighting but would only die with each other. So, they abandoned wars and got in touch with each other, establishing an alliance to configure the resources in a peaceful and efficient way. However, even without wars, the Pangus Alliance was still faced with problems such as population boom, shortage of resources, etc. If the individuals did not try to suppress their feelings and desires, the resources would run out soon. Besides, with feelings and desires, it would be easy for malicious schemers to instigate trouble and raise new wars. Considering the technologies and the destructiveness of the Pangus Alliance, all the civilizations would have been destroyed with another war. What happened later did prove their concerns. A new war truly broke out later. The 13 primeval clans, which made up the alliance, were all doomed. Only human beings, their servants and machines, survived. Yes, that is the standard answer. All the specialists of the primeval history believe so. But do you not feel that such a theory is too simple and rough? Long Yongjun looked at Liao, with tides rolling inside her eyes. This is a prejudiced opinion, an answer that human beings have found through colored glasses. You have always regarded the primeval clans as certain, condescending, unreasonable, heartless beings. It's almost like you think as long as some leader of the Pangu clan gave the command, everybody from top to bottom would give up their feelings and will without any hesitation. But is it possible? Just ask yourself. If you really regard the Pangu clan as living people who knew love and hate, do you think it is possible to let them give up their emotions without complaints and regrets? After a brief silence, Liao struggled to reply, but the Pangus Alliance was trapped in the 3,000 sectors by the Black Wall, which they couldn't pass. They abandoned feelings and desires to reduce resource consumption. It's a highly unconvincing reason. Long Yongjun shook her head. For any civilization that has discovered that it is trapped somewhere, its first choice will be to break out of the cage and escape, won't it? It must be noted that the Pangus Alliance already mastered the technologies to absorb the stellar energy at a super high efficiency. Even if they were not as good as the wizardless civilization, how much worse could they have been? Even the wizardless civilization and the bloodstripe civilization were able to cross the Black Wall. How far could the Pangus Alliance have been from it even if they were unable to achieve it? Was it really so bad that they were devastated and completely gave up the idea of breaking the Black Wall, darkly and desperately turning to deprive everyone of their feelings and desires? You must know that even if feelings and desires were reduced to almost zero, the individuals of the Pangus Alliance would still consume resources, and as long as they could not cross the Black Wall, the resources in the 3,000 sectors would run out eventually someday. In other words, erasing feelings only slightly delayed the eventual drought, but it completely cut out the hope of Pangus Alliance for long-term survival and prosperity. Since the moment they erased their feelings and will, the Pangus Alliance had in fact locked and frozen themselves. Without the power of ambitions, the curiosity for the unknown, the infinite thoughts raised by the collision of complicated feelings, a civilization can never evolve. It's such a simple logic that both of us understand. Could the wise leaders of the Pangus Alliance have been unaware of it? Here comes the question. The wise leaders knew clearly that erasing feelings and will be chronic suicide for a civilization, but why did they insist on doing that? Also, the seemingly cold-hearted practice did not raise many objections among the people. Why? The resistance of the Nuwa clan only took place when they were enchanted by the extraterrestrial devils and realized the importance of feelings and will. In other words, even the Nuwa clan agreed to get rid of feelings and will. It doesn't make any sense. Liao was in deep thought. It indeed sounds rather unreasonable. It is absolutely unreasonable. However wise, powerful, and prestigious the leaders of the Pangu clan were, they couldn't have talked the people into erasing their feelings. Long Yangjun said, "Take you for example. You are admired enough in the Star Glory Federation as the founding father of the Federation and dominator of 3 sectors. Aren't you? If you go back to the Federation and tell the people that, because our universe is closed and resources are limited, in case we use up our resources in our happy life, let's suppress the feelings and erase the will with me. How many people do you think will answer to your call?" Well, I assume that I would be drowned by foul eggs and rotten tomatoes immediately. Liao said, "Speaking of which, why on earth would I make such a stupid proposal? If our universe is closed, we should try to open it, stab it, or drill through it. If the resources are limited, we will try to create more resources or loot more resources from the outside. It is exactly because of feelings and will that we are called a civilization. Otherwise, we will only be a collection of zombies. Would there be a civilization at all?" Exactly. That's what any normal person would think. Even you are thinking that way. Why do you think that the leaders of the Pangus Alliance would be an exception? Long Yangjun said, "Even if one of the leaders went mad and decided that heartlessness was necessary, why didn't other leaders stop him? And why did all the people obey him and abandon their feelings and will docilely? In conclusion, the reason that our universe is closed and we cannot get out of here, so we must save our resources, was too weak a reason for the Pangus Alliance to do such an insane thing in unity. There must have been a stronger, more direct, and fatal reason that forced them to give up their feelings, desires, and even the ambitions to break the black wall and explore the extraterrestrial lands." Vaguely guessed what the reason that Long Yangjun mentioned was. Liao was breathing heavily. Long Yangjun smiled and said, "Think about it. Under what extreme circumstances do you think people will abandon their feelings willingly?" "Oh, there is no need to think about it at all. You'll know it if you look at the incident of Nepenthe in the great iron plants below the capital that we just went through. Extreme shortage of resources, extreme pain and exploitation, and extreme desperation. With those mutually effective conditions, people will abandon everything including feelings voluntarily without any deception or coercion. Then, is it possible that extreme dread was the reason?" Liao was silent for a moment. He asked when he knew the answer, "The extreme dread for what?" "You have guessed it," Long Yangjun said casually. "The flood. The extreme dread for the flood that was capable of destroying everything, erasing everything, and eliminating everything. For all the time, we have speculated that the Pangus Alliance was incapable of crossing the Black Wall and that they were confined to the 3,000 sectors for technological reasons, which resulted in the tragedies such as shortage of resources, relinquishment of feelings, the temptation of devils, the rebellion of the Nuwa clan, etc. But let's change our mindset. What if the Pangus Alliance was already capable of crossing the Black Wall and exploring the extraterrestrial lands when the Pangus Alliance was developed to the peak? Think about it and walk in the shoes of a leader during the prime days of the Pangus Alliance. Your civilization is made of 13 highly developed carbon-based lives who were full of bravery, wisdom, technologies, and morals. You are already capable of absorbing energy from stars freely and creating brand new life forms. Naturally, you are striving ambitiously to conquer the known and unknown universe. Nothing can possibly stop your ambitions. How can a minor black ball make you abandon your feelings and your lofty ideal? That's a joke. With the most advanced technologies of the entire civilization, you have finally established a massive, incredible expedition fleet. Overcoming all the difficulties and resolving the complicated, previously unknown questions, you are finally crossing the moat that confined the civilization, the black wall made of desolation and void. You find yourself in a grand universe countless times vaster than the 3,000 sectors. It seems to be a bright and beautiful ending, does it? It's a shame that the grand universe beyond the black wall is far beyond your imagination. This is not a prosperous land brimming with crystals and spiritual energy, not even a dark forest, which is dangerous but at least vigorous, but a wasteland, a desert, and an area of residues that have just been savaged and chewed by the flood. All lives, all civilizations, be they kind or evil, advanced or primitive, with or without real entities, have been destroyed by the flood. Are you imaginative enough to picture that? After all the difficulties and sacrifices, you have finally crossed the black wall with the hope of the entire civilization, only to witness such a cataclysm, such destruction, and such a rampant flood. What is even more dreadful is that the flood, which has destroyed everything, is probably not far away yet. Since you are capable of crossing the wall and discovering the flood, the odds are quite high that the flood can discover and destroy you, the 3,000 sectors where the Panga civilization is at. So to speak, the 3,000 sectors are somewhat similar to the ancient sages' sector, my hometown that is surrounded by the dark nebula. They are both covered in a layer of seemingly impenetrable and extremely thick barrier, which barely any information or material can pierce through. Such a barrier is a burden, a seal, and a curse, isolating the civilization inside from the rest of the world and making it lonely in the grand universe. But from another perspective, isn't it some sort of protection too? Without the cover of the dark nebula, the ancient sages' sector would have been involved in the bloody battle of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, or discovered by demons, or involved in the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, or conquered by the Imperium of true human beings, wouldn't it? By the same logic, with the protection of the seemingly desolate and vacuous black wall outside of the 3,000 sectors, it is very possible that any external observer will think that this is just a land of death and silence, which has absolutely nothing, like a lifeless ocean or a dry desert. Little do they know that there are islands in an ocean and oases in a desert. Perhaps it is exactly because of the black wall that the flood is uninterested in wasting its energy to explore if there is prey behind the black wall. That's why they let go of us for now. After all, the scrumptious food like the wizardless civilization is already enough to keep its belly full for a while. But if the flood discovers that a fleet has dashed out from the behind of the black wall, it will immediately infer that there must be a highly advanced civilization in the desolation and the void. Then, do you think that it will still be lazy and let us go? Liao was sweating hard and lost for words. Right, my speculation is not very strict. Perhaps the expedition fleet of the Panga civilization did not discover the flood directly. If they did, the flood would have probably discovered them too. Then, we would have been destroyed a long time ago. Long Yangjun said. What they discovered was the debris, remains, or tombs of the civilizations that had been swallowed and savaged by the flood, say, the fleeing fleets of the wizardless civilization. Through their discoveries about the alien civilization, they learned everything and the existence of the flood. But the conclusion is all the same, which is that the leaders of the Panga's alliance, or maybe even every individual, learned that there was a thing named flood. Was the flood a strength that could destroy the entire three-dimensional universe? A fatal beast from the four-dimension or even higher dimensions, or even a certain law that boasted self-will? It didn't matter. What mattered was that the people hiding behind the black wall must not be discovered by the flood, or everything would have been doomed. No matter how they summoned their courage, wisdom, and will, the Pangu's alliance did not stand a 1/10000000th chance to compete with the flood. Their only outcome, should they be discovered by the flood, would be destruction. It's not pessimism but a fact, an objective, undeniable fact. Do you agree? I do. Liao struggled to say. Very well. As a leader of the Panga civilization, What decisions will you make after the fact is clear? Long Yongjun pursued further, particularly regarding the expedition fleet that has crossed the Black Wall and is exploring the extraterrestrial lands. I'm afraid that I'll have to recall them. After a long sigh, Liao said with a bitter smile, the longer they stay beyond the wall, the more likely they will be discovered by the flood, and the consequence of them being discovered is the destruction of the whole civilization. The best we can expect is some survivors who escape from their hometown like the fleets of the wizardless civilization, struggling to live on before their unavoidable doom. Recalling them is the only viable decision. It is a viable decision, but not the only one to be made. Long Yongjun said, if you think about it, after the fleet is recalled, it will be highly unnecessary and unwise to keep it. The fleet is born to cross the Black Wall, but crossing the Black Wall is now a dangerous action that may jeopardize the whole civilization. So much as one starship crosses the Black Wall and escapes, it is possible that the flood will discover us, which will result in the destruction of the whole civilization. However, as long as there are still starships that are capable of sailing to the extraterrestrial lands, who can guarantee that there won't be any ambitious, bold, impulsive guy who will steal a starship and do something stupid? Therefore, to ensure the survival of the Pangu civilization, the abilities of long voyages must be locked or even destroyed. The Pangu civilization did not need the technologies to cross the Black Wall. At least not until the flood was confirmed to have completely ebbed. Liao couldn't help but clenched his fists. The civilization of mankind had been developed for 100,000 years, and the technologies to cross the Black Wall and sail to the extraterrestrial land had always been pursued after. Did the Pangu civilization really once master the technologies only to abandon them in helplessness? That was too pitiful and pathetic. However, if the flood was truly wandering outside of the Black Wall searching for the next target covetously, the Pangu civilization's self-sealing seemed rather reasonable and unavoidable. After I realized that, another problem that once bothered me was answered too. Long Yongjun said solemnly, we discussed the problem before. It is about why the Pangu civilization destroyed their crystal processor technologies on a large scale, suppressing their expertise of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus to the level that was no higher than what mankind is capable of today. At first, we thought that the Pangu civilization was scared of the birth of artificial intelligence, and that they suppressed their knowledge of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus with everything they could do in order to prevent artificial intelligence, or virtual life, from coming to this world. Now that I think of it, we were possibly wrong again. Even the civilization of mankind has a lot of visionary people who are unafraid of the dawn of artificial intelligence. They are even willing to live in peace with information life and improve their own civilization with the help of the information life. Did the Pangu civilization never have any such creative and considerate leaders? No, perhaps what the Pangu civilization was scared of was not artificial intelligence itself. It was because the high-speed development of artificial intelligence would certainly result in the technological boom of space-sailing technologies. Once things like Ghost were created, countless starships would be able to cross the Black Wall. There was nothing that the authorities of the Pangu civilization could have done to stop it. Just like what I said just now, so much as one starship that was installed with artificial intelligence successfully escaped out of the Black Wall, only to be detected by the flood, the whole civilization would be destroyed. Therefore, in order to prevent the starships from setting sail, the Pangu civilization simply locked and suppressed their development of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus so that the artificial intelligence that could assist starships in voyages would never be invented. In such a way, all the loopholes were filled from the root, and the flood would never find them. You should understand it now, Liao. Perhaps it was not the infinite Black Wall that stopped the development of the Pangu civilization, but fear. Their extreme fear for the extraterrestrial lands and the flood made them seal, restrict, erase, and lock themselves. Liao couldn't help but feel chilled by what Long Yongjun said. The virtual black tides before him seemed to have turned into a starless universe too. The seemingly dark void was actually the best protection because patrolling beyond the darkness was an irresistible strength that was 100 times darker than darkness. Even if your guess is correct. Liao's voice sounded like the cold wind blowing out of an ice cave, brimming with coldness. They didn't have to go so far as to completely abandon their feelings, did they? They must. Long Yangjun sighed and said, in the past, we thought that the Pangu civilization erased their feelings because the resources were highly limited and they had to be frugal. After all, the intense activities caused by feelings, the most extreme case being war, would significantly accelerate the consumption of resources, resulting in the advanced drought and collapse of the closed world. However, that is only just one of the reasons and a lesser one. Secondly, and more importantly, feelings lead to desires. For a highly developed intelligent life, their strongest desire can't be the primitive survival and reproduction, but the ambitions to explore the unknown, to march to the world beyond, to break all the boundaries, to reach the edge of the universe, and to jump out of it. Even though the leadership of the Pangu civilization could disband the expedition fleet and even destroy the technologies about crystal processors, the spiritual nexus, and how to use tenebrum energy, they could not guarantee that those technologies would not be secretly developed in the tens of thousands of years to come, allowing some ambitious, reckless young men to break out of the 3,000 sectors with the new generation starships assisted by artificial intelligence and powered by tenebrum energy. After all, the universe is simply too huge. Even the tiny 3,000 sectors are in fact an extremely vast sea of stars. You cannot set up surveillance everywhere. As long as they are determined, somebody will definitely escape one day. Just like what I said a moment ago, and never forget it, not a single starship, an individual, or a cell of this world can escape out of here. If they do and are sensed by the flood, everything will be doomed. Then, to forestall the accident and to settle the problem from the origins, it was not enough to only destroy technologies and dismantle starships, but also necessary to completely eliminate desires. The desire to learn, to explore, and the curiosity of the imagination must not be allowed. Only the individuals who did not feel anything when they raised their heads to look at the stars in the sky were the safest beings for the Pangu civilization as a whole. In order to suffocate desires, the first thing to be done is to suppress feelings. Feelings and desires are the two sides of the same coin. It will only be safe enough if they are destroyed at the same time. With his mouth open, Liao thought for a long time but had to admit that Long Yangjun did have a point. The greatest difference between human beings, the wisest of all creatures, and other ignorant beasts was their curiosity and imagination. Wasn't it? As long as human beings still had curiosity and imagination, when they raised their heads to look at the sky, they would want to know what lay behind the curtain of stars, and countless people would eventually break out by paying with their wisdom, courage, sweat, and even life. The Pangu civilization must have been the same, right? Their hearts must have been filled by surging tides and volcano eruptions when they looked at the stars. Didn't they? Thirdly, and also the most important reason to get rid of feelings, Long Yangjun continued solemnly. Keeping fear away and maintaining the order could make the Pangu civilization operate at the minimal efficiency and preserve the seeds of the civilization. Liao was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Wasn't the fear already far away from them after they canceled the expedition fleet and stayed behind the Black Wall? What order needed maintaining? You are thinking about it too simply. The Pangu civilization had probably never seen the flood but only collected the clues about the flood from the debris of other civilizations. Their fear originated from their own heart. How could they keep a distance from it? Long Yangjun looked both sad and indifferent. Or rather, in order not to expose the sorrow in her heart, she faked the nonchalance as if she were not concerned about it. I wonder if you've heard this before. When the doomsday comes, the world is not destroyed in the doomsday, but by the chaos before the doom. You should never overestimate humanity. From the scale of the grand universe, both mankind and the Pangu civilization are just grains of dust. Faced with the great horror and the great catastrophe, most individuals of mankind and the Pangu civilization would find it unbearable. Liao, if everything I said just now is true, how do you feel? Do you feel shocked, terrified, and even completely desperate? Well, Liao scratched his head and said, I'm indeed a bit shocked and terrified, but I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm completely desperate. Ha 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 ha. I've been through too many battles and too many great scenes. Is a minor flood really so intimidating? If you were so awesome, flood, why don't you jump to my front and hit me? Come on, flood, just show yourself and hit me. Hit me, idiot. Look, nothing happened at all. It suggests two things. The flood is not omnipotent and omniscient, and it has weaknesses too. At the very least, it cannot detect our conversation or teleport itself over instantly. Or maybe even the flood is scared of Vulture Liao too, and it does not have the courage to show up and get killed when I'm cursing it aloud. Liao cursed at the starry sky with his arms akimbo for a long time, before he finally said to Long Yongjun seriously. Long Yongjun. Liao. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Why are you leaving? We are having a delightful conversation and about to reach the key point. Where are you going exactly without saying anything? Long Yongjun. I want to chat with Xiaoming and Wenwen. It occurs to me that even talking with the two kids will be more productive than talking with you. Please don't. Let's at least finish what we were talking about. Liao hurried to ask Long Yongjun to stay. He even swore, I'll stop talking, all right? I'll just listen to you. I'm all ears. With her eyes half closed, Long Yongjun took a few deep breaths before she finally went on. Forget it. It is redundant to ask you. I'll just continue my theory. Leaving the weirdos like you and the unparalleled experts whose minds are unbelievably firm, like Boss Bai, the flood is the greatest catastrophe for most of the ordinary people and even for the experts who have mastered powerful strength but not determined hearts. There lies an irresistible and even unimaginable force outside of the world that we live in. The only reason why the force hasn't destroyed us is that we are lucky. But our luck is not going to last forever. One day, the flood will notice us, find us, and swallow our lazily. Countless civilizations have been destroyed by the flood, and no matter how we develop our own civilization, we cannot stop the upcoming doom. This is exactly what they say, foreordained. Do you understand, Liao? Such a perception will result in the deepest fear in everyone's heart and ruin the hope of a civilization's development. The fire of desperation will sweep across every planet in the 3,000 sectors and collapse the entire Pangu civilization before the flood comes. Since destruction is unavoidable, what's the point of working hard and contributing to the civilization today? Now that breaking out of the 3,000 sectors was an absolute taboo, where did the future of the Pangu civilization lie? When a terrible beast outside was ready to eat them any moment, how were the panicked individuals of the Pangu civilization going to live their daily lives? Nobody can answer those questions, but they will all gradually realize the unacceptable answers. Eventually, in the better case scenarios, all the individuals find the significance of their lives lost, and they are too addicted to the primitive sensual stimulations and entertainments to free themselves, ending their life in self-abandonment. In the worst-case scenarios, the psychos and lunatics will simply end their civilization in the most extreme ways in their desperation. You may consider it as some sort of civilizational suicide. What about the government? The government at such a moment should have lost all the authority, glory, and ability of governance, right? Now that even the government is incapable of coping with the flood, is such a government good for anything? The Pangu civilization retrograded at an astonishing speed into anarchy. Everybody was bouncing between utter desperation and complete madness, as if they were all suffering the most severe bipolar disorder. Perhaps, in only 100 years, the Pangu's alliance established by the 13 carbon-based intelligence lives together would be destroyed with their most spectacular civilization. Let me ask you, as the leader of the Pangu civilization, after foreseeing such a miserable future, what choice do you have except to deprive the people of their feelings and desires so that they will be kept away from fear and able to work and live normally, ensuring that the civilization still runs at the lowest efficiency? Liao thought hard for a long time and finally said, "It does make sense. In fact, for every living individual, materials do not matter most. What matters is whether or not you can see hope. As long as there is hope, it doesn't matter even if life today is difficult. But if the future road has been entirely blocked by the flood without any hope of development, the whole civilization will certainly be lost. The odds are quite high that what you described just now will happen, like the collapse of the government, the disruption of the social order, and the fallout of the civilization. Speaking of which, erasing feelings and desires and locking the development of all technologies are not going to work out in the long run either. Won't they still be dead in the end? It may have only been expediency. Long Yangjun said. Perhaps the leader of the Pangu civilization who made the decision in the beginning believed that the flood would not haunt the area forever. After a certain amount of time, the flood would certainly leave and look for food from somewhere else. By then, they could find a way to unlock feelings, desires, and the progress of technologies so that the seeds of the civilization that had been running at the lowest efficiency would bloom and fruit again or even cross the black wall and march at the grand universe. Wouldn't they be avoiding their doom in such a way? It does seem to make sense. Liao thought for a long time. While Long Yangjuan's words were mostly speculation, her theory was rather self-consistent logically. While she was talking, Long Yangjun seemed to have entered a certain state of trance. Extending her hand to touch the black tides created by the light beam, she suddenly sounded ancient and profound as she mumbled, "I have drawn a portrait for the leader of the Pangu civilization. In my eyes, the leader of the Pangu civilization who made the decision is like an experienced, sophisticated, determined, and even cold-hearted hunter in a dark forest. No, he is much more than an old hunter. He is also the leader of the tiny village named Pangu. As the oldest hunter of the village, through all the difficulties, he struggled to survive in the dark forest with unparalleled wisdom, courage, passion, and even schemes. Finally, he ended the cruel hunting among 13 hunters, calling for them to establish a tribe together and bringing peace and light to the tiny dark forest. Then, after all the efforts and shedding too much sweat and blood, they cut the grasses, chopped the woods, prepared supplies, and drew maps. Finally, they broke out of the forest that had caged them for millions of years. However, after they left the long-cursed dark forest, the first picture they saw was bones. Bones that were 100 times larger and more daunting than the beast kings that they had ever encountered. Even such a behemoth was already irresistible for their tiny village, not to mention the disaster that killed it. Then they probably met the traces of the raging flood, like the swallowed beasts, the collapsed mountains, and the canals 10,000 meters deep. In the end, they learned the terror of the flood from some dying survivors. The old hunter had dealt with countless enemies and resolved all kinds of disasters in his life, but he had never encountered such a great horror as flood. He was scared out of his wits, and he had every reason to be. In the meantime, he had to be responsible for his tribe, for all the hunters as well as the non-hunters in the village. Therefore, the old hunter retreated quietly and completely abandoned the idea of breaking out of the dark forest, spending the rest of his life in revulsion. He listened to the sounds outside of the dark forest in a panic every day, coming up with solutions to avoid the scanning and sniffing of the flood. He also carefully calculated the food and other resources in the tribe, making sure that his descendants could live through the next million years before going out of the place again. Of course, it was in the nature of children to explore and to rejoice, but those things were strictly forbidden. Exploration might lead to disasters, and rejoicing would consume a lot of resources and might even be heard by the flood. Besides, where there is joy, there is pain. Where there is laughter and dance, there are tears and cries. When the children tasted fun today, they would be haunted by the horror of the flood for the rest of their lives, mired in the eternal pain, like the old hunter was. So, for the children, for the tribe, just forbid all of them, seal all of them, and erase all of them. The children were naturally not fond of such a cruel and heartless village leader. The young and fearless hunters who were not in the expedition team and who did not see the outside of the forest disliked him too, believing that he was merely exaggerating and that the flood was not that scary, if the flood existed at all. There were major conflicts between them which might even escalate into wars. In the most extreme cases, the old hunter had to smother the laughing and singing children in person and stab the poisoned dagger into the chests of the young hunters. Liao, for you and me who stand at the point millions of years later and know the ending of the tiny tribe as well as the course of history, we are naturally free to mock the timidity of the old hunter and berate his cruelty and heartlessness. After all, despite all the extreme approaches, he still failed to save the Pangu civilization. Failure is always the greatest crime. But however prosperous and advanced the Pangu civilization was, it did not have prophetic abilities. At that time, before all the consequences were revealed, they were haunted by the greatest fear, and the whole society and civilization might collapse anytime. Can you argue that the old hunter's decision was not justified at such a perilous moment? Would you have come up with a better solution if you were in his place? I don't think so. Liao admitted frankly. In the past, I liked to mock and criticize those people, Xianxia, Lu Zue, extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, and possibly the old hunter of the Pangu civilization you just said. But to be honest, it's always easy to point out other people's mistakes, particularly in hindsight. However, when I was faced with the unknown future myself, the imminent threats, and the incomplete and even entirely wrong information but had to make a decision in the dilemma, I finally realized that it was truly difficult. Long Yangjun looked at Liao in surprise and smiled. It seems that you are much more sophisticated than before after you are determined to embark on the journey to be a supervillain. You can even understand the other supervillains now. Liao smiled in embarrassment. Recalling a detail that Long Yangjun just mentioned, he said, "Right? You said just now that the young hunters did not agree with the old hunter's judgment, but believed that the flood outside of the dark forest was not necessarily scary. They decided to break out and take a look at it for themselves. Does it refer to anything? Who are the young hunters?" "I got it. The Nuwa clan. You are teachable after all." Long Yangjun complimented Liao half-sincerely and nodded her head. Exactly, if such an important factor as the flood is added to the primeval war between Pangu and Nuwa, it will be more interesting and reasonable. The Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan did not fight for such a simple reason as to whether or not feelings and desires were needed. They were fighting about whether or not feelings and desires should be activated for the exploration of the vast universe beyond the 3,000 sectors. The Pangu clan certainly insisted that we should hide behind the black wall in the dark forest for at least 1,000,000 years as a start. The Nuwa clan, on the other hand, was the group of young hunters. They joined the alliance last. It was possible that they were unclear of the horror of the flood, and they were hesitant about the Pangu clan's authority too. Challenging the authority and marching to the extraterrestrial lands were their ineffaceable ambitions. The two opposing forces naturally ended up in a war. Don't forget that for the Pangu civilization, every starship that intended to sail out of the 3,000 sectors was a threat for the entire civilization. Was there a second choice other than to eliminate it? Liao was captivated. This is too unbelievable. Do you have any evidence? Does tenebrum energy count? Long Yangjun said, "The tenebrum energy is an energy form that contains emotions. It is an advanced form of spiritual energy and even a prerequisite to breaking out of the 3,000 sectors. Only the starships powered by the tenebrum energy had the greatest odds to sail out. To seal themselves, the Pangu civilization aborted all technologies on the tenebrum energy, but the Nuwa clan had been studying them in secret. Aren't their ambitions obvious? There are also the extraterrestrial devils. The Nuwa clan fought the Pangu clan due to the corruption of the extraterrestrial devils. The extraterrestrial naturally refers to the world beyond the black wall. I think that the so-called extraterrestrial devils are very likely to be the pieces in the forms of energy or information of the civilizations that have been destroyed by the flood. They have leaked through the black wall and influenced the carbon-based intelligence lives in our world. To put it more simply, the civilizations destroyed by the flood had billions of pieces of ghosts and phantoms. You may consider them as the last lingering thoughts of the destroyed civilizations. When the pieces of ghosts and phantoms penetrated through the black wall and evolved after billions of years, they became extraterrestrial devils. That explained why the Nuwa clan, who were corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, not only awakened abundant feelings, but also picked up the utilization of tenebrum energy overnight, capable of fighting the other 12 clans on their own. Hey, Liao complained. Last time, you said that extraterrestrial devils were desire devils that were naturally generated inside the human head. Now, you are claiming that the extraterrestrial devils are the remains of the civilizations destroyed by the flood beyond the black wall? That's a sudden shift. Which of them is true? The internal factors and the external factors are related. Long Yangjun sniffed and said, the development of anything requires the push of both internal and external factors. In the Pangu's alliance, some of the people, mainly the Nuwa clan, could not erase their feelings at all. Too many emotions, desires, or devils still lingered inside their heads, which attracted the lingering thoughts of the civilizations that were destroyed by the flood. When the two parties were combined, a new Nuwa clan was born. The lingering thoughts of the destroyed civilizations perhaps contained extreme hatred against the flood, hoping that a new, young civilization could destroy the flood on behalf of them. Or maybe it was just because of their maliciousness that, since my civilization has been destroyed, you should come with us too. They were simply alluring the Nuwa clan to be killed. Or even worse, those lingering thoughts had lost all the wisdom and rationality but were filled with the absolute fear, absolute bedlam, and absolute agitation the moment of the flood's destruction. It's exactly the true meaning of chaos that we discussed before. All in all, the brand new clan couldn't endure the suffocating and boring life inside the black wall anymore. They had to appreciate the vaster universe, which was in fundamental contradiction with the Pangu clan. So, a war was inevitable. Liao was rather stunned. You are almost telling a story. Did you imagine or infer the complicated and all the twists and turns on your own? Some of them were, some were not. Long Yangjuan's eyes that were looking at the black tides almost became transparent, as if the history of 1,000,000 years had been condensed in them. With an even hollower voice, she said, some are my deductions, but some are the memories from my cells, my genes, and even the depths of my soul. Do you ever have such an experience? You are unclear about the things of your past, but when you are chatting with someone, or when you see or hear something familiar, countless memory pieces will spurt out, allowing you to remember many things all of a sudden. I understand your feelings very well. After a brief hesitation, Liao still said, for example, the things about Earth are surging inside my head right now. I can't control it at all. Ah, Earth, you are finally speaking about it out loud. Long Yangjun snapped her fingers and combed her long hair before she said with a smile, my mouth is almost dry now, and I'm not here to just share my secrets with you. I'm quite interested in your secrets too. Is Earth the place that frequently appears in your dreams and lets you know the language of the wizardless civilization? Is Earth related to the wizardless civilization? Does it have anything to do with the flood and the world we are living in? Are you prepared to speak the whole truth? Listen, Long Yangjun. Considering for a long time, Liao took a deep breath and said solemnly, you have honestly told me so many things about the primeval age. I appreciate your trust. Just like what I said before, I sincerely regard you as a friend, and I hope I can be your best friend whom you can completely trust without any reserve. Since we are friends, I do not want to hide anything from you. Besides, the situation today does not allow me to keep the secrets any longer. I'm fully aware that I am far from enough to find Earth and fulfill the mission in my dreams on my own. I need the support of all my family and friends. Of course, I will also support everyone to accomplish your missions and your dreams. By everyone, I'm not just referring to you but also to Boss Bai and the rest of them. It is obvious that Boss Bai and the Fist King have tremendous information that is of critical importance and an influential force. Whether to continue our journey in the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in the next step or to find our origins and destinies in the long run, we can't achieve it without the help of Boss Bai and the rest of them. I'm hoping that all of us can completely drop the camouflages and disguises so that we can share wisdom, courage, and combat abilities with each other candidly. We can build a team, a gold combination that is super luxury, utterly invincible, and will beat the shit out of the flood. We will be a tiny partnership of pyromaniacs. So, I'm thinking to tell all the information pieces I know to Boss Bai and the Fist King tomorrow, and then to ask them to share all the information pieces they know. Of course, I want you to share what you said just now too. We will assemble the intelligence, find the truth, settle the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, confirm the primeval past you said just now, explore the extraterrestrial lands, search for the traces of the flood, and even unravel the ultimate puzzle on Earth together. Are you willing to join such a team? Long Yongjun? Liao bulged his eyes and looked at Long Yongjun sincerely, with a fire glowing out. Long Yongjun frowned almost spontaneously. Once I confess all the primeval incidents, it will equal to a public admittance of my identity. Those model memory pieces couldn't have been inferred by anyone other than the people who once lived through them. Exactly. You, me, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and even Xiaoming and Wenwen, we all have our own unique secrets, and we do not know if we are human beings in the narrow sense. Out of respect for everyone, I have never exposed anyone's identity to other people. Please trust me on that. Liao stepped forward, his scorching fire burning Long Yongjuan's wary coldness. Clenching his fists, he said, "But right now, I hope that everybody can be sunnier and more open, instead of clinging on to the ridiculous secret identities, because only through unity and honesty can we resolve our problems, and no secrets are safe forever." Look, Long Yongjun, at your last moment in the Star Glory Federation, you seized an escape capsule of the Nuwa warship by force and left after activating a certain unknown teleportation technique. Too many experts of the Federation watched your departure. A lot of them, including Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and people of the national security system, came to ask me about you. That was a lot of pressure, but I didn't tell them much. However, those experts and specialists were no fools. Even if I didn't say anything, they must have deduced many things from the traces. It's impossible that the Federation will forever be out of contact with the Imperium. Once the Federation intervened in the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in a certain way, the intelligence about you will certainly be sent over. How are you going to hide by then? Will you have even more intense conflicts with the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance who have grasped incomplete intelligence? On many occasions, conflicts boil down to misunderstandings, and misunderstandings come from mistrust and secret-keeping. If you do not say who you are, the specialists of the Federation will be obliged to make the worst guesses. Will that be nice? Long Yongjun sniffed and bit her lips, her eyes filled with the childishness of Pangu and Nuwa. Do you think that I'm scared of having conflicts with the Federation? Yes, I know that you are not. I don't doubt that you are scared of nothing. But is it fun? Is it really fun? Liao opened his hands. Keeping your own little secrets forever, wandering off the society, staying away from your own kind, not trusting anyone, and never being really devoted to anything. Is it really fun and gratifying to live such a life until death? Human beings are not my own kind. Long Yongjun gnashed her teeth and said in a low voice, "You seem to have forgotten it again. I'm an alien." "No, you can be a human being, a real human being, as long as you want to," Liao said in a hurry. Genetically speaking, human beings are not significantly different from the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. As for the soul, who knows what it actually is? Also, as you said just now, even the original Pangu or Nuwa clan used to be made of regular individuals who were made of flesh and blood and capable of loving and hating. Also, didn't we run into the poisons in the Pangu laboratory below the Nuwa warship in the ancient sages sector, which could transform human beings into the Pangu clan? The bodies of Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the divinity transformation stage experts of the ancient sages sector, were changed into those of the Pangu clan, weren't they? So, human beings are fundamentally the same as the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. They are just the different appearances of the same carbon-based intelligent life. As long as you want, you will be an out-and-out human being. I believe that even if some of the people find you unacceptable, dreadful, or even detestable temporarily, most people will accept you, trust you, and support you given time. At least I can. Long Yongjun scorned. Childish. Childish. It's indeed somewhat childish, but you are thinking exactly the same somewhere deep inside your heart, aren't you? Liao continued staring at Long Yongjun. You are unwilling to live in loneliness forever as an alien. You crave to meet your own kind, communicate with your own kind, and speak out all your secrets. That's the reason why you talked so much to me just now. In the boundless sea of stars, nobody is a lone island. Everybody yearns for communication, sharing, and living together with their own kind. I am not an exception, and neither are you. If you are as proud and indifferent as you claim to be, you shouldn't have told anybody anything. No, 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 you shouldn't have shown it to me in the very beginning. We could have minded our own business and explore our respective secrets and origins. Wouldn't that have been great and safe? Long Yangjuan's pupils constricted violently, as if her most sensitive concern had been brought up. There was even killing intent as she was embarrassed and infuriated by Liao. Make no mistake. I'm glad that you regarded me as a friend and were willing to talk to me, which also gave me an opportunity to chat with a friend and relax myself, sharing secrets with each other. Liao did not respond to Long Yangjuan's killing intent at all. With his hands open, he said aloud, "Trust me. Publicizing the so-called secrets won't be a big deal. In many cases, you are just scaring yourself. Just now, you said that the Pangu civilization sealed themselves because of extreme fear, and they probably had never even seen the real appearance of the flood. But aren't you the same? Out of the fear for the unknown and the mistrust for other people, you have completely sealed yourself and only show up in public under the false masks such as Lead Eunuch Wang Shi, Dongfang Mingyue, or Serenity Seraph. Only when you are with me, a monster who is almost as peculiar as yourself, can you slightly let loose of yourself and allow the real Long Yangjun to surface and catch her breath. Is such a life not tiresome and boring? Is it really fun? Now, I have already made up my mind to change myself and everything. Are you willing to follow me? Just follow up. Long Yangjun. Even Xiaoming and Wenwen, the creatures who were born not long ago and who are much weirder than you, are bold enough to admit their identities after the meticulous calculations. Are you not even as courageous as Xiaoming and Wenwen? You daren't face your real self when you are intrepid enough to fight Blackstar the Great for 300 rounds. His questions that were like a torrent that had just broken the dam obviously collapsed Long Yangjun's confidence. Her eyes were rolling, and her breath was in disorder. You do not need to answer me right now. Just tell me the answer tomorrow. Liao went on. I'm going to find Boss Bai and the Fist King now and ask them to share the most secret intelligence openly too. Then, we will build up the super invincible gold team, the partnership of pyromaniacs. Of course, I'll be the first one to talk about Earth, about the dreams, and about myself. Vulture Liao couldn't have walked to this day without my trustworthy friends. I believe that my friends won't disappoint me this time. And you won't disappoint me either. You must come to the meeting where we will establish the partnership of pyromaniacs and honor our friendship tomorrow. You can speak last if you want. I'll be waiting for you. Liao ran faster and faster and disappeared before Long Yangjun could say no. Long Yangjun was left stunned below the artificial moon for a long time. Kicking a pebble below her feet, she murmured, "What an idiot!" The next day in the morning, the artificial sun was shining, and the air was filled with a pleasant fragrance. When Boss Bai, the Fist King, and Long Yangjun gathered again for the meeting, they discovered that Liao had arrived earlier and that the meeting room had been redecorated into a whole different atmosphere. Flowers and fruits were on the table. Xiaoming and Wenwen were standing at the door, wearing ribbons and greeting them with "Welcome, welcome," and with rigid faces. A red, eye-catching banner was also flying on the top of the meeting room, which said, "The Forum of the Advanced Eccentrics of the Pangu Universe." Boss Bai, the Fist King, and Long Yangjun looked at each other in bewilderment, lost for words. It was not until a long time later that Boss Bai finally spoke on behalf of them. "Liao, what the heck is this supposed to mean? This is a theme that I've come up with for the meeting." Liao greeted them with an affable smile and explained. The so-called Pangu Universe refers to the 3,000 sectors that are surrounded by the infinite black wall. 3,000 worlds is a narrow, ambiguous phrase. Since the Cultivation civilization has 3,000 sectors, it is possible that the wizardless civilization is made of a lot of worlds too. Pangu Universe, on the other hand, is much more accurate. I suggest we refer to our hometown with this phrase in the future. No, the Pangu Universe is not a big deal. But what do you mean by eccentrics? Boss Bai glared at him. You are eccentric. Compared to the regular residents of the Pangu Universe, I'm indeed somewhat eccentric, Liao said casually, or rather shamelessly. Not only am I eccentric, but everybody here is slightly off the track too. This is the reason why we are gathered here and the focus of our meeting today. Come on, let's take a seat and cut to the chase. I talked to you guys in person last night. I believe everybody understands the importance of candor right now. First of all, no matter what advanced eccentrics we are, the strength of the individuals is always limited when faced with the overwhelming universe. Even if we bury our secrets in our hearts and somehow become 100 times stronger, it will still be barely enough to resist the cold, dark universe and to realize our dreams on our own. I need the help of each and every one of you, and I believe that there will always be a time when you need my help. Besides, we are all smart guys with remarkable computational abilities. Even if a certain someone doesn't tell, can't other people guess it out? Here, hasn't Boss by guessed the Fist King's identity, and the Fist King guessed that we are from a certain country of cultivators outside of the Imperium? Thankfully, the two of you were rational enough to not burst into real conflicts, but it is inevitable that you are slightly wary and concerned, isn't it? As time goes by, and when the situation changes, will the wariness and the concerns expand into a real chasm and lead to a real conflict? Boss by Long Yang Jun, the two of you escaped from the Federation one after another. Your identities have been exposed. There is no reason to keep it a secret from the poor eccentrics here when everybody in the Federation knows it, right? I'm the same. I have grown from an unknown scavenger in the magical equipment graveyard into a strong, dominating, unparalleled superhero that is admired by everyone. It is only reasonable that you are skeptical about my unbelievable performance, right? Enough, Boss Bai said coldly. Boss Bai does not need to hide anything from anybody. Don't think of me as such a cowardly and stealthy person. I agree, the Fist King also said calmly. Regarding your proposal, I inferred hundreds of times last night. It is true that exposing my secrets will result in more risk, but taking the returns of the tighter cooperation, the risk will be worth it. That's great. Then, let's reintroduce ourselves. Liao picked up an apple and bit it hard, with the juice splashing everywhere. Looking at the hole on the incomplete apple, he finally made up his mind and said, I, Vulture Liao, as you know, am from Floating Spear City of the Star Glory Federation. Fist King, this used to be the secrets of the few of us, but it is now your secret too. I hope that you can understand our trust for you. You must know most of my experiences. However, the secret that I have never told anyone except for my wife is, I've been having a weird dream since childhood. One about Earth and one where witchcraft and ABCD showed up. That dream is perhaps the source of my strength. Liao briefly described his dream about Earth and concluded, I don't know what happened exactly. Was a certain Earthling teleported to the Star Glory Federation, possessing the body of a dying infant in the Federation, or was it only certain information waves from the Earth that traveled through time and space and got received by an infant in the Federation? I'll have to ask your advice on the matter. Everybody listened quietly, not saying anything at this moment but caught in deep thought. It was not exactly because possession or information transmission was unusual. In a world of cultivation, bizarre things such as possession, reincarnation, memory transplantation, and memory superimposition were happening on a daily basis. Even Boss Bai was sort of reborn through possession too. Liao had grown into one of the few best experts at the edge of the Panga universe after only 100 years naturally because of many fortuitous factors. However, the so-called Earth, a center where multiple civilizations gathered, and the Vulture plan to destroy it were too mysterious and thought-provoking. When the Earth and the Flood were combined, even the Fist King's or Xiaoming and Wenwen's computational abilities were not enough to support the complicated deductions. Let's not complicate a simple question. Let's consider this. Earth is to be located at a dimension beyond the Pangu universe. A strong life in the dimension named Earthling Liao dissected, compressed, and packed all the information that made up his life before sending it to our Pangu universe. Then, the information was received by your young brain. Boss Bai pondered for a moment and said, this high-dimension space named Earth, as a center of civilizations, is very likely to be an asylum where many civilizations hide from the Flood together. So, it will be perfectly reasonable that both cultivation and witchcraft can be found there. No, the Fist King said, if Earth is truly an asylum to dodge the Flood, Why must it be a high-dimensional space? Why can't it be a low-dimensional space? Imagine a two-dimensional life that does not have thickness. As long as it is vertical to our eyes, it will be invisible for us, and it will be in a perfect shelter. In other words, when a high-dimensional life observes a low-dimensional life, there will always be blind angles during the observation. Then, assuming that the survivors of the civilizations are determined to avoid the flood, it will be safer to lower their dimensions and hide in the blind angles of the flood, won't it? That is to say, with the three-dimensional universe we are at as the standard, Earth is very likely to be a world of a lower dimension, maybe a two-dimensional world. Evidence? The evidence is that the Earthlings cannot cultivate or use witchcraft. It is possible that their abilities are restricted when they lower their dimension. They can only reminisce about their abilities through fantasies. That still doesn't make sense. Fascinated, Long Yangjun couldn't help but join the discussion. If Earth is just a two-dimensional asylum, it still can't explain Li Yao's vulture plan. Why must he destroy Earth? It was mentioned in the weird dreams that countless civilizations were confined to Earth in some sort of infinite loop, which was repeated generation after generation meaninglessly. What does that mean exactly? Wait, just wait a moment. Li Yao hurried to drag the topic back. Until we find more intelligence and evidence, we won't reach anything on those impractical topics. Let's go back to our main theme just now. I'm already done. Who's up next? Let me. I've got nothing to hide. Whoever finds me unacceptable is free to duel with me. With a sullen face, Boss Bai said, My name is Bai Xingjian. I am mixed with the souls of two people, one named Bai Xinghe and the other named Yan Xingjian. No, perhaps there are still rats. The souls of 500 rats. This is my story. Boss Bai introduced his life. How shameless Yan Xingjian was in the beginning, how painfully he had struggled, how he commanded the army of space pirates to crush the fleet of the Cultivators, and how he met his karma when he tried to advance into the divinity transformation stage, ending his atrocious life under the curse of his wife. Eventually, he became 500 rats, suffering the half-alive and half-dead torture. Then it was about how Bai Xinghe watched Xianxia, leader of all cultivators, killed his parents, how he ended up on Spider Den, how he explored the dark, perilous underground fortresses under the coercion of the space pirates, how he rose step by step full of wrath and hatred, and how he turned around and died with the formidable enemy for his son Bai Kaisen. Eventually, the two unpardonable souls encountered in the darkness below the ground. After years of fermenting and condensing, they finally broke out of the ground and found the body of a newly dead boy named Mouse Bai. Reincarnating inside the body, the new generation Boss Bai began his journey. I am certainly not a good guy. By either the standard of the Federation or that of the Imperium, I'm a ferocious and monstrous bandit. So, if anyone wants to seek revenge from me or cut my head to claim bounties, it will be perfectly understandable. Finishing his life story calmly, Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and looked around before he said, However, whoever wants to kill me must be prepared to be killed by me. Until my dream is realized, I will not die. Nobody and nothing can possibly stop me from marching to the higher dimensions. Everybody fell silent after hearing what Boss Bai said. Except for Li Yao, all of them were rather shocked. Possession and reincarnation were not rare, but splitting the soul into 500 pieces, storing them inside the bodies of mice, and luckily escaping after 100 years of self-brutalization was too incredible. Long Yangjun couldn't help but glance at Li Yao, finally understanding what he meant by eccentrics. It's my turn next. The Fist King said, Lei Zhonglia is not my real name. I do not have a name. I am not a human being, but a machine. In the calmest tone, the Fist King quietly depicted his struggle and survival, and how he studied on the land of sins in the past hundreds of years, including how he spent a long time inside a forsaken library of human beings and gradually awakened his first wisdom there. He mentioned almost all the things that he never had the opportunity to in his entire life. In the end, he summarized, I used to think that machine was my entirety. Little did I expect that the wizardly chip that Boss Bai brought over would open up new possibilities for me. The more I studied the wizardly chip, the more I felt that something in my fundamental data was simmering with impatience and about to burst out, like grass sprouting again in the broken ice after a cold winter. In the past, I did not know what my real destiny was, or what I was going to do after I became the strongest in the universe. But now, I have come to the understanding that if my origins are indeed from the wizardless civilization, I'm bound to find the relics and the survivors of the wizardless civilization. Perhaps I will need to face the flood or go to Earth, the mysterious world in Liao's dream, together with him. We're the same. Before the Fist King finished, Xiaoming and Wenwen, who had similar life forms to him, shouted, "Our births were probably concerned with Earth too. So we naturally need to find Earth, look for the origins of our lives, and perfect our life forms. What if all the Earthlings look exactly like us? It would be great if we could find 6 billion partners." After everybody confessed their identity, they all focused their eyes on Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun's countenance was erratic as she lowered her head, deep in thought for a long time. When she accidentally raised her head, what she saw, however, were the encouraging eyes of Xiaoming and Wenwen. Long Yongjun was slightly dazed. The corners of her lips rose, as if she were laughing at her own timidity. Taking a deep breath, she said slowly, "My name is Long Yongjun. I am an ancient person." "We know that," Boss Bai said. "Being from the ancient sages sector that is covered in the dark nebula, you naturally count as an ancient person, which is too rare among us so many eccentrics. Why are you so cautious, fellow cultivator Long?" "No," Long Yongjun said expressionlessly. "When I said that I was an ancient person, I did not mean that I was from the ancient sages sector, but that I was from an earlier time, the primeval age hundreds of thousands of years ago." Under the eyes of the stunned Boss Bai and the sparking Fist King, Long Yongjun told her story unhurriedly. Of course, it also included her speculations on the primeval war, the threat of the flood, and everything else. Although the experts at the meeting were capable of communicating in a way dozens of times faster than language, it still took Long Yongjun a good 10 minutes before she finally explained her past, her memories, and her deductions. Her words were like the fiercest space storm that had blown Boss Bai and the Fist King into dizziness, who were not back to themselves until a long time later. By the time they were finally back to themselves, Boss Bai stared at Long Yongjun for 1 minute and then at Liao for another, before he said with a bitter smile, "Vulture Liao, you are truly incredible. It truly baffles me why so many unbelievable monsters have been gathered around you." Liao grinned and opened his hands, making the gesture of hugging everyone. He said lightheartedly, "Look, don't you feel much more comfortable after telling the secrets in your heart? Like a heavy burden that you've been carrying for 1,000 years has been put down? Furthermore, the sky did not fall and nothing went wrong. We now do not need to be wary of each other or pretend to not know each other's secrets when we do know. Such awkward situations can be saved, right?" Boss Bai scratched his stubble. His eyes were small, but the brilliance of those of a tiger was beaming out. Glancing around, he said slowly, "The eccentrics of different backgrounds like us perhaps do not count as normal human beings in the narrow sense. However, from a different perspective, we are all searching for the ultimate truth through hard work and trying to shape ourselves through the truth. In that case, we are all cultivators in the broad sense, aren't we? Fellow cultivators, greetings. It's nice to meet you, and it's great to fight side by side with you on the path of cultivation." Boss Bao's summary was exactly what everybody was thinking. Liao, Long Yongjun, the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen said at the same time, "Fellow cultivators, greetings." Everybody laughed. Then, dominating vibes surrounded Boss Bai, as if he were a raging nebula himself. "Now that the fellow cultivators here have all confessed our secrets to each other, let's focus on the more concrete subjects. It has occurred to me that the ultimate goals of all the fellow cultivators here, searching for Earth, searching for the wizardly world, or searching for the truth of the primeval war, are deeply associated and indispensable. Only by helping each other can we find the truth and our true selves. That is the basis of our teamwork, but we are also faced with a common problem, which is one of life and death that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were likely to have been faced with in the past. The problem is, Should we march out of the Pangu universe or not? If we march out, it's possible that we will be discovered by the flood. By then, not only will we be killed ourselves, but the Pangu universe will also be destroyed. If we do not march out, we will be suffocated in this place, repeating the tragedy of the Pangu civilization's destruction in the past. This is a dilemma. Each option has its own reasons but also extremely high risks. Allow me to give my answer first. We should march out without considering anything. Life is itself a gamble with extremely low odds. When the fish marched to the seashore in a wild gamble, were they ever scared of the dangers on the continent? The glory of any civilization depends on 100% bravery while fighting for the 1% luck. In the past, the Pangu civilization chose to stay back, and we have seen what happened to them. Should we still copy what they did? Of course not. We should march out and take our chances. Every civilization dies. All that matters is whether the death is splendid or soundless. Boss Bai declared passionately. I agree with Boss Bai. There are certainly risks. The crucial factors are the probability of risks and the scale of returns. The Fist King said calmly, according to fellow cultivator Long's speculation, the leadership of the Pangu civilization intended to hide in the Pangu universe for hundreds of thousands of years and restore their feelings, desires, and self-will after the flood ebbed. It is a very reasonable guess. Then, isn't the contemporary age we are at already hundreds of thousands of years later? At this point, it is highly likely that the flood has ebbed, and the returns to explore the extraterrestrial lands are highest. There can't be a better opportunity than here and now. Thinking for a moment, Liao asked, It's true that the flood has probably ebbed, but what do you mean by saying that the returns are highest now? Can you explain? I'm talking about the remains and the living space. The Fist King said, In nature, the destruction brought by any flood entails the hope of new life. When the floods rage on the land, they will leave fertile mud while they destroy forests. They will bring the life seeds from elsewhere, which will give birth to new creatures while they swallow the old ferocious beasts. I imagine that the flood in the universe is the same, right? After the flood swallows the civilizations, countless relics will be left behind for the exploration of the survivors. Once we discover the relics of the wizardless civilization, there will be hope for us to master all the technologies and wisdom of the wizardless civilization or even to find new lives to join us. We will establish a brand new alliance of carbon-based lives. No, an alliance of multiple-form lives, exactly like the Pangu's alliance in the past. After every relic of civilization is found, the Grand Alliance will be stronger. In the meantime, there can't be too many hostile, malicious civilizations in the universe right now. They have all been swallowed by the flood, and it is barely possible for a new generation powerful civilization to be born after only less than 1,000,000 years. In other words, the civilization of human beings in the Pangu universe is likely to be the greatest beneficiary of the previous outbreak of flood. As long as we have the courage to march out despite the risks, it is possible that we will harvest the entire universe. Well said. Boss Bai couldn't help but slap the table. Outside, it's the infinite treasures and living space that have been left behind after the flood ebbed. It's a wasteland where everything in the past has been destroyed. Whoever has the courage to explore and conquer it will be the new master of the grand universe. Or rather, by condensing the strength of thousands of civilizations, it will be possible for us to fight the flood once again someday in the future. Fist King, although we are not the same species, I have to say that I truly like you. Xiaoming and Wenwen had similar thinking patterns as the Fist Kings. After hearing what the Fist King said, the two of them immediately began to calculate. A moment later, they nodded their heads at the same time. Master Fist King is quite right. If we ever have the chance to march out of the Pangu universe in the 1,000 years to come, it will truly carry the least risks and the highest returns. I have no objection. Long Yongjun closed her eyes and said, The tragedy of the Pangu civilization's destruction still flashes in my head. There is no need to walk on the wrong path twice. Having reached a consensus, everybody looked at Liao. Pondering for a moment, Liao smiled and said, I don't think we need to worry too much about the problem, because somebody has marched out of the Pangu universe ahead of us not a long time ago. Liao was talking about Wei Qingqing. The little green bird that seemed weak but was in fact proud and stubborn had been launched out through a special starship with part of the spectral cultivators, or spiriters, in the Tinder plan. The way they explored the universe was similar to that of the bloodstripe virus. Their speed might not be high, and the technologies applied might not be too advanced, but the attrition and consumption on themselves were the lowest. They were likely to breach the black wall in the end. Although Wei Qingqing's starship was only powered by spiritual energy and was pushing forward through consecutive space jumps regularly, there was still a good chance that they could surpass the black wall with enough time. Should Wei Qingqing and the other spiriters unfortunately encountered the flood after they crossed the black wall, the odds would be quite high that the flood would figure out the coordinates of the Pangu universe and the existence of the civilization of mankind through them. Then, it would not matter whether or not Liao and the rest of them marched out. Or rather, it was not important whether or not the Tinder plan led by Wei Qingqing was reckless. Human beings were a species full of curiosity and desire for explorations after all. Since the civilization of mankind had picked up the tenebrum energy and the artificial intelligence after 100,000 years of development, it wouldn't be long before they grasped the abilities to march to the extraterrestrial lands. The efforts of Liao and the rest of them were merely accelerating the arrival of the event. Once the abilities to march to the extraterrestrial lands were grasped, with the natural instincts of human beings, there would certainly be ambitious, audacious guys who would march out without caring about anything. Even if there were not Wei Qingqing, Liao, or Boss Bai, other people would still embark on the quest. It was impossible to prevent human beings from marching out of the Pangu universe, unless the curiosity, interest, feelings, and free will of all the individuals were erased like what the Pangu civilization did in the past. The lowest requirement was to establish a country where every individual was closely monitored and all the civil, spontaneous exploration of the universe was banned so that the roads to space could be completely blocked. Was it possible? Look, as a matter of fact, we only have one choice, which is to push forward bravely, to explore, to conquer, and to contact all the civilizations that are threatened, destroyed, and swallowed by the flood. Liao concluded the discussion just now and then changed the topic. On the other hand, marching to the extraterrestrial lands, exploring the flood, and searching for Earth, those are our distant ultimate goals. Before we realize our ultimate goals, there is still an easy, short-term minor goal that we need to accomplish, which is to settle the Imperium and Blackstar the Great. To be more precise, we have to modify the Imperium of true human beings into what we would like it to be and to introduce the Star Glory Federation to the center of the cosmos. In the meantime, we have to resist the attack of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, thereby achieving a steady, triangular balance of the Imperium, the Federation, and the Covenant Alliance. This is exactly where my belief lies. While the vast universe is splendid enough, I am a human being after all. If my human patriots in the Pangu universe live in misery every second, will the vast, splendid, and mysterious universe outside be related to them at all? Wouldn't it be too hypocritical and hilarious if I were to watch the ordinary people be brutally exploited by the immortal cultivators and do nothing while I preach about how to prevent the civilization of mankind from being destroyed by the flood? Boss Bai, stop glaring just yet. Even if you do not care if the ordinary people are exploited by the immortal cultivators, you will need a powerful fleet in order to march to the extraterrestrial lands. Where exactly are you going to find such a fleet without a steady rear? You are not really thinking that it is possible to establish a fleet capable of crossing the Black Wall and reaching the extraterrestrial lands through the clandestine and stealthy methods, are you? Lost for words, Boss Bai was deep in thought. The Fist King said in a dull voice, Liao does have a point. Now that I think of it, the starships have to be navigated by some sort of super artificial intelligence in order to cross the Black Wall and march to the extraterrestrial lands. Also, they need to be upgraded into a certain new structure to be powered by the tenebrum energy. It is a massive project that requires breakthroughs in thousands of technological frontiers before it can be implemented. The fleet is certainly not something that we can build by robbing a few random fleets. Resources. We need astronomical resources, which can only be provided by a powerful and steady country from the back. I don't know how powerful your Star Glory Federation is, but since it lies at the border of the Pangu universe, it can't be enough to support the construction of such an extraterrestrial expedition army, in terms of scale. Only a country the size of the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance can facilitate the birth of such a fleet. Naturally, it's impossible for the Covenant Alliance to work with us, which makes the Imperium of true human beings the only option. Apart from resources, there's also intelligence. Long Yongjun said coldly. If the Pangu civilization was truly and indirectly destroyed by the flood, tremendous intelligence regarding the flood must have been left behind. Who knows whether or not such intelligence was passed on to the hands of the human experts during the rise of mankind? Is it possible that the conflicts among human experts were actually about certain secrets beyond the Pangu universe, like the flood? For example, the alliance of the Holy Covenant. What is the significance of the Covenant Alliance? Is it really so simple as to erase everybody's feelings and self-will so that they will be the Pangu clan's obedient tools? If it is really as simple as that, how could the people of the Covenant Alliance never doubt or resist in the past 1,000 years? Is it possible that the Covenant Alliance has actually learned something about the flood, and that they are merely carrying on the last will of the Pangu civilization by continuing to seal themselves, in order to protect the Pangu universe in such an extreme way? Also, there's the rebirth of Blackstar the Great and the secret he is digging below the capital in the Imperial Terminus sector. What is it exactly? Why does he think that he will be able to defeat the 4 Kurfürst families and even the Covenant Alliance as soon as the item is found? Furthermore, was the war between the Supreme Emperor, the strongest human being, and the Blood God, his strongest clone, 10,000 years ago really a simple struggle for power? Of course I do not have any evidence, but wouldn't it have been too lowly for people as strong as the Supreme Emperor or the Blood God to fight only for power? It must have been a competition of beliefs between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God. Then what exactly were the beliefs that they had different opinions on? What complicated contradictions could have possibly turned the Supreme Emperor and his clone against each other? Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, what is the Book of Revelation that the Pangu civilization left, and for what reason was it left? The historians in the future generations all believed that it was a seed of their civilization when the Pangu civilization realized their inevitable failure at the last years of the primeval war, but I have a different theory. Was it possible that the Pangu civilization compiled the 8 volumes of the Book of Revelation when they realized the threat of the flood as a preparation to revive themselves after the flood ebbed? If that is the case, the Book of Revelation will be very important for our exploration in the extraterrestrial lands and our understanding of the flood. Gathering all 8 volumes may be too difficult, but it will be safer to launch the expedition after we find at least 1 or 2 volumes of it. Won't it? Long Yongjuan's words were reasonable and convincing. They were also endorsed by the pieces of her memories and were, therefore, closer to the fact than the groundless speculations of the historians. What exactly was Blackstar the Great up to? What kind of secrets were buried in the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor? Where was the mysterious Book of Revelation? Was it possible that the ways to cross the Black Wall and explore the extraterrestrial lands had been engraved on it? It seems that, Boss Bai chuckled and said, in order to realize our ultimate goal, we will have to accomplish the minor goal of blowing up Blackstar the Great first. Exactly. Liao nodded his head. Wu Yingqi is not blind. It's not like he will watch us establish an enormous expedition fleet without doing anything. We cannot begin the explorations of the next stop without fixing the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. All right, then, let's use Wu Yingqi's head as a lantern to illuminate the journey to the extraterrestrial lands. Boss Bai waved his hands and said, we were planning to participate in the Battle of 7 Seas after all and work on another major heist. As long as we benefit from the Battle of 7 Seas and expand a couple of times, we will be one of the major forces at the edge of the Imperium. Who will be able to do anything about us? Exactly. The Battle of 7 Seas will be the first major space campaign for the reformists and the 4 families. Neither party can afford failure. So, there will be a great chance for us to take advantage of the chaos. With his eyes glowing, Liao put on a cunning smile. However, taking advantage of the chaos is not enough. Since so many top-tier eccentrics of the Pangu universe have been gathered here, I think that we can work on something greater. Boss Bai narrowed his eyes. Liao, I knew that you would be up to no good. Tell me about it. What do you want? Pondering for a moment, Liao said, I want to make the business alliance of 10,000 sectors side with us. Have you lost your mind? Boss Bai remarked. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is the greatest endorser behind the reformists and has been supporting them vehemently for decades. An important reason for the reformists' unstoppable rise is the incessant investment from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Right now, the reformists are about to succeed, and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is going to reap the fruits of victory. Do you think that they will be out of their mind and begin to support you and me instead of the reformists? Just be patient and hear me out. Crossing his fingers and covering his nose, Liao put on a mysterious smile and said calmly, Of course, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors will continue supporting the reformists without caring about the cost. The two parties are indispensable in the first place. But is supporting the reformists the same as supporting Blackstar the Great? I hope my fellow cultivators can reflect on the difference and answer one question for me. Why hasn't Wuxia revealed his identity as Blackstar the Great yet? What are his concerns? Or fears? Liao's words cast the experts at the meeting into deep thoughts. Those experts were all monsters with extraordinary computational and deduction abilities. Now that Liao had pointed it out, they immediately realized that it was weird. That's right. Blackstar the Great does not have any reason to keep such a low profile. Long Yongjun, who already had a head-on clash with Wuxia, was the first to realize the problem. He might have been laying low during the dormancy period, when he was still relatively weak, because he feared that the four Kurfürst families would join their hands to suppress or kill him should his identity be exposed. But right now, the reformists have ended on bad terms with the four families. The two parties have declared war on each other. Even the Imperial Terminus sector has been taken down by the reformists, and the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders has been established. He has the Imperial Guards to defend him and countless experts in the divinity transformation stage at his disposal. What is he still scared of? There are a lot of benefits to reveal his identity. In the Imperium of true human beings, where the greatest virtue is strength, Blackstar the Great is not an identity to be ashamed of. Many people can accept the grandeur return of an expert who has slept for 1,000 years. They are even looking forward to such an expert, who will stand out, consolidate the loosened Imperium, and lead them to reclaim their former glory. Just look at Emperor Xinwu, who was not half as capable as he was described. He was already praised to be a second Blackstar the Great, when he only won an expedition temporarily. Right now, we are talking about the reappearance of the authentic founding emperor of the country and the ancestor of all immortal cultivators. In terms of legitimacy, his position is stronger than anybody else's. I imagine that the morale of his supporters will be boosted to the summit if Wuxia reveals his identity, and the morale of the four families will hit the rock bottom. Not only will the immortal cultivators of other surnames in their territories waver, but even the lower-level immortal cultivators within the four families may be shocked and join Blackstar the Great instead. Right? It is needless to mention the bottom-level people of the Imperium of true human beings, who have mostly grown up listening to the legends of the wise and strong Blackstar the Great. If they learn that their emperor is back to life, how can they not worship and follow him with their lives? On the other hand, even if he does not reveal his identity, Queen Li Linghai is still a thorn in the flesh for the four Kurfürst families, and the four families will still try everything possible to kill Li Linghai. It is absolutely impossible for them to reach an agreement. From every perspective, Blackstar the Great should reveal his real identity. At the very least, he has absolutely no concerns on the four Kurfürst families' side. You're quite right. So, Wuxia has been keeping his identity a secret not because he is concerned about his enemy, the four Kurfürst families, but because he is concerned about, if not scared of, his temporary ally, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Like a blade that was slowly unsheathed, Liao's eyes grew sharp, and his every word was as precise as a scalpel cutting a nidus. What is the business alliance of 10,000 sectors? It is a coalition of the new capitals at the edge of the Imperium, or in fact the whole Imperium. It represents the strength of the billions of medium and small business groups nationwide. What are the appeals of the new capitals and the small businesses? What are the instincts of their survival and development? First of all, a unified and open market. The customs and the redundant tariffs in different sectors should be cancelled so that capitals can flow unrestrictedly like blood, instead of only being controlled by the noble families who know nothing except for exploitation and entertainment. Second, a social and business environment that is more fair, just, and open. Capitals inherently demand fairness and oppose regality. Everybody is equal in front of the hideous money, which is the most basic business logic. If the emperor's $1 can be used as $3, a noble's $1 can be used as $2, and a civilian's $1 can be used as only half a dollar, no business can ever thrive. Thirdly, and most importantly, a healthy, vigorous, and expanding market. Specifically, the new capitals call for better privileges, more spare time, and more rights and freedom for the ordinary people, or the so-called hominoids, in the Imperium. Only in such a way will the hominoids be capable of and interested in consuming the goods presented by the capitals and helping them grow. Capitals are, of course, cruel and heartless. It will certainly not devote itself to the liberation of hominoids for no good reason. However, if most hominoids are slaves and puppets, who are not interested in any consumption other than on energy pills or slaughter streams, the new capitals will be starved. So, allow me to reaffirm my opinion that I came up with after I arrived in the Imperium. The new commercial capitals and their representative, business alliance of 10,000 sectors, are the most advanced, open-minded forces in the Imperium of true human beings that crave for changes the most. So, they are most likely to cooperate with us. Boss Bai observed, but the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is hostile to the cultivators, and they have already chosen the reformists. All the immortal cultivators are hostile to the cultivators. All we can do is to find the least hostile community in them. Liao said, also, as I said just now, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors chose the reformists and Queen Li Linghai, not Blackstar the Great. While the slogan of the reformists on the surface is honor the majesty, settle the rebels, renew the Imperium, implying that they want to build a powerful and unified government, their declaration honor the majesty is pure bullshit. Neither the reformists nor their patron, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, wants an autocratic emperor. Once their reform succeeds, it is very likely that they will enforce a constitutional monarchy, where the emperor is regarded as a lofty, honorable symbol while the real power is concentrated on the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders. It is needless to say that there will be tremendous spokespersons of business groups in the committee to ensure that the future of the Imperium lies in the hands of capitals. Why did they choose Li Linghai as the leader of the reformists? Part of the reason was that Li Linghai had a strong army, but more importantly, it was because they knew that Li Linghai was from the Li family and had been the queen of the Imperium for decades. Her identity meant that she couldn't become a dominating emperor or a tyrant. She could only be an obedient spokesperson of capitals. That was the foundation of the cooperation of the reformists or Li Linghai and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. But what we are talking about right now is not Li Linghai but Wu Yingqi. Is it possible that such a tyrant, despot, and dictator such as Blackstar the Great will be an obedient spokesperson of capitals? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. From what Wu Yingqi said during our battle against him, it seems that he has grasped a certain secret technique that guarantees eternal life. Well, an eternal life sounds too unbelievable, but judging from his tone, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live another 2,000 to 3,000 years. It's already bad enough for someone like Wu Yingqi to live 200 to 300 years, not to mention that he will now live 10 times longer. He will certainly focus all power and capitals in his hands, closely monitor all the experts and civilians, and become the most powerful tyrant. Under the governance of Blackstar the Great, even the nobles will have no living space at all and can only shudder in fear below his feet, let alone the small businesses and the free capitals? I have never heard of any tyrant that can live in peace with free capitals. Yes, the short-sighted owners of the free capitals, by their contributions to the rising of Wu Yingqi, can change into aristocratic capitals. But it must be noted that the source of the so-called aristocratic capitals is still in the hands of Blackstar the Great. What does a founding emperor like to do most? Killing the potential threats, of course. Didn't Blackstar the Great kill many contributors to his rise when he came to power years ago? As long as the leaders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors have the slightest brainwaves that are not corrupted by the short-term benefits, they will not believe him. In conclusion, my opinion is that most of the leaders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors must have been deceived. They are under the illusion that the person whom they have pushed to the front stage is the relatively harmless Queen Li Linghai. They are confident in controlling Li Linghai, or at least in negotiating with her in the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders in the future to share the huge cake that is the Imperium. However, never have they dreamed that the person they have pushed forward is a tyrant 100 times more dreadful than the four Kurfürsten. Besides, the tyrant has both the strength and the legitimacy. Once he is in power, he will not share the cake with anybody else, but will simply crumble all the oppositions into the frostings on the cake before he swallows it. Right now, the competition between the reformists and the four families is still intense, and Blackstar the Great still needs the strength of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Naturally, he would not expose his identity at such a moment. He would wait at least until the backs of the four families are completely broken and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors cannot jump out of his control. He would only drop his disguise and claim the Imperium again at that time. It does sound reasonable. Pondering for a long time, Boss Bai said, "Li Yao, it seems that you have truly preserved your intelligence in daily life and used it in critical moments like right now. So to speak, there is truly an opportunity for us to cooperate with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Not just the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, but also most of the real reformists." His eyes glittering, Li Yao said carefully, "For the people who truly want to renew the Imperium, instead of only fighting for power, the rebirth of Blackstar the Great will be a huge setback, and they will not allow such a thing to happen. Those people are the cooperators that we need to appeal to. To put it more simple, Blackstar the Great is a worm lurking within the reformists, intending to steal the fruit of victory after the reformists and the four families have both suffered brutal losses. It is our mission to stop him from realizing that. The idea that the Imperium needs renewal is right, but Wu Yingqi and Li Linghai in the Imperium are both false reformists, who are taking advantage of the real reformists and will strike them after they succeed. The cause of the reformists is now in perils. Right now, only we can raise the banner and call for a real reform." Wow! Hardly had Li Yao finished when Xiaoming and Wenwen clapped their hands hard. With his eyes full of admiration, Xiaoming shouted, "Why can Dad be so sordid when he is sordid and so awesome when he is awesome? Is what Boss Bai said true, and this is some sort of special way to distribute thinking abilities?" Wenwen speculated. "He reveals only 1% of his wisdom to handle the daily work and communication, but the other 99% of wisdom is not hibernating but running in silence, continuing the complicated and long-term deductions. Then, when the critical moments come, he will be able to present the results. This is truly a remarkable ability that both ensures maximal computational ability and utilizes all the spare time of the brain in a reasonable way. Also, the energy consumption is greatly lowered, without any concerns of getting mentally deranged." Xiaoming was amazed. For a pure crystal processor, it is absolutely impossible to switch between the two computational states in such a seamless way. Only a human brain is capable of that. Is this where the human brain is more advanced than the crystal processor? The two kids looked at each other and declared at the same time, "It seems we need to learn from Dad and pick up such a fantastic way of thinking. Is that really so complicated?" Slightly frowning, Li Yao said casually, "This is just the most insignificant reflection of my wisdom." Boss Bai covered his forehead. "Enough, Li Yao, it's really enough. Let's just talk about the specific moves. Specifically, first of all, an elite rapid response fleet with a high combat ability is certainly indispensable." Li Yao said solemnly, "The Blue Sky Space Zone is now ours, and Li Wuji, Marquis Yongchun, is in our hands too. According to the intelligence, there should still be 1 to 2 months until the Battle of the Seven Seas Grand Market. During the time, the whole attention of the reformists and the four families will be focused on enlistment and mobilization. As long as Li Wuji delivers appropriate information, I don't think anybody will disturb us while we maintain, upgrade, and train the fleet here. I don't know the first thing about the construction of a fleet, but Boss Bai is undoubtedly the connoisseur here. Naturally, you should be fully responsible for it. The key is to let the Fist King, Xiaoming, and One completely melt into the fleet, in order to build a super fleet that is fastest and has the best cyber warfare abilities even in the entire center of the cosmos. Eventually, the fleets stronger than us will not be as fast as us, those faster than us will not be as good at camouflages and deceptions as us, and the professional cyber war troops that are better at camouflages and deceptions than us will not have as many super experts and colossi for a head-on clash as we do. In that case, our fleet will never fail. With the super fleet as our shield, we will be able to initiate communication with the Star Glory Federation. It's been a while since I jumped to the Imperium. The Federation must be eager to learn the updates on the center of the cosmos. Before, I was either closely monitored by Li Linghai or running desperately. I never had the conditions to build a massive, super remote base of communication, but right now the conditions have been met. Although the Federation, lying at the border of the Pangu universe, is not nearly as strong as the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance, our national power can certainly amount to one of the four families, can't it? When the life and death game comes to the most critical moment, the reinforcements from the Federation might play a vital role, right? The last thing is what I said just now. I'm thinking of finding Jin Yuyen, the director of the Connoisseur, in the Seven Seas Grand Market and talk him into joining our side. Boss Bai, the Fist King, Long Yangjun, Xiaoming, and One were all deep in thought. Knocking the table slowly, Boss Bai said, "There's no reason why Blackstar the Great would ignore the problems that you have thought of. If I were Wu Yingqi, I would certainly have infiltrated the business alliance of 10,000 sectors one way or another. Are you sure that Jin Yuyan is not Wu Yingqi's guy, and he is unaware of the truth? It goes without saying that Wu Yingqi has tried to infiltrate the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and partly succeeded, shifting the loyalty of some members of the alliance from capitals to His Majesty." Li Yao said, "After all, capitals are like water. When they grow fierce and turn into a torrent, they can be most ferocious and destroy everything on their way. But when they are weak, they will be the weakest things in the world, even weaker than tofu. For the pettiest benefits, they will not hesitate to sell their parents. However, even if most members of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors may sell their organization and join Blackstar the Great, how could Jin Yuyan, as the director of the alliance, betray the foundation of his cause? Even if he does side with Wu Yingqi, he will still be a major threat to Wu Yingqi and will get removed sooner or later. Since he has become the leader of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, his smartness is unquestionable. I don't believe that he will be so greedy and unwise. So, my judgment is that Jin Yuyan is still deceived, and he does not know the truth inside Li Linghai's body. This guy is negotiable." Boss Bai said coldly, "If your guess is correct, I think that Jin Yuyan is likely to be in some sort of danger because Blackstar the Great certainly would not like such a smart guy controlling the business alliance of 10,000 sectors." "That's right," Li Yao said. "That's all the more reason why I need to go to the Seven Seas Grand Market. After all, a great battle is coming, in which anything can happen. It will be rather troublesome if Jin Yuyan is killed by unknown assassins. All in all, this is our plan. Boss Bai will supervise the construction of the fleet, I will establish the super remote communication base, and after the communication with the Federation, Long Yangjun and I will sneak into the Seven Seas Grand Market to persuade Jin Yuyan. We will try to earn the most benefits from the battle and accomplish the minor goal of killing Wu Yingqi first before we pursue our ultimate dream of breaking out of the Pangu universe. Any questions?" Boss Bai, "No, the Fist King. No, Xiaoming and Wan. No, Long Yangjun. Yes, some of my primeval memories have just been awakened. It has occurred to me that I'm rather talented in fleet commanding. So, I'm thinking to stay in the space battlefield. The dominator of ventilation tubes alone is enough for the sneaking job. Keep it up. I'm rooting for you." "Huh." Liao blinked quickly and turned to Xiaoming and Wan. "Hey kids, why don't you come with your father on this mission?" "About that." Xiaoming and Wan looked at each other and hesitated. Yesterday, we talked about it with Master Fist King and realized that there were a lot of things that we needed to learn from Master Fist King. Also, if the battle network of a super fleet is to be established, it seems that our database will have to open more accesses and interfaces. All in all, there are a lot of technical details and problems that need addressing. You wouldn't know what they meant even if we tell you, Dad. So, we really don't have the time. That's right. The Fist King said calmly, my database is more condensed and professional, storing solely the information about battles, but Xiaoming and Wenwen's database includes a lot more information about the civilization of mankind. Our communication will significantly increase our logic abilities and mental activities. So, I have improved the issue to be the top priority. So, I cannot go with you, Liao. But don't misunderstand, I truly want to go with you. Trust me, I'm a machine. Well, a machine doesn't lie. Taking a deep breath, Liao looked at Boss Bai. Boss Bai had already activated more than 10 light beams. He was so focused on the construction of the fleet that he did not notice Liao's scorching eyes at all. The meeting room fell silent in a subtle, awkward atmosphere. Liao looked at everyone, and everyone looked at their fingers. Fine. Narrowing his eyes, Liao gnashed his teeth and said, let's discuss the specific arrangements later. All in all, the first meeting of our partnership of pyromaniacs is very successful. Wait, what? Boss Bai was suddenly refreshed, and his head craned out of a light beam. What the heck is the partnership of pyromaniacs? Was this one of the motions? Why didn't I know anything? It's the name of our team, Liao said matter-of-factly. So many sophisticated eccentrics of the Pangu universe have been gathered for the future of mankind. This is such a thrilling and significant issue, and such a luxury and top combination. Naturally, it needs a great name. Boss Bai bashed the table and glared. The most important thing is why this combination is named as Partnership of Pyromaniacs. Can't it be called Coalition of Kleptomaniacs? Yes, of course it can. But the name Partnership of Pyromaniacs is more meaningful and awe-inspiring, because our goal is to bring light and warmth to all the civilizations in the whole universe. Liao scratched his head hard. Seeing that Boss Bai was apparently not in a good mood, he said in a hurry, don't be upset, Boss Bai. How about this? Let's both take a step back and meet halfway. The name of the team is still Partnership of Pyromaniacs, but we can use your battle robe as the suit of our team. When the unparalleled experts of Partnership of Pyromaniacs show up, I, the Fist King, Long Yangjun, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and even Li Jialing, Han Te, Lu Li, and the rest of them will all be wearing colorful shirts, beach pants, and blue and white flip-flops. Wouldn't that be glamorous and astounding? Boss Bai, Xiaoming. So, has Dad entered the low operation speed mode again, preserving all his intelligence? The Fist King, I think so. Those idiotic human beings. Can Partnership of Pyromaniacs or Coalition of Kleptomaniacs even count as a name? In my opinion, it should be called the Invincible Alliance of Iron Dominators. Ha! Wenwen was astounded. Master Fist King, are you serious? Of course. The Fist King said, I'm a machine. A machine never jokes. I'm always serious. Is there a problem? I do have a minor question. Xiaoming couldn't help but ask, Master Fist King, how do you feel about the name, Super Awesome Heavenly Crystal Second Generation? It's not half bad. The Fist King analyzed carefully for a moment and said, it's simple yet intimidating. The suffix second generation points out its model and version, leaving room for future upgrades. The following models can be named as the third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation, and so on without causing any confusion. It's a rarely seen good name. What's wrong? Xiaoming and Wenwen said at the same time. And nothing. Just forget it. While a friendly and joyful discussion was going on inside the meeting room, allowing the participants of the meeting to gain a profound understanding about each other's stance, two fledgling, vigorous young men, perhaps the new generation of the Partnership of Pyromaniacs, were confronting each other coldly. They were exactly Han Te and Li Jialing. Appointed as guards of the meeting, they stayed at the door to prevent anybody else from barging in. However, the two young men were like magnets on the same pole, finding each other utterly intolerable even though it was the first time they met. Han Te leaned against the wall like a hippie. His lips pouted, while he squinted at the golden hair on Li Jialing's body with disdain all over his face. He was also mumbling something non-stop. Li Jialing, on the other hand, was holding his arms and almost half asleep, his head lowered, not even looking back at Han Te. His arrogance completely irritated the disobedient young man from the land of sins. Han Te walked around Li Jialing for a few laps and provoked him. "Hey, golden-haired boy, has anybody ever told you that you look very arrogant? Then, has anybody ever told you that?" Li Jialing replied casually. "You look very unmannered? Hee. The worms that gnawed our way out of the land of sins like us were all raised by nature. Of course, we are unmannered." Han Te gnashed his teeth. "We are certainly not half as unmannered as the sons of the great houses who always enjoy an extravagant life." Extravagant life? Great houses? Li Jialing was amused. He shook his head and said unconcernedly, "I know you, Han Te. You are very famous in the Big By pirate gang, the stud from Stainless Mouse. However, a piece of advice. If you suffer cerebral ischemia for a long time, your brain tissues tend to necrotize, and your IQ will be lowered, although I don't think you have much to lose right now." Took Han Te a long time before he finally realized what was going on. He immediately burst into a fury with his eyes bloodshot, like a bull whose eyes were covered by a piece of red cloth. He demanded angrily, "Li boy, I know you too. You're from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, aren't you? You once received the most rigorous training there, and the materials for your training were all captured from the land of sins, weren't they? Every muscle and every bone on your body is saturated with the blood of the people of the land of sins. One day is unnecessary." Golden flames seemed to be surging in the middle of Li Jialing's golden hair. The last thing he would like to be reminded of was the miserable life when he was in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. He couldn't help but burst into a real fury too. "Let's just make it here and today. Although I do not believe I'm the one responsible for the miseries of the land of sins. If you have nothing better to do than to vent your fury on me, just bring it on. I'm right here." Crack, 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 crack. Han Te's arms that were made of iron unleashed purple electric arcs too, with the sword balls carved with rune arrays swirling rapidly among them. Staring at Li Jialing, he announced, "Had it not been for Grandpa Yao, I would have taught you a lesson a long time ago." "Same for me." Li Jialing narrowed his eyes and said, "Had it not been for Brother Yao, I assure you that I would have turned you from a stud into a mule. Do you know their difference? Asshole." Han Te burst into fury. Then he realized that something was not right. "You are tricking me. I call him Grandpa Yao, and yet you call him Brother Yao. Doesn't that mean I'm multiple generations lower than you? Golden-haired boy, it's too cunning of you. Li Jialing, idiot. You." Han Te was about to go on a rampage when he saw a petite person running to the place. Delighted, he retreated his spiritual energy and put on a smile. "Luli, are you here for Grandpa Yao or Master Fist King?" It was exactly Luli, the girl who grew up and escaped from the land of sins together with him. Luli was still mad at Han Te. Seeing that he was guarding the door, she sniffed and became gloomy, looking at the other direction. However, she was greatly shocked when she saw the other young man who was guarding the door, and couldn't help but look back in Han Te's direction as she exclaimed, "A cat demon!" Li Jialing finally had enough of it. The golden hair all over his body stood up, making his head twice as large as usual, while he roared, "Who's a cat demon? Are the people from the land of sins all as ignorant as you? This is a lion, a magnificent golden lion." Aya! Scared, Luli hurried to hide behind Han Te, while Han Te shouted and waved his iron arms at Li Jialing. The three young people became a mess. Of course, it was a rather unharmonious episode of the meeting of the establishment of the Partnership of Pyromaniacs. Eventually, a common understanding was achieved inside and outside of the meeting room. The small team made of the most bizarre-looking, unbelievable, and strong eccentrics of the Panga universe was eventually named as Partnership of Pyromaniacs. on the condition that Liao would no longer wear Boss Bai's same type robe in the future, at least not right in front of Boss Bai. After the team was set up, the construction of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs, co-founded by the Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivators fleet, was finally set on the correct and high-speed track. The first to come was the maintenance, modification, and upgrade of the Starships. Having captured tremendous starships of the 28 pirate gangs, Li Wuji's fleet, and the Flying Rainbow fleet, the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs almost had infinite possibilities of modification. As if he were a disloyal son who was selling his father's properties without cherishing, Boss Bai dismantled the power units of abundant starships in the most extravagant way and installed all of them on the few starships that he intended to retain. In the end, the power units of those starships were mostly 3 times more than the power units on the starships of the same type, and in extreme cases they were 6 times more powerful. It meant that they would have the unparalleled acceleration and the agility that would absolutely lacerate the shell and the internal structure of the starships. Nobody had ever done such a thing before, because starships were not the faster, the better. Even if they were pursuing the maximal speed, the goal could not be achieved by simply installing a few more power units. It also required the redesign of the shape of the starship, perfection of the structure, the most well-trained and fearless crew, and the ancillary artificial intelligence system that could accurately control every rune array in the power units. As it happened, most of the conditions could be satisfied in the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs. For the conditions that could not be met, it was Boss Bai's opinion that they could be made up with courage and luck. Trust me. Having walked to where we are today, we are definitely the luckiest people in the Panga universe. So, those starships will absolutely have no faults even if they are twice as fast as their maximal speed, as long as you are not on our starships. Absolutely. Boss Bai patted his chest and promised Liao. Next, it was the modification of the Fist King's starship, Iron Fist, and the preparation for Xiaoming and Wenwen's own starships. While Xiaoming and Wenwen were capable of hacking the spiritual nexus freely, this was a material world after all. Their brains were still undeveloped, which meant that their overly powerful abilities were restricted, and if they were to use such abilities, it might cause irreversible brain injuries. Liao, Boss Bai, and the Fist King discussed for a long time. Eventually, they prepared 2 swirl-level cyber war cruisers of the Imperium as their special starships. The starships of such a model did not have fierce firepower, but they carried a very powerful crystal processor system and cyber warfare system. It was their responsibility to disrupt the enemy's spiritual nexus, fabricate signals, and camouflage the network of their own side in wartime. They were the best carriers for information lives. Swirl was not the most advanced model of cyber war cruisers of the Imperium. As a matter of fact, there were quite a few better ones in Li Wuji's fleet that was newly captured. However, Swirl had the greatest advantage in that the starships of such a model were relatively large in size because of the underdeveloped technologies, which meant that there was great potential for modification. After the abundant useless facilities were removed, there would be room for more mainframe crystal processors. Eventually, the 2 swirl-level cyber war cruisers were respectively installed with 8 mainframe crystal processors that were dismantled from other starships. According to the general rule of starship upgrade and modification, it was an absurd approach that would result in the redundancy of computational ability and excessive energy consumption. The mainframe crystal processors were the greatest energy consumers on starships. The main guns only consumed spiritual energy when they were fired, but the mainframe crystal processors could consume astronomical spiritual energy every second. For a normal commander, piling 8 mainframe crystal processors on one starship was like installing 100 cannons on one tower. It was utterly stupid, but for Xiaoming and Wenwen, there could never be enough crystal processors. In their words, they were trapped in the flesh and blood like fish living in a small pond previously. By connecting to the 8 mainframe crystal processors via the nerval interaction liquids, they felt that they had leaped from a pond into a giant river, and they were now able to swim and soar. However, 8 mainframe crystal processors were also the limits of what their tiny bodies could bear. For the information lives, every new connected crystal processor was like one more piece of bread for a human being. One's body could only be nourished and built on by eating bread in a good time, so that more bread could be swallowed and digested later. The process of adaptation was necessary. It was the same for information lives. Connecting hundreds of mainframe crystal processors to Xiaoming and Wenwen's brains and asking them to power the equipment would wear them out. Liao and the Fist King, one being the kid's father and the other being their own kind, had devoted all their knowledge to the modification of the two kids' starships and were very satisfied with the final result. Looking at the newly crafted Super Swirl level cyber war cruisers, Liao and the Fist King were almost shedding hot tears as lubricants. The two of them almost couldn't wait to name the new starships. Xiaoming and Wenwen stopped them without any hesitation, claiming that they should keep a low profile until the conditions matured. So, the two starships were simply named as Xiaoming and Wenwen, and it was unnecessary for Liao and the Fist King to waste their time on thinking of more awe-inspiring names. Besides the most advanced crystal processors and cyber warfare units, the two Super Swirl level warships naturally still needed crews. While Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King could reduce half of the posts on board through the fully automatic operation system, the agility, independence, and creativity of human beings in the key posts could not be replaced by piles of data. Liao chose the reliable soldiers in the Big by pirate gang who knew the truth of the Federation and who still had family in the Federation, as well as those in the Cultivators fleet who held bloody grudges against the immortal Cultivators, as the crews of Xiaoming and Wenwen. Those people either considered the Federation as their homeland or had the deepest hatred against the Imperium. Their loyalty was certainly not a problem. The question was how to explain what Xiaoming and Wenwen were to them. Liao had made up his mind that he would not keep the truth a secret for too long. Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King had also run careful deductions. If they did not intend to have full conflicts with the civilization of mankind, resulting in heavy losses on both sides, the sooner they revealed the truth, the better. If they had mastered a dozen fleets and millions of aggressive battle puppets, only to be exposed by somebody else, it was impossible for the paranoid and sensitive human beings not to overreact. While they were still fledgling, they could offer to publicize the truth and grow up under the watch and guidance of mankind. That was perhaps the fastest way of growth for a child civilization. Of course, the situation at the center of the cosmos was still too chaotic. The Reformists, Black Star the Great who was hiding among the Reformists, the four Kurfürst families, the Covenant Alliance that was coveting from the darkness the mysterious mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, as well as the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God whose life statuses were unknown. There were too many variables. The troops in the Blue Sky Market were far from united too. Since the Battle of the Seven Seas Grand Market was about to begin, all the crew members would only be baffled if the truth was completely revealed. Therefore, after discussing with the Fist King and Boss Bai, Liao decided to go one step at a time and reveal part of the truth in order to see the crew's reaction. Regarding the two unbelievably automatic cyber warfare cruisers, Liao's explanation was that they had applied the most up-to-date super artificial intelligence technology from the Federation, or to wit, the hyperspirits technology left by extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian. Extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian created countless artificial intelligence and strengthened 18 of them into hyperspirits, planning to use them to control the entire Federation. That was true. The hyperspirits boasted computational abilities and logic abilities far more advanced than regular artificial intelligence, which allowed them to hack and control a super crystal processor easily. Of course, when they were applied to massive magical equipment complexes, they could significantly improve the automation of the starships or space fortresses. That was also true. Xiaoming and Wenwen's antecedents were Hyperspirit number 17 and Hyperspirit number 18. That was also absolutely true. Of course, however impressive the hyperspirits actually were, they were still within the category of artificial intelligence, which was a popular technology in both the Federation and the Imperium. It was a necessary ancillary technology to use any large magical equipment. Both the space pirates and the cultivators of the Imperium had seen too many of such things. It was an accepted theory that the two starships were controlled by very sophisticated artificial intelligence. As for Xiaoming and Wenwen, the two lovely kids, Liao also admitted to the crew dutifully that they were his children who had naturally endowed abilities that made them very awesome specialists of artificial intelligence. Only the two of them were capable of controlling the hyperspirits on the two starships. While it was slightly unbelievable, but considering that they were the children of Vulture Liao, the whole thing seemed, well, more understandable now. As it turned out, the crew got along rather well with the two starships and the kids. The problems that Liao was worried about did not happen at all. Both the space pirates of the Federation and the cultivators of the Imperium were Marines. For a Marine, what mattered most was always bigger, faster, and stronger starships. Could there have been a more exciting thing than to be allocated to a starship that boasted the highest cyber warfare abilities in the entire Imperium? Although the hyper-spirits almost caused a destructive catastrophe to the Federation in the past, weapons themselves were not guilty, and it all depended on whose hands the weapons were. Now that the hyper-spirits belonged to the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs, of course they should be as strong as possible. The two kids were particularly amiable too, and they raised a natural sense of protection. After seeing how lovely the kids were, many crew members were secretly complaining about how ruthless Liao was to put such little children on starships and involve them in the perilous war. It was simply too risky whatever unique techniques they had. All in all, boosted by the crew's pride and sense of unity, and thanks to the automatic performance of the starships, it took only half a month before the two highly modified cyber warfare cruisers miraculously gained preliminary combat ability. The remaining amazing abilities had to be activated and improved in the real battle. After more than half a month, when the starships of the two branch fleets were mostly done with maintenance and upgrading, Boss Bai supervised a minor drill. On one side of the drill, it was the fleet commanded by Boss Bai in person in the traditional way. On the other side, it was the new generation fleet commanded by the Fist King under the assistance of Xiaoming and Wenwen, which was more intelligent and automatic. As it turned out, while Boss Bai boasted more experience and elite warships that were faster and fiercer, the victory did not come easily. He had essentially tried everything he could before he tore apart the battle formation of the Fist King's fleet like peeling an onion. Despite the failure, the Fist King's fleet still led 1/3 of the starships to retreat in order, keeping the seeds of the troop alive, under the delicate projection of firepower, the marvelous coordination, and the absolutely calm and emotionless command. Of course, such a marvelous failure was not entirely to the credit of the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen, but more like the first perfect cooperation of the newborn information lives and human beings. Boss Bai was quite right. The pure information lives had obvious vulnerabilities. Their existence and strength were highly dependent on their communication with each other. And in the vast, boundless space, communication could be a burdensome task that was prone to interference. Human beings, on the other hand, had the greatest advantage that they could process fuzzy orders independently. In the most extreme cases, a human soldier would be an army of himself. Human beings plus information lives, that was perhaps the right way to fight future wars, and the only path for their civilization to surpass the Black Wall and reach beyond the Pangu universe. Seeing that Xiaoming and Wenwen were stronger and better integrated into human society after every day, Liao, however, felt a little self-contradictory. Even though they had revealed part of the truth, some information was still retained. Once the crew learned the whole truth, knowing that the so-called artificial intelligence actually had their own minds and will and did not necessarily have to follow the instructions of human beings, what would they think? Would they be happy, or would they be dreaded, when they found out that the artificial intelligence was so similar to human beings? Human beings could be corrupted and completely lost because of power, wealth, or strength. Was it also the case for artificial intelligence or information lives? Right now, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King were still relatively weak, and Liao believed that they were cooperating with mankind sincerely, but if they mastered the strength far exceeding that of human beings someday, making them 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times stronger than mankind, what could he do? Information lives were the creatures and children of mankind. Liao had already been taught too many good lessons on the evilness and brutality of mankind. As the saying went, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. If that was what mankind was like, what would their descendants be? Although he had been making blood-boiling claims in front of everyone, claiming that all the problems could be solved through love and communication, he wondered if that was really the case when he considered in secret at night. In the end, it was Boss Bai who calmed him down. I believe in the evil nature of mankind, and space pirates are the evils of the evils, but do you know that even the most ferocious and selfish space pirates on Spider Den in the Flying Star sector also work together a lot? Why? Was it because their nature changed? No, it was only because a more formidable enemy had appeared, say, the troop of the Cultivators, and the wicked space pirates were forced to hug each other and warm each other up. Boss Bai said, everybody was born selfish and extremely evil, but in a hazardous, primitive world, an individual was so weak that even the evilest person had to cooperate with other people in order to survive. In the forced cooperation, the initial understanding and trust came into being. That was the case for brothers, family, society, or country. They were not born because of love, but only because of some kind of have to. Is it possible that civilizations are exactly like human beings? Perhaps all civilizations are selfish, heartless, and malevolent in nature. They would not be able to survive otherwise. However, faced with the unexpected threats in the vast universe, selfishness, heartlessness, and malevolence alone are far from enough. After they are developed to a certain extent, civilizations will have to team up in order to fight the great threats together. So, the focus is not whether or not the Pangu civilization, the civilization of mankind, the information civilization, or the wizardless civilization is evil, because they are all genetically evil. What we should focus on is whether or not there is a threat that they absolutely cannot resist on their own. It will force them to temporarily abandon their evilness and wariness of each other and be united, or to generate a weird thing called love. Luckily, it seems that we happen to have such a threat, the flood. The flood that was destroying all the civilizations was a fluke? It might sound absurd, but it was exactly what the Fist King expressed before. In the history of mankind, most glorious civilizations originated from the river basins that were frequented by floods. Floods were destruction but also life. Floods brought infinite desperation but were also the harbinger of hope. Faced with the overwhelming flood, the creatures in the dark forest were left with no choice except to summon all their wisdom and courage, walk out of the forest, and stride forward together bravely, to be the new master of the new world after the flood ebbed. 1 month had passed. At the border of the radiation range of Blue Emperor, the star closest to the blue sky space zone, a cluster of alloy that was as thin as paper and as smooth as silk slowly unfolded, while the ripples on its surface flowed like veins and nerves. It was both like some sort of liquids flowing with metal colors, and a flag fluttering in the wind, or a beautiful flower blooming slowly. When it was stretched out into a gigantic metal plate more than 10 kilometers in diameter from the highly compressed liquid metals, the sophisticated, overlapped rune arrays on its surface were completely revealed too. Then, with the strokes of those runes as the fold lines, the metal plate was slightly creased, constituting a complicated structure. In such a way it looked even more like a huge metal rose. Absorbing the radiations and waves released by Blue Emperor, the metal rose shivered and emanated the most glamorous brilliance. It was exactly one of the 500 antennae of the super remote communication magical equipment. 500 metal roses were shivering and blossoming in space at the same time. Liao, Boss Bai, the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen on a starship were anchored at the center of the formation made of 500 metal roses. When Liao came to the Imperium by himself, he carried a portable super-remote communication base. However, the device was too small in size, and therefore had an unsteady performance and a low confidentiality, meaning that the information it sent out could be captured and intercepted by third parties. Also, it had been riddled with holes in the fierce battles afterward. Naturally, it had been abandoned. Now that Boss Bai had provided sufficient resources and a steady base, and the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen could help with the design of the new super-remote communication base, it was possible for them to build a more advanced, secret, and even half-permanent base. Although he was absolutely confident about the performance of the brand-new base, for absolute safety, Liao had still decided to only send information to the Federation and ask the Federation to not send any message back. Keeping the one-way communication could perhaps make the Federation hide longer at the edge of the cosmos, at least until the situation at the center of the cosmos was clearer. The Federation was not very powerful, and it was more suitable to perform a cutthroat attack at the most critical moment as an unexpected army than to be summoned right now. Under the help of Xiaoming and Wenwen, Liao wrote most of the things he had experienced after he came to the Imperium into a report, including the current situation of the Imperium, the complicated relationships of the Reformists, the Four Families, and the Covenant Alliance, and so on. With an appendix containing the introduction to the Imperium's armed forces, the basic structure and performance parameters of the starships of all types, the leadership of the main fleets, etc. Everything was packed and sent back to home. He believed that the information would be of great help for the construction of the Star Glory Federation in the next step. Of course, there was still the Pangu universe and the Flood. Before he sent everything over, Liao had already reminded his hometown that it was a one-way secret document, and that they were fine right now and in no need of reinforcements from home. In the future, they would send a secret document home every month, announcing that they were still safe and could handle everything. Uncontrollable events had happened only if their message was not received for 3 months in a row. The above was all about business. What came next was naturally the personal issues. Liao naturally did not forget to send a few words to Ding Lingdang by the way. However, he bit his fingernail for a long time, only to come up with no explanation for the existence of Xiaoming and Wenwen. Thinking for a long time, he decided to do it in the most dutiful and silly way. Taking a deep breath, Liao said in the most light-hearted tone, "Honey, before I knew it, we've already been separated for such a long time. I miss you so much. Did you miss me? Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you, everything is fine in the Imperium, and I've been keeping a low profile without running into any accident. Also, I found a few old friends, including Long Yongjun and Boss Bai. Long Yongjun is that sissy eunuch from the ancient sages sector. And you know who Boss Bai is. You should feel safe knowing that I'm with them, right? Right, guess who else have I also encountered? Certainly not what you have guessed. I've met Xiaoming and Wenwen, our biological children. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Ha 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 ha. Listen to my explanation, honey. Just take a deep breath and listen to my explanation. Well, this is not what you have imagined. It is actually very serious, very magnificent, and very influential, involving all human beings and the future of our entire Pangu universe. With a head full of sweat, Liao managed to finish his speech before he launched the secret file to the infinite void with the 500 fluctuating metal roses that were powered by the energy of Blue Emperor. He looked back, only to discover that Long Yongjun was observing the outside of the starship through the window cautiously in a heavy crystal suit. Liao found it odd. What are you doing? Are you scared that an enemy might break in? No, I'm scared of your wife, Long Yongjun said. Based on the way you talked just now and your wife's character, I'm under the impression that she might tear apart the void and reach the center of the cosmos the next second after she receives such a pleasant surprise. Well, despite Liao's unrefined way of talking, the Star Glory Federation, under the leadership of Ding Lingdang, had basically learned the situation at the center of the cosmos, as well as the vaster and more unpredictable universe beyond. As for Earth, Liao had shared the secret with Ding Lingdang before he left the Federation. They were both doing their best, preparing themselves for the trip to Earth in the future. The completion of the first super-remote communication also marked the conclusion of the preliminary combination of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs. The new crew, new starships, and even new life forms were all understanding and melting with each other at an unexpected speed. Of course, the company of human beings and information lives was not entirely lacking of setbacks. Even though the two parties could communicate without reserve on the surface, there was still a long way to go before they reached the real understanding. For example, Bam! The number 9 maintenance workshop of the Blue Sky Market was the Fist King's personal training field. At this moment, besides the 100 busy maintenance puppets controlled by the Fist King himself, there was nobody else except Lu Li, who was wearing overalls with pockets all over her body that were all stuffed with maintenance tools and who looked like a rather professional mechanic with the oil on her pinky face. However, Lu Li's performance today was disproportionate to her professional style. In her absent-mindedness, she used too much strength and burnt up a chip inside the head of one of the Fist King's bodies. Miss Lu Li, you were distracted again. The AC control chip inside me has been burnt, and my voice has been transformed into this. The Fist King spoke with a high-pitched voice that sounded like a hen. In the past 7 days, the precision of your operations has dropped by 5%, and your faulty rate has increased by 11%. Your brainwaves are always in a disordered and unsteady state too. Considering that you haven't suffered any physical injury, What caused your psychological issues? Was it Han Te? No. Luli jumped like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She hurried to cover herself by saying, "No, you're wrong, Master Fist King. Your breath, your heartbeat, and the constriction of your pores are highly abnormal and match with the average changes of biophysical parameters that indicate guilty in my database. There is a 98% chance that you are feeling guilty. So, this is truly a Hante situation, isn't it?" The Fist King thought for a moment and tried to comfort Luli. "I don't know what is bothering you. As far as I know, it is true that Hante and some of the women of the Big By pirate gang, the Cultivators fleet, and the Blue Sky Market have shared their genetic information with each other and stimulated certain nerval synapses inside their bodies in certain special postures, resulting in shivering and cramping. But I assure you that they were all voluntary, and that there was no deception or coercion. He brought joy to himself and other people. So what are you mad about?" "Ah, I see. Hante brought joy to so many people but not to you. It seems that he is unwilling to exchange genetic information with you. Is that the reason for your dissatisfaction?" "Of course not." Luli's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping. She gritted her teeth and stomped. "What nonsense are you talking about, Master Fist King? I couldn't care less whom Hante brought joy to or with whom he exchanged the damn genetic information. I just feel that the friend that I've known for almost 20 years has changed. He has changed so much after stepping into space from our hometown that he is like a different person now. A drastic change in the environment always leads to a change of character. That is growth." The Fist King said calmly. "You've also changed a lot in the past year. Just look at yourself in the mirror. Can you still see the young girl who held the gold barley on the land of sins a year ago? It is only natural that Hante has also changed. But he has become someone who is too cocky and egotistical." Luli put the maintenance tools into her pockets and declared angrily, her arms akimbo and her cheeks puffed out, "It's not just about what we said just now. He is also always saying weird stuff nowadays, like don't laugh at a young man when he is still poor, or Lord Hante does not need to explain what he does to anybody else. He is now also eccentric and extreme. A few days ago, a crew member on Stainless Mouse pissed him off, and he beat the guy's bones into dozens of pieces ruthlessly. Dear heavens, was he still the Hante that I knew? How did he change into this? I truly don't know. He is the only family that I have after coming to such a distant place from our hometown, and we are supposed to be nice to each other. But I truly don't like him right now. The Lord Hante. Got it. What about Li Jialing?" The Fist King said, "You've been spending a lot of time with Li Jialing recently. Miss Luli, do you like him? Do you want to stimulate the nerval synapses and exchange genetic information with him?" "Of course not." Luli covered her burning cheeks and shrieked, "What are you talking about? There is nothing between me and Big Cat. Recently, Grandpa Yao has been staying in the Blue Sky Market, and I certainly seized the opportunity to learn the knowledge of refining from him. As it happened, Big Cat was training with Grandpa Yao too. So, the two of us chatted when we were free. I don't like him. No, it's not like I don't like him. He is still a nice friend, except that he may look taciturn. At the very least, he is 10,000 times better than the philandering Hante. But, his hairy appearance. All in all, he and I are not in that kind of relationship at all. Also, why are you asking about this, Master Fist King? This is truly meaningless. I have 2 reasons. The Fist King completely disregarded the girl's embarrassment and extended his 2 iron fingers. Firstly, I reached a deal with Li Yao. As long as I keep you and Hante safe, he will do everything possible to help me upgrade or even grow into the strongest being in the universe. Up until so far, the deal has turned out to be rather good. I have benefited a lot from it. Also, I have seen Li Yao's real capabilities, and I believe he can still provide tremendous resources for me in the future. I see no reason to cut the deal. So, I have to keep you and Hante safe. Hante is now training with Boss Bai and growing by 1,000 miles a day. He can at least protect himself right now. Also, the guy has absolutely no sense of shame. On the psychological level, he is an unkillable cockroach. So, I do not need to worry that he may suffer great damage physically or mentally for now. Miss Lu, however, is different. You are not a battle-type trainer, and your mind is much more feeble than his. Now, my test result shows that you are in a protracted trauma. As per the agreement I have reached with Liao, I have to cure and protect your mind, preventing it from being bothered and hurt again. Secondly, and more importantly, you are already my personal assistant for maintenance and upgrade. It is not exactly a highly technical job, but it requires a 100% understanding of my body and my data pattern. In other words, we must have absolute trust with each other. It is difficult to raise someone suitable for the job. Considering that your performance has been generally satisfactory so far, I do not want to waste my time on grooming a new one. Do you understand? You are irreplaceable. With that in mind, I hope that you can be 100% devoted. You must not affect the critical work or undermine my combat ability because of your psychological issues. Even if my combat ability is only diminished by 1% because of your unsteady performance, it may result in catastrophic ramifications. Do you understand? Lu was rather stunned. Looking at the breadboard of chips inside the Fist King's open skull that had been burnt up because of her mistake, Lu lowered her head and said in a low voice, her cheeks even redder, "Got it, Master Fist King, I'm sorry. It was all my fault." It's not your fault, just your body malfunctioning. A malfunction caused by the irregular secretion of the hormones inside your body. The Fist King said comfortingly, all high-precision creatures and machines may malfunction. Even I can malfunction too. Malfunctioning is not scary. Don't cover them, don't evade them, but face, analyze, and fix them rationally and calmly. Then, which one do you prefer? Han Te or Li Jialing? Why are we still discussing that? Biting her lips softly, Lu subconsciously drew on the floor with the tip of her foot. Thinking for a long time, she finally replied, rather embarrassedly, I don't like either of them. I feel that Han Te is too passionate and arrogant, and Big Cat is too cold and proud. All in all, I think that neither of them has learned to control their feelings. That is, they are still too immature. Okay, the Fist King said, you are fond of mature men. Like? Lu was even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, someone whom I can absolutely trust and who will always protect me. Like Grandpa Yao. Beep, 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 beep. The Fist King's crystal processor that was exposed to the outside had huge noises, with smoke popping up. Ha! Lu bulged her eyes. What are you doing, Master Fist King? Why did you suddenly consume so much computational ability? What complicated problem were you calculating? I'm calculating the possibility of inviting Liao to come and exchange genetic information with you as well as the danger coefficient. The Fist King was silent for a long time before he said, I'm sorry. I don't think that my combat ability is higher than Liao's, and it's difficult for me to capture him here. Also, I was told that his wife is known as the best expert at the edge of the cosmos. If I really do that, I'm afraid that I would place you in great danger, which is against my purpose to keep you safe. So, is there a second candidate that can restore the tranquility of your mind? Aya! Lu stomped on the ground angrily. What were you thinking, Master Fist King? That was only an example that I made with someone that we were both familiar with. It's not like I would like anyone as mature as Grandpa Yao. He should also be tall, strong, handsome, and sunny. Okay. The Fist King pondered for 0.1 seconds and nodded his head. In that case, Liao is truly not a suitable candidate. Master Fist King. Lu tried to hold it back but failed. Since you asked such embarrassing questions, it makes me wonder, are you ever in love with anyone? Yes and no. The Fist King said, I've never experienced it in person, but I just downloaded a lot of literary works on love, as well as the relevant biophysical and psychological researches. All the data have been read. I certainly have abundant theoretical experience. So, trust me, Miss Lu, I will definitely cure your trauma and let you be devoted to your work again. What are you talking about? Love does not need theories. It needs practice. Practice. Lu Li and the Fist King had been together for almost a year, and she gradually became bold in front of the cold machine. All in all, there is no need for you to worry about me, Master Fist King. I am certainly not one of those fragile, emotional girls. I grew up on the dangerous land of sins too. I'm just like the gold barley on the land of sins, which seems small and insignificant but is actually strong and highly resistant to wind and coldness. Ha 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 ha. It's not like I need a man to live on. I can live perfectly well, carry out my dream, and enjoy my little, happy life even without a man. I can treat my wounds and face everything by myself. Just let Lord Han Te go to hell. Besides, there's still Master Fist King. Master Fist King will always protect me, right? The little girl's face was as unpredictable as the weather in June. She was embarrassed and infuriated a moment ago, and yet she was now refreshed and leaning to the Fist King in a smile. That's not right. The Fist King, however, ignored the girl's smile heartlessly. First of all, my protection for you is based on my deal with Liao. Of course, if you keep making progress in your maintenance skills, proving yourself to be a great help during my maintenance and upgrade, then I will continue to protect you for my own survival even if the deal is cancelled. But on the other hand, even if I want to protect you all the time, I fear that I cannot always do so. The day will come that I am destroyed. So, I cannot protect you forever in any case. The best I can do is to protect you until the moment of my destruction. Please understand, Miss Lu Li. Has anybody told you that you have a weird way of talking, Master Fist King? Lu Li frowned. Also, why do you sound normal when you speak to other people but so weird when you are talking to me? Because this is the real me? The Fist King said, I talk to other people with a simulated language logic. But doing so for a long time will result in data overflow and system redundancies that need regular cleaning. Since nobody else is here, I prefer the concise and accurate way of expressing myself. How quirky. I haven't met many spectral cultivators, but Master Fist King is certainly the quirkiest of them all. Lu Li rubbed her nose and scanned the Fist King's crystal processor carefully again. It seems that a light arrow for chip has been burnt. I'll find a new one. Lu Li hopped out of the maintenance workshop and was going to the storage room of crystal chips when she was taken aback by the person outside the door. Han Te. Lu Li's smile was immediately pulled down into a frown. She asked, What are you doing here? You don't need to ingratiate yourself with your big sisters. I'm sorry, Lu Li, I was wrong. The moment he saw Lu Li was out, Han Te immediately bowed 90 degrees at Lu Li and said sincerely, I've thought about it for a long time. I have been too absurd, shameless, and hilarious in the past half a year. I have no idea how I turned into this. Perhaps it is because the world outside is too splendid, and our hometown was too monotonous. All in all, I'm not looking for an excuse for myself, and I only want to apologize to you sincerely. I'm sorry, Lu Li. Will you forgive me? Well, stunned, Lu Li was lost for a while. It had been forever since she last saw Han Te so solemn with such pure eyes, which reminded her of the difficult but simple life on the land of sins. In a trance, she was about to accept his apology when she vaguely felt that something was off. Staring at Han Te for a long time, Lu Li summoned her courage, extended her finger, and jabbed the forehead of Han Te. Her finger entered into the forehead of Han Te more than easily, and she did not feel coldness and hardness until her fist knuckle was submerged. Without any question, it was not a real human being, but a puppet that had been fabricated into the appearance of Han Te with light and shadow. Ah! Lu Li backed off and screamed. What's up? The iron puppet immediately retreated the camouflage, turning from Han Te into a bald and cold look. Somewhat at a loss, it let out the Fist King's voice. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Lu Li was almost crying. Pointing at the Fist King, she asked, her voice shivering. Was it you who did it, Master Fist King? Yes, the Fist King said in a dull voice. I thought that it would cure you and make you happy. Or was I wrong to have chosen the skin of Han Te? Would it have been better to use Li Jialing or another mature man who is tall, strong, handsome and sunny. Luli was stunned for a long time and finally collapsed. Angrily, she drew a wrench from her pocket and hit the Fist King's head. She shouted and hit and cried and shouted. It seems that I've truly made a mistake. The Fist King controlled the iron puppet to sit down. While Luli relentlessly hit him, he held his chin and fell into deep thought. Let's not be devoted to hitting just yet. Can you tell me what I did wrong? I can write the error in my log, and I guarantee that it will not happen again. Who asked you to apologize to me in the appearance of Han Te? Clinging to the giant wrench, Luli sobbed and said, Is Han Te's apology so precious? When I said I'm fine. Nobody asked you to treat my wounds for me. Besides, it's not the real Han Te. It's all fake. Everything is fake. I knew that it was a bit too unconvincing. The Fist King said solemnly, It can't be helped. There are only limited resources in the blue sky market, and it's impossible to create a 100% simulated puppet. However, I promise you that as long as you work hard for me, I will gather the most expensive materials in the Imperium and build a vivid puppet for you that will be covered in the softest silica gel and embedded with the tiniest sensors. Its specifications will be absolutely the same as the real Han Te's. Not just Han Te. If you want Li Jialing or anybody else, I can help you make all of them for you. Even 10 will not be a problem. They will be around you all day and cater to you like you are the queen of the Imperium. I'm sure you will be happy, right? Happy my ass. Luli was so exasperated that she completely forgot that she was faced with the tough Fist King. Weeping hard, she continued hitting him with the wrench. Who wants those puppets? Fake is always fake. However vivid it is, they can't be real. Who wants them? Is that so? All the indicators on the Fist King dimmed as he mumbled. Fake is always fake and fake can't turn real. So, that was my mistake. The puppet's shoulders gradually lowered, as if the vigor was leaking from invisible gaps. Master Fist King? As if waking up from a dream, Luli finally realized what she had done. She was bold enough to attack Master Fist King, the most ferocious dominator of the Land of Sins. She was truly out of her mind. Luli immediately panicked. She was wondering what she should do when she noticed that all the puppets in the workshop dimmed and slowed, as if the Fist King had suffered a major mental blow. Luli had never seen the Fist King like this before. Overwhelmed, she went back to the room and shouted, What's wrong, Master Fist King? Are you all right? I am sorry. I was too excited and said things I shouldn't have said. I was also insane enough to hit you with a wrench. I probably really need a rest. That's all right. If you feel uncomfortable, just go and take a rest. Controlling a new clone to raise its head, the Fist King said casually and paused for a moment. Then he said again, So, you are not fond of fake things, are you? Of course not. Luli said matter-of-factly, Is there anybody who likes fake things? But what's wrong about that? I still don't understand. Why is Master Fist King suddenly so down? Can you tell me? Didn't you say that malfunction must be analyzed and faced bravely when it occurred? I think that it is not me who's malfunctioning, but you. Probably. This is strange. After I met Liao and you, my abilities have improved a lot, but the malfunction rate is also higher and higher. Sometimes, the most bizarre malfunctions are happening. Ones that I never encountered before. The Fist King lowered his head and looked at his hands that were lackluster due to the unremoved rust. You're right. Nobody likes fake things, and fake can never turn real. But what if I am a fake thing? I am not a real human being. Is that a big deal? Amused, Luli waved her hands and said, Everybody knows that. You are a ghost. It's no biggie. There's no need to worry about it at all. The Fist King said, You're not scared of ghosts? What's scary about ghosts? Luli's tears turned into a smile. On the Land of Sins, the most horrible things were all done by people. Ghosts never harmed anyone. It is needless to say that Master Fist King is such a great ghost with a strong sense of justice. The Fist King hesitated for a moment and asked again, But what if I am neither a human nor a ghost? Ha! Luli bulged her big round eyes. Neither a human nor a ghost? Then what are you? A machine. The Fist King's voice was mixed with vague sorrow. A cold machine. Luli asked, "What's that supposed to mean?" The Fist King said, "Literally what it means. If I am just a cold machine, will it affect our affiliation or your devotion and efficiency in your work?" Well, Luli scratched her head with the big wrench, accidentally smearing the oil and dirt on her hair. "Master Fist King, you always talk about the stuff that other people can't understand. I haven't read many books, and I grew up in an isolated environment. I don't know humans, ghosts, machines, or any of that, but I can tell who is nice to me and who is not. Since Master Fist King will always protect me." "Not always," the Fist King corrected Luli again. "But until the moment of my destruct." "Aya." This time, Luli interrupted him impolitely. "That's just a rhetorical device. You don't have to be so pedantic. Anyway, since Master Fist King will always protect me, I will certainly work hard with a high efficiency every day. Also, allow me to point out a minor mistake of yours. Machines are not necessarily cold. Just feel your skull. How about it? Isn't it burningly hot inside? The chips inside are almost on fire. How are you cold?" In terms of temperature, the human body needs to be kept around 37 degrees. But machines can work well above 100 degrees. So, machines are not necessarily cold but can be as hot as fire. Catching the loophole in the Fist King's words, Luli blinked with a gloating smile. The Fist King couldn't help but touch and feel his skull. It was indeed hot. Of course, he realized that it was unnecessary after he did that because he could have monitored the temperature of the crystal processor in real time with the sensors inside the skull. It was an unnecessary, redundant movement. Recently, he had more and more redundant movements. Was it because of a certain new, major malfunction that had not been detected yet? "According to my test, your breath, heartbeat, and secretion of sweat have been back to normal." The Fist King refreshed the interface and resumed tranquility. He said, "You seem to have walked out of your coma. Are you all right now?" "Yes, I think I am. Because of the episode just now, I think I forgot the other things." Luli was slightly stunned. Thinking for a moment, she shook her finger at the Fist King quickly. "However, I need to inform you with all solemnity that what you did wasn't right, Master Fist King. You must not simulate other people's look or voice without their permission, because it may cause major trouble to them." "Got it," the Fist King said. "I promise that I will not simulate Han Te's appearance without the permission of you and Han Te. It's not just about Han Te and me." Han Te pouted her cheeks and put her hands on her hips. As if she were the Fist King's little housekeeper, she declared, "You cannot mimic anybody else because that will lead to a mess. Besides, the Fist King is already a magnificent man. Why do you need to assume somebody else's appearance?" "Fine." After a brief silence, the Fist King said, "I promise that I will not simulate anybody else without their permission." "Really?" Her eyes narrowed. Luli looked at the Fist King suspiciously. "No, Master Fist King has picked up the bad habit of lying now. You can't make a promise with nothing. Let's do a pinky swear." The Fist King said, "I'm aware of the pinky swear as a social custom, but I doubt if it has any guaranteed effect. It doesn't matter. I just want to pull fingers with Master Fist King. Come on." In a playful mood, Luli pulled the Fist King's iron arm over and curled the little finger. "Haha, we've already done a pinky swear. You must see to your promise, Master Fist King." I still did not sense any effect on the spiritual energy or the soul. The Fist King's artificial eyes were blinking. "However, as long as you are happy and can get back to work calmly, so be it. Are you recovered now?" "I've fully recovered, in full health," Luli waved her arms and declared, but her belly suddenly bubbled. The little girl's face was reddened again. "Excuse me, Master Fist King. I haven't eaten much in the past few days due to my bad mood. I'll refill a can of high-energy drugs before I get back to work." "No," the Fist King shook his head. "Ha!" Luli was stunned again. "I have learned a lot from the literal works and the masterpieces on emotions. You just walked out of a major trauma. How can you eat the tasteless high-energy drugs? Such lousy rapid food will only ruin your mood and sabotage your perfect work state. The Fist King said, for safety reasons, you should have a decent, delicious meal. It does make sense. Luli smiled. It will take a long time. Also, I'm not the greatest cook. Han Te used to say that the dishes I made could poison people. Forget it. I think I can deal with it. No, your work state is concerned with my combat ability. You must not tolerate anything. The Fist King said calmly and stood up, going straight out of the room. Luli, Master Fist King, where are you going? The Fist King, to cook. Luli, huh? Can you cook, Master Fist King? The Fist King, I've never tried it before, but I've downloaded 192 recipes of multiple schools of multiple worlds that cover all flavors. I'm sure that one of them will be satisfactory for you. Luli, for me? And Master Fist King is going to cook for me? Exactly. It has occurred to me that I have overlooked your daily life and your emotional changes and regarded you as another cold machine, which resulted in your unsteady work state. This is unacceptable negligence since a great battle is coming near. Therefore, starting from this moment, I will micro-adjust the mode of our relationship. I'll have to ask for your cooperation too. Feel free to offer your opinions or suggestions if you have any so that I can modify my behavior. The Fist King finished his words, but his cold eyes pierced through the ceiling to the sky. Let the new mode begin with a hot meal. However, first things first. In the place that Luli could not see, two young men were confronting each other in the midair in flames. They were Han Te and Li Jialing. Li Jialing's face was hidden below the golden hair, but even the golden hair that was fluttering in the wind could not cover his indifference and mockery. He said casually, Han Te, if you keep on pestering me like this, it will make people doubt if you have transitioned and that you are even interested in men now. Cut the crap. Blushing, Han Te pointed at Li Jialing's nose and shrieked, golden-haired boy, just admit it. Have you been with Luli a lot? Harassing her every day? Without raising his eyes, Li Jialing said coldly, does it have anything to do with you? Stop dodging and just answer my question. Han Te burst into fury. Luli has grown up together with me since childhood. I have never regarded her as a junior sister but as my own biological sister. I will never allow anyone to harm her. A young master from an extravagant noble family like you can't be anything good. You must be dallying and philandering with her. I will not allow such a thing to happen. So, listen up. Stay away from Luli in the future. Did my ears just deceive me? Li Jialing finally raised his head slightly, but it was contempt that was beaming out of his golden eyes. As the greatest playboy yourself, you have the audacity of accusing me of tricking and seducing women? Just mind your own business with your big sisters. Are you even qualified to meddle between Luli and me? I promised Luli's father that I would take good care of her no matter what. Blushing, Han Te tried to defend himself. You do not belong in the same world at all. You cannot bring happiness to her. So, just stop messing around with her. First of all, there is nothing between her and me at all. We were just training with Brother Yao together. Li Jialing narrowed his eyes, with the golden hair on his back rising. Wickedness suddenly beamed out of his eyes as he said with a cold smile, secondly, a scumbag like you is utterly unqualified to say the bullshit like, protect her and bring her happiness. Are you not the person who really hurt and devastated her in the past month? You are also interfering with her regular friend-making under the excuse of protecting her? You are just satisfying your own boring possessiveness. You're only angry because the girl that has been following you is taken by somebody else. You are truly a sucker, Han Te. You have so many big sisters whom you flirt with every day, and you never care about Luli's feelings or tend to her daily life. But as it turns out, the moment she finds a regular friend that is me and talks to me once in a while, you can't take it anymore and jump out in a hurry. Han Te was rendered speechless by what Li Jialing said. Stunned for a long time, he raised his voice and shouted, cut the crap. Are you leaving Luli or not? What can you do if I don't? Who do you think you are to stand between Lu Li and me? The wickedness in Li Jialing's eyes was more and more intense. Leaving aside the fact that we are just regular friends, and there is no such thing as me leaving her, even if we were really together, should it be your concern at all? Aha! His eyes popping out, Han Te waved his hands and shouted, "You've finally revealed your evil intentions and dropped your disguise of regular friend. You are admitting that you want more from Lu Li, aren't you?" "No. I will not allow someone like you to tarnish Lu Li." Tilting his head, Li Jialing thought for a moment and replied, "Tarnish? As in how you tarnished your big sisters? That's totally different." Han Te's face was so red that his nostrils were almost spurting blood. "Lu Li is different from them. I'm different from you too. I think with my upper half body, unlike certain automatic cannons that will fire at any hole, my apologies, certain rapid automatic cannons," Li Jialing said, one word after another. "So, just rest assured, even if Lu Li and I were really together, I would certainly make her the happiest woman in the entire universe." "You!" The moment he pictured Lu Li with another man, Han Te felt that he was struck by a lightning, and Lu Li was suddenly broken away from the shackle of biological sister. His face immediately turned pale. Finding such a scene utterly unacceptable, he demanded, "You can't be together. You absolutely can't. You can't bring happiness to Lu Li. Li Jialing, I've seen through you. I can see the real you deep in your bones. You are a cold and heartless man who does not care about personal feelings. What you pursue after is something higher, deeper, and greater. For that, you can abandon everything, including your love. Just like what I said, it's not your business." Li Jialing smiled. The cruelty deep inside him that was inherited from Li Linghai gradually bloomed. He was like a big cat looking at a mouse when he said unhurriedly, "Did you know? I thought to be Lu Li's regular friend only, but I've changed my mind. Now that I think about it, Lu Li has such a miserable life as such a lovely girl. Not only was she born on the horrible land of sins, but she also has a crazy and stupid big brother whom she grew up with. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you planning to cage her forever to prevent her from getting in touch with men of her age? Such a life seems too poignant. It appears to me that the helpless, tortured girl is in dire need of a handsome, gentle, and comforting golden-haired prince to save her from the despair." Han Te was dumbfounded for a long time. "What golden-haired prince? You are not talking about yourself, are you?" "Of course I am." Li Jialing shook his head of flying golden hair and said, "I will be Lu Li's savior. Is there a problem?" "There certainly is." Han Te yelled, "You narcissist! You think you are a savior? Damn it, you are even more haughty than I am. You are a pervert. Hee, whatever you say, I'm gonna save Lu Li. The person she should be leaving is not me but you. She should be as far away from her sucker brother as possible. And the further she is, the happier she will be." Li Jialing's lips curled. "All in all, I will not let Lu Li return to the dark life where everything was controlled by you. Before, she didn't have a choice, but she has me now. I am her savior. I am her star. And I am her light of hope. You are no longer needed here, Han Te. Just get lost and play with your big sisters." "Asshole." The electric arcs on Han Te's iron arm glowed brighter and brighter. The young man from the land of sins bellowed, "You are pushing me into this. Since you are being utterly unreasonable, let's decide to whom Lu Li will belong in the most straightforward way. You are—" Li Jialing's eyes were deep. "Asking to be killed." "Ah!" Han Te roared and charged at Li Jialing in a streak of brilliance. Of course, only 1/10 of a second later, he was blown backward in exactly the same way, only 3 times faster with a head as swollen as that of a pig. Ignoring the giant difference in our capabilities in the past, with his right hand behind his back, Li Jialing had blown Han Te away with only the left arm. He said unconcernedly, "Let's just talk about the 1 month after we came to the blue sky market. While I trained myself hard, you were having a good time with your big sisters. What can you use to defeat me, Han Te?" Han Te was so humiliated that blood was almost shooting out of his eyes. He shrieked and charged forward again. Without any suspense, he was blown back again for a second time. A third time, a fourth time, a fifth time. It was still the case for the 10th time. After 10 rounds, there was not any part of Han Te's skin that was still intact. He was like a sponge that was fully saturated with water, utterly losing the shape of a human being. But his eyes that had been squeezed into tiny gaps were as stubborn as before. "I've had enough fun." Li Jialing yawned and said, "The result will be the same even if you come for another 100 rounds. Why do you have to humiliate yourself? You know as clearly as I do that you are absolutely no match for me. It's true that I am no match for you right now." Han Te's blue and black face was stained with thick blood. He was so ashamed that he was almost tearing a hole in the air to hide himself in. However, clinging to his dignity, he stood straight before Li Jialing and pointed at the young lion, shouting, "However, listen close. Don't laugh at a young man when he is still poor. If you think you are capable, just give me 10 years, and I will certainly become unimaginably strong after training, before I come back and blow up your head. I dare you to a deal of 10 years. Let's have another match 10 years later." Li Jialing was dumbfounded, as if he were intimidated by the daunting vibe Han Te suddenly unleashed. Then, shwa! Li Jialing opened his fingers and released his spiritual energy, grabbing Han Te by his neck remotely and dragging the guy to his front. "I'm sorry. I've been misunderstanding you, Han Te," Li Jialing said solemnly. "I thought that you were simply arrogant. It was not until this moment that I realized that you were not. You are just a pure moron. Let me ask you, why on earth would I make a deal of 10 years with you and give you 10 years to train yourself so that you can blow up my head after you come back when I have such a great advantage right now?" Well, Han Te struggled hard. "How can you do this? Where are your morals?" "I am Li Yao's brother." Li Jialing asked back, "Do you think I care about morals? Then just kill me." Han Te was both infuriated and embarrassed, but he could not erase the stubbornness in his bones. After all, the people of the land of sins are born to be the toys for the young masters of noble families like you to kill. You can kill me, but I will not give in or surrender. I've been tolerating you for a long time, Han Te. Li Jialing's narrowed eyes were like two gold daggers. "Do you really think I dare not kill you? Then bring it on." Veins protruded on Han Te's forehead. "A man can be executed but must not be insulted. Life for the people of the land of sins is exactly death, of which we are absolutely not scared. So just bring it on." "You..." Faced with the scoundrel, Li Jialing was somewhat caught in a dilemma. Right then, an ear-splitting sound echoed from behind them. It was the sound of a storm of bullets coming close. The pupils of Li Jialing and Han Te constricted at the same time. They had absolutely no time to dodge when they were blown to the ground. When they finally avoided the scourge of bullets in a haste, a streak of silver brilliance 10 times faster than the bullets arrived from the sky and knocked the two young men to the ground heavily. "Aya!" Li Jialing and Han Te exclaimed at the same time when they were thrown into the soil, their faces swollen. The silver brilliance gathered into a tall, magnificent, elegant, glittering battle puppet. It slowly landed between the young men and opened its arms, with 2 clusters of silver electric arcs in the 2 palms, preventing them from further fighting. "Enough!" The Fist King's calm and non-human voice came from the silver puppet. Shifting the artificial eyes on the skull to Li Jialing's side on the rail, he said, "I'm sorry. No matter how annoying Han Te is, I have to ensure his safety and cannot allow anybody to threaten his life according to my deal with Li Yao. Who would ever waste time on threatening the life of such a sucker?" Li Jialing wiped the blood on his lips and glanced at the Fist King. "It was he who had been pestering me. I did not bother to deal with him at all. Since Master Fist King is here, he is all yours. But I suggest you give him a good lesson. Otherwise, even if I don't kill him, he will eventually get himself killed one way or another." After saying that, Li Jialing left without looking back. Hey, golden-haired boy." Han Te was more than angry. He was about to chase after the guy when the Fist King grabbed the back of his neck as quickly as a bolt of lightning and tossed him to the ground heavily. "That's enough," the Fist King said. You are absolutely no match for Li Jialing. Chasing after him will only place an unnecessary threat to your life. I will not allow anybody to do that, yourself included. Then help me beat him. Han Te rose quickly, like an unkillable cockroach, and spat toward Li Jialing's back that was disappearing. Master Fist King, we are both from the land of sins. I'm sure you're on my side, aren't you? Yes, I'm on your side, the Fist King said. But it's only about keeping you safe, not about horsing around with you. Also, I feel that Li Jialing did have a point. You've been too arrogant recently. Or rather, your head is overwhelmed by the torrents of changes, resulting in your high psychological instability. Such a troublemaking mental state will greatly increase your odds of encountering dangers and the difficulty for me to protect you. So, I suggest that you slightly change your character and lifestyle. I'm an arrogant troublemaker? Han Te bulged his eyes and looked at the Fist King in disbelief. Master Fist King, even you think that it's my fault, and I've been too arrogant and annoying? Pondering for a moment, the Fist King said, I do not like to judge human beings morally. What you did had nothing to do with me too. However, from the perspective of protecting your safety, it's true that you've been acting rather arrogant and annoying. As far as I know, several guys are already preparing to work together and beat you up in secret. If you do not change yourself, it won't be surprising that you somehow get yourself killed, like what Li Jialing said. Even Master Fist King has taken the side of that rich golden-haired boy? Han Te stepped back in shock, almost unable to believe his ears. A vague smile of sorrow struggled to appear on his swollen face, and he gritted his teeth for a long time before he finally burst out, Yes, I am arrogant. I am cocky. I am conceited. But so what? From when I was born on the land of sins to right now, I've always been a minor cockroach. However tough I am, the experts can easily step on me and kill me, can't they? I've been living in fear and may get killed any second since childhood. I've been struggling to survive every second. Nobody has ever given me any chance to be cocky. Only in here, only during the brief time when I was in the Big Buy pirate gang and the Blue Sky Market can I slightly show myself off. I'm not like you, Master Fist King, you are a big shot. You, Grandpa Yao, and Boss Bai are all magnificent, intimidating big shots. You can be arrogant whenever you want. If not today, tomorrow still works. But I am just the humblest person. If I do not show off today, chances are that I will be killed tomorrow. I'll be killed in the vacuum, without leaving the slightest remains. Then why shouldn't I enjoy my life and show off? Who knows where I will be tomorrow? Who knows? I'm so scared. I'm scared that I will die an unknown death before I do anything, like so many people did on the land of sins and in space. I'm not scared of death, but I want more people to remember me, remember my name. Han Te buried his head in his arms and his legs. His shoulders shuddered for a moment before he finally said in a sullen voice, Master Fist King, does my performance in the past few months really stink? The Fist King, yes. Han Te, have I really disappointed a lot of people? The Fist King, yes. Han Te, am I really no match for Li Jialing? And I am not even as good as a little finger of that golden-haired narcissist. The Fist King, in every aspect, yes. Han Te, hey, Master Fist King, you don't have to be so straightforward. Can't you say something nice and comfort my wounded heart? The Fist King, while your recent performance stinks and is absolutely no match for Li Jialing, you are still rescuable. Speaking of which, I may have made a mistake by entrusting you to Boss Bai. He is an excellent fleet commander and a most distinguished space pirate, but he is hardly a qualified life teacher. I will communicate with Boss Bai and change the way of your education. In the meantime, you better control your private life. Ha! Han Te was confused. What's that supposed to mean? I am certainly not interfering with your private life. You know who I am. That's the last thing I care about. The Fist King said, I'm just reminding you that it will be better for everyone if you could slightly contain yourself, and Lu Li will be less devastated. What? Han Te picked his ears hard. My ears were humming because of the golden-haired narcissist's beating. I didn't catch what you said in the end. What about Lu Li? Nothing. After a brief silence, the Fist King said, "You heard wrong. All in all, control your private life and do not let everybody on the street know whom you slept with last night. All right?" "Okay." Hante rubbed his nose and said casually, "I'll try." "You'll try?" His artificial eyes blinking, the Fist King was in deep thought. A moment later, he leaned closer to Hante expressionlessly. In cracking sounds, his two mechanical arms were dismembered, revealing the glittering operation facilities inside. Hante was chilled. Sensing a strong crisis from the guy's cold eyes, he screamed in fear, "Master Fist King, what's up? You are not gonna beat me, are you? You can't beat me. You are supposed to protect me. You can't hurt me." "That's right. I certainly will not hurt you, but will try to protect you with everything possible." In the gentlest tone, the Fist King said, "I'm going to protect you from any threat, including viruses." "Viruses?" Hante was stunned. What viruses?" "All kinds of viruses, particularly those caused by a messy private life." The Fist King's right arm was thrown over like a whip and took off Hante's pants. "Considering your recent performance, it is my judgment that your lower half-body is under the severe threat of various types of viruses and germs. For your safety, I am going to help sanitize you." "Lower half-body? Sanitize?" Hante's face was pale, looking at the sanitation equipment that the Fist King's left hand presented. He was even more scared and shrieked, "What's that long and thick needle about? That's too unbelievable. It's for the sanitation of the inner wall." The Fist King fixated Hante to the ground and explained, "If you want to sanitize a water tube, the shell is only secondary, and the key is the inner wall, right?" "Ah!" Hante was about to say something, but he was in too much pain to make any meaningful syllable. He simply cried in agony, "Ah." It was not until 3 minutes later when he became as twisted as a cooked lobster when the Fist King stopped. "All right, your little water tube is as good as new and will not suffer any threat from bacteria and viruses for now," the Fist King said. "However, if you keep on flirting with girls, the odds that you are invaded again will be quite high. So, I will decide according to your lifestyle whether or not you need new preventive therapy. A comprehensive sanitation from inside to outside." I was wrong. Hardly breathing, Hante held his belly and cramped. "I was really wrong, bro." "Good." The Fist King nodded his head and suddenly changed the topic. "Right. Do you know Lu Li's favorite food?" "Huh." The weird question made Hante forget the pain in his groin, which seemed to have just been hit by a meteoroid. "What's going on?" "I want to give Lu Li a surprise to keep her in the perfect work state while my body is being polished." The Fist King stared at Hante. "Is there any type of food whose flavor she has forgotten herself?" The non-human eyes made Hante shudder hard again. Covering his belly even more tightly, he stuttered, "I think so. Lu Li loves her mother's noodles with soft-yolked eggs. There were always 2 eggs, one on the top and the other buried at the bottom of the bowl. Eggs were the most precious ingredients on the land of sins because they broke easily during the airdrops. So only when it was Lu Li's birthday would her mother make the food for her. The egg buried below would be the surprise. Lu Li was very happy every time. However, nobody made the food for her again after her mother passed away. Even when noodles were made, 1 egg on the top would be best. We never had the extravagance to bury a second egg below." "Got it." Deep in thought, the Fist King rose and said, "I'm off. You were rather badly wounded. Hurry and go to the infirmary to get some bombs for yourself." "How can I go anywhere right now?" Hante felt like crying. In a shivering voice, he asked, "Master Fist King, bro, can't you bring me to the infirmary?" No, the Fist King rejected his request coldly. "I'm in a hurry to cook noodles with soft-yolked eggs for Lu Li to treat her trauma, which is very bad. As for your minor wounds, they will not kill you. According to my scanning, there is no fatal threat around. You can totally move yourself to the infirmary one step after another. Cook noodles, minor wounds, can't kill me." Hante struggled to lower his head. Looking at his bruised and swollen body, he whined aloud, Master Fist King, Grandpa Yao entrusted Lu Li and I to you and asked you to protect us together. Our privileges are too different. You can't be that biased toward me, can you?" The Fist King had already walked away, but hearing that, he turned around and squatted before Han Te, nodding his head solemnly. "Yes," the Fist King said solemnly, "I'm exactly so biased." Cling, 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 cling. 2 bullets that had been carved with complicated stripes, leaving 2 streaks of brilliance behind, one red and the other white, were chasing and colliding with each other. They were now gathering and now splitting, drawing the most sophisticated maze in the midair. When one of the white bullets was losing and about to be blown off by the red bullet, another 2 white bullets flew close out of nowhere and joined the battle, making the red and white lines and curves even more complicated. If one were to observe it more carefully, they would discover that it was not 4 bullets, but 100 of them in red and white respectively, which were flying randomly as if they were on a 3D chessboard. It was also like the most astounding and magnificent battle of space fleets. Every bullet was a chess piece and a starship. The collision of bullets was exactly like the capturing of chess pieces and the mutual destruction of starships. The spiritual energy around the red bullets was obviously more abundant, giving them a higher speed and a greater strength. In the 1 versus 1 competitions, the white bullets were almost crushed. However, the deployment of the white bullets entailed the most erudite arts of fleet commanding. Now that they had been gathered, there were thousands of variations. When the battle formations blossomed one after another, the red bullets were often separated from each other and attacked both sides. The 2 parties moved faster and faster with their respective advantages until the only things that could be seen were 2 fuzzy mists of light. The mists of light crashed and infiltrated each other, almost passing each other's defense line at the same time and darting at the enemy's commander behind the scene. The 2 commanders took action at the same time. Performing the skill of remote manipulation to the maximum, they cut the enemy's force field at first before they captured all the bullets within their own field. The bullets were condensed inside their palms into 4 scorching and explosive metal balls and tossed at the center of the battlefield. 2 deafening explosions immediately echoed, and the blast almost destroyed the entire training room. When the blast and the smoke gradually dispersed, Liao and Boss Bai, the 2 commanders, laughed at the same time. 100 years ago, when I first saw you, I thought that you were just a cunning, sleazy, and fearless thief. I never expected that you would achieve what you have achieved today. Shaking the metal scraps on his hands off, Boss Bai looked at the ground that was riddled with holes by the shrapnel and said with mixed feelings, "I never thought that I would be able to meet Boss Bai again, or that you would have such wonderful experiences," Liao said sincerely. His comment was not just for Boss Bai but also for Xianxia, the other soul that had been melted into Boss Bai's body. Deep below the ground of Spider Den, Liao had tried to break into a new level under the help of the training log that Xianxia left behind. It took him 5 years before he finally broke out of seclusion and completed the first major leap of his life. Therefore, Xianxia could almost be called a half-master for him. Because of such a connection, his relationship with Boss Bai was naturally highly unusual. 1.5 months had already passed since they occupied the Blue Sky Market. The construction of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs had been preliminarily finished. The battle missions had been issued. The tactical deception and the intelligence collection work regarding the outside world were being carried out in order to. The war outside of the Blue Sky Space Zone had already begun. The edge of the Imperium was on fire. The 4 families had asked the National Protection Army that had been resting in the Blue Sky Market to join the war many times. It was time to march out and teach the immortal cultivators of the Imperium a lesson about the awesomeness of pyromaniacs. Liao was going to the 7 Seas Grand Market, the nest of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the next day. That was why he had the time to have the final practice with Boss Bai in the training room today. "Liao, I have a bad memory right now." Looking at Liao, Boss Bai said, "Remind me, did I ever thank you for saving Bai Kaisen? Forget it. I can never thank you enough for that thing. Thank you, Liao. Also, it's great to see you again. Really. When he mentioned his son, the head of space pirates who craved to rage and dominate the multiverse looked and sounded much more gentle. His eyes were particularly sincere when he looked at Liao. "I'm happy to fight side by side with Boss Bai again." Greatly moved, Liao couldn't help but propose. "Why don't we go to the Seven Seas Grand Market together tomorrow? After all, the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wen are already capable of simulating the basic fleet tactics. There shouldn't be a problem as long as the battle is not too erratic. There will be a better chance to convince Jin Yuyan if you come with me." Boss Bai. Boss Bai was also rather moved. "No can do." Liao. Boss Bai patted Liao's shoulder and said solemnly, "Liao, your stealth skills and your silver tongue are famous all over the universe. The victory will certainly be ours even if you go there by yourself, not to mention that you have persuaded Li Jialing to go with you, right? If I go with you, wouldn't it be an insulting gesture that implies I don't trust you at all?" Liao was rather suspicious. "Is that so?" "Of course. All right, enough talking. We have a guest waiting outside of the training room." Boss Bai stopped talking and waved his hands, turning off the defensive shield and the sound blocking system around the training room. His eyes suddenly grew sharp as he stared at the guest waiting outside before he said coldly, "Marquis Yongchun, you are truly a trustworthy man, and you have indeed returned to report again. You must have been troubled." The person observing Liao and Boss Bai's exercise from the outside was exactly Li Wuji, Marquis Yongchun, who was previously loyal to the four families. Liao did not hide himself before Li Wuji. It was because he chopped off the head of the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet under the watch of everyone, which was impossible to be kept a secret. As long as they were not going to kill Li Wuji, the guy would learn the matter sooner or later. So, it might be a better option to show himself in public and further intimidate Li Wuji. Liao's deterrence had proved to be rather effective, because it was not the first time that Li Wuji had heard the name of Vulture Liao. Back when the reformists rose unstoppably and barged into the capital, the name of Vulture Liao had already soared. Everybody in the four families knew that Vulture Liao, driving the Colossus Gold Vulture, was one of the best warriors of the reformists. Of course, Li Wuji, who was better informed, also knew that the remarkable warrior of the reformists and the super expert who miraculously rose from nobody knew where had already become the most wanted criminal of the reformists. The reason why the reformists wanted Liao was rather hilarious. It was said that he had betrayed them and went to the four Kurfürst family's side. That was rather perplexing for Li Wuji, who found it impossible to figure out the stance of Liao, Boss Bai, and the rest of them or the current situation. While the four families were in cooperation, they were still different interest groups. It was possible that some other family talked this Vulture Liao into defection without informing the Li family because of their own plan. All in all, for Li Wuji, who had run to a dead end, it was not a bad thing that Liao, a traitor of the reformists, had appeared. At the very least, it suggested that Boss Bai was not lying, and they were truly not on the reformist side. So, there was still a great room for cooperation. Stubbornness was the most untreatable disease. Once one could think it through, there would be nothing they wouldn't do. When Li Wuji contemplated above the septic tank, he had already thought everything through. He had lost all his troops and run into such a brutal man like Vulture Liao. He could not defeat the man, and he did not want to die. What choice did he have except to cooperate with the guy? Getting to the bottom of it, this was just a civil war of the Imperium. Whoever won in the end, the stew would still be in the pot. As long as it was guaranteed that he could have a bowl of it and an intact head to eat it in the end, nothing else seemed to matter. All in all, after negotiating with Boss Bai and Liao for a whole night and settling all the terms, Li Wuji returned to the territory of the four families with the bodyguards that Boss Bai selected for him. He actively spoke for the National Protection Army and helped them collect the latest intelligence. He had even come back to the Blue Sky Market to report in person a month later. Li Wuji had been working hard for the National Protection Army, without any second thought. Considering his weakness, it was impossible for him to play any trick too. The moment he returned to the Blue Sky Market, he had witnessed the advanced competition between Liao and Boss Bai. It was both deterrence and a pacifier. For a standard immortal cultivator like Li Wuji, It was their natural instinct to submit to the strong. The stronger Liao and Boss Bai were, the more loyal he would be. I'm never troubled to serve fellow cultivator Li and Commander Bai. Li Wuji bowed at them humbly and said sycophantically, "Fortunately, I have accomplished the task that you entrusted to me. The route of the four families' army, the distribution of the army, and the time of their gathering have all been collected." According to Li Wuji, the battle at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium had long begun. But it would not be a quick battle of fleets, but a protracted war of attrition. On the four families' side, they had just lost the capital and the emperor. They were also scared that the reformists in the capital would ambush their territory. So, they were unwilling to mobilize their elite troops to attack the rebels at the edge of the Imperium. The reformists in the capital seemed to have a bright future, but they simply had too few troops, and they could not afford any failure or attrition. So, they were unwilling to attack easily either. On the other hand, the Imperium still had tremendous elites in the newly recovered territory that was just taken back from the Covenant Alliance. They were known as the Expedition Army. The Expedition Army was a complicated, gargantuan group, and the branch fleets came from various places. They did not have a leader, but a lot of young officers in the Expedition Army respected Lei Qinghu, the highest commander of the Astounding Thunder Fleet, as their commander. Theoretically, Lei Qinghu was a great general of the reformists, who had entered into the heartland of the Li family like a nail brutally. But in the half a year that followed, he did nothing at all, as if he had completely vanished. The whole thing couldn't be more interesting. All in all, the few most capable forces in the Imperium of true human beings, including the new Imperial Guards that had been reorganized by Blackstar the Great based on the Deep-Sea Fleet, the Expedition Army which remotely cooperated with the Astounding Thunder Fleet, and the elite troops of the four Kurfürst families made of the core members of the families who would never abandon the honor of their families, were either staying still or stalling each other. It was impossible for them to be mobilized to the edge of the Imperium easily. Therefore, the participants on the battlefield at the edge of the Imperium became the mediocre fleets of the four Kurfürst families, the fleets of their vassal families, the new warlords of the peripheral worlds, and the mercenaries, space pirates, assassins, etc., who had been attracted by money. The many participants of the war each had their own plans and were not on two utterly opposing sides as they appeared to be. It was true that the four Kurfürst families were trying to annihilate the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists to defend their monopolization interests. However, the four families were not only four people. They were made of countless living individuals who each had their own thoughts and who placed their own interests above the interests of their families. The four families had reaped inestimable benefits through power, but the benefits were not distributed to all the family members evenly. The privileges of the main bloodline and the secondary bloodlines and the privileges between the low-ranking family members and the high-ranking family members could have a major difference. As the saying went, inequality rather than insufficiency is the source of maladies. The unfairness in the distribution of benefits was enough to fill the secondary bloodlines and the low-ranking family members with anger. When the anger was mixed with the immortal cultivator's selfishness, it was enough to destroy all their loyalty to their families. Many members of the four Kurfürst families had been in a clandestine relationship of interests with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in the past 100 years. It was even safe to say that a lot of people in the four Kurfürst families had made major contributions for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors to grow from an unimportant business group into an organization that could influence the politics of the Imperium. Zhou Tianying, the former manager of the Blue Sky Market, promised Boss Bai when trying to persuade him that even if Boss Bai wanted the latest warship of the four families, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors would still be able to smuggle it for him. It was certainly not bragging. In the conspiracies of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and some of the people in the four families, those thieves of the four families would get the latest warships out and fabricate a non-existent space storm, which reportedly caused the destruction of the warship. Then, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors would have the new warship, while the thieves of the four families would gain tremendous profits as well as the friendship of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. The profits and the friendships could significantly help the thieves to improve their strength and distinguish themselves in the cruel family competitions. It was almost a perfect win-win. Even the latest warships could be smuggled from the four families' territory to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. It was needless to mention other things such as crystal suits, intelligence, or resources. After all, no matter how big the cake of the family had been made, what the descendants of the secondary bloodlines got was just the tiniest slice. They and their offspring would never be the Kurfürst for the next 10,000 years. So why did they have to be so stubborn? Besides, they were not betraying their families. They were only picking several fruits from the big and deeply rooted families. Did it really matter? Could the magnificent four Kurfürst families collapse because of the loss of a minor warship or the leakage of a few pieces of unimportant intelligence? Ha ha ha. Absolute impossible. It was the common mindset for the descendants of secondary bloodlines in the four Kurfürst families. Part of the descendants of the main bloodlines, who hadn't been particularly successful, also thought so. While their positions in their families were low, they were large in number and controlled most of the lowly but down-to-earth jobs. They were essentially the cornerstones of their families. The cunning merchants of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were best at attracting and corrupting such noble descendants. In the past 100 years, they had won the fondness of a lot of people in the four families through various methods. The cornerstones had already been riddled with holes. Right now, at the bottom level of the four Kurfürst families, there was even a weird, popular theory. What the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists were doing was actually to force the leadership of the four families to see the power of the bottom level and prompt them to distribute more benefits to the bottom level. Therefore, the greater fuss the business alliance of 10,000 sectors caused, the more the secondary bloodlines of the four families would benefit. It was one side of the coin. On the other side of the coin, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was also not a unified group made of determined people, but one made of countless cowardly, greedy, and boneless individuals. Merchants were the most audacious and reckless people in the world. For 300% profits, they would not hesitate to wave their sabers at Black Star the Great. But at the same time, merchants were also the weakest and the most capricious people. As long as Black Star the Great or the four Kurfürsten could offer a 301% price, say, the temptation of a certain franchise right, the same merchants would not bat an eye and would sell their own parents. Perhaps the business leaders such as Jin Yuyan, who was farsighted with a clear head, understood the consequences of making deals with the wrong people, but most members of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors could barely resist the enticement of interests before their eyes. Therefore, the four Kurfürst families also had many spies within the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They had won the secret allegiance of many members of the alliance too. In short, the four families and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were not two black and white sides. There was in fact a chaotic, obscure gray swamp, which everybody had submerged themselves into willingly for their interests. The only difference was whether they were deep gray or bright gray. A member of the four families could be working for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors because his fatal secret was controlled, like Li Wuji. But at the same time, he could be appointed by his family to allure and coerce certain members of the business alliance, even truly receiving the secret letters of loyalty that the members of the business alliance wrote to the Kurfürsten. The members of the business alliance who wrote the secret letters to pledge loyalty, on the other hand, could be actively tempting some other members of the four families, attracting them into the swamp in clandestine deals for all kinds of interests. In the meantime, both the members of the four families and the members of the business alliance, when encountering a weak enemy, passerby, or friend by accident while they were on a trip, might also change their faces quickly and play the role of space pirates, swallowing the victim from the skin to the bones. It was exactly the absurd and chaotic war that was going on at the edge of the Imperium right now. Of course, all the messy forces, who did not have the slightest loyalty or credit and who had been planning for their own interests, would eventually sort everything out in the turbulence and find the wind indicator, which would be the result of the Battle of the Seven Seas Grand Market. After the Battle of Seven Seas was settled, both the descendants of the four families and the members of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors would immediately understand the role they should play. As a matter of fact, those selfish immortal cultivators had always played only two roles. They were either the victors or the followers of victors. When the day came, the losers would be taught a profound lesson about how inevitable and unstoppable their failure was. In the training room in the Blue Sky Market, Li Wuji confessed everything he knew. Not only had he accomplished the mission that Liao and Boss Bai entrusted to him perfectly, But he had also even secretly got in touch with certain treacherous guys in the four families and the guys whom he could blackmail. He made a list of names and encouraged Liao and Boss Bai to attract those people into their cause too. That was exactly the weirdness of human psychology. It was certainly a shameful thing to eat shit alone, but if more people were dragged into the septic tank, including those who were in much higher places than himself, such a thing would not seem as unbearable. By then, being the first person to eat shit would even be something worth being proud of. Liao and Boss Bai naturally took in all of Li Wuji's kindness. "My lord, if our cause does succeed in the end, you will be the greatest contributor." Liao patted Li Wuji's shoulder with a smile. Since Boss Bai was playing the bad cop, he could only play the good cop and give Li Wuji hope. "You are now only a marquis. Is that really anything? Your future is nothing but promising." Li Wuji did not necessarily believe what Liao said, but he had to pretend to be flattered, not even having the courage to wipe the shoulder that Liao had just patted. Hesitating for a long time, he still summoned his courage and asked, "Fellow cultivator Li, I wonder, what is our cause exactly? I'm rather confused. It doesn't matter what our cause is specifically. Is it really important to know whether we are on the four families side or the business alliance of 10,000 sectors?" Liao waved his hand and declared, "What matters is that we have such a magnificent fleet. This is our foundation and the greatest support for our fortune and power. As long as we have such a support, the four families, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, or any other forces have to give us enough respect, don't they? Of course, both our cause and your position require much more than the current fleet. Only by further expanding and building up ourselves in the Battle of Seven Seas can you rise and your future be better ensured, allowing you to even become the Kurfürst in the end." Li Wuji bulged his eyes and swallowed hard. "About that, trust me." Looking at Li Wuji in the eyes, Liao spoke with a voice that was piercing into the guy's brain. "Vulture Liao is a super expert that everybody in the Imperium knows. I have my dignity, and I am always best known for my credibility. How can I lie to you? If you work for us dutifully, chances are that we can establish a branch fleet for you to command after the Battle of Seven Seas is over. Consider it as a replacement for your former fleet. I assure you that it will be stronger than the previous one. Just rest assured about that." Li Wuji would have only trusted Liao's credibility if his brain had been damaged because of sinking in the septic tank for too long. However, having lost his entire fleet, he did not have a second option. Also, according to his secret observation in the blue sky market, what Boss Bai was trying to build was indeed not a bloated, gigantic regular fleet, but a rapid response fleet that was small but elite. As a result, abundant starships would certainly be outdated. They could be used to establish a mediocre fleet that was commanded by someone. In that case, why couldn't the someone be him, Li Wuji? Revenge was a dish best served cold. Whether or not he was to settle the scores with Boss Bai for his insult, there was no need to end on bad terms with the guy right now. Instead, he needed to cooperate with the guy without reserve and recover his fleet first. Having made up his mind, Li Wuji discussed with Liao and Boss Bai respectfully on the battle plan of the next phase, before he bowed at the two of them deeply and stepped backward out of the room. "I never knew that there could be such divinity transformation stage experts." Looking at Li Wuji's back that was getting further and further away, Liao said with mixed feelings, "Why do I feel that there aren't many real heroes at the magnificent center of the cosmos, and that the people in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage here are far worse than the people of the same level at the edge of the cosmos? It's perfectly normal. The two parties have entirely different living environments and training methods. Even if they are at the same level, they are not exactly the same." Boss Bai said casually, "The trainers at the edge of the cosmos have all groped independently and struggled to succeed in the harshest environment with the slightest resources. While the odds for us to advance into the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage are very low, and our advancement is much more dangerous than that at the center of the cosmos, we will earn a lot after we succeed. Our bodies, our souls, and our minds will be polished in the most extreme way. What about the trainers at the center of the cosmos? They often have the best family environment, the most perfect training facilities and astronomical training resources. Whatever they want, they could extend their hands and get it, unlike us who have to fight bloody battles for the slightest resources. I was told that there is even a lot of massive magical equipment in the Imperium of true human beings that can deal with the apocalypses attracted by the advancement into higher levels. Think about it, even the apocalypses are no longer a threat to the high-level trainers. Such high-level trainers are purely piled up by resources and the environment. They are the flowers in the greenhouse that have never seen any real wind. How can they compete with us? It's like there are two magnates in the mall. One of them is born in a renowned family, studies in the most excellent schools, and inherits the family enterprise the moment he graduates. But the other is born in a poor family and builds an enterprise from scratch, one coin after another. If the two of them boast equal assets, Liao, who do you think is the more determined and ambitious one, and who is more likely to win the business war? Slightly stunned, Liao nodded his head quickly in epiphany. That sounds very reasonable. It is exactly the case in Long Yangjuan's ancient sages sector. The barbarian soldiers born in the remote, bitter lands whose wilderness is not entirely tamed may turn into elite troops after some training. They are often much more brutal and tougher than the army of the central dynasties. Right now, the cultivators from the Star Glory Federation are exactly such wild barbarians. That's exactly right. Boss Bai laughed aloud. That's why I've always been telling my brothers. In training and fighting, the level is certainly very important, but it is not the most important thing. For the people at the same level, every warrior from the edge of the cosmos can defeat 2 or 3 flowers in the greenhouse that is at the center of the cosmos. That's certainly not an exaggeration. Liao recalled the battles that he had experienced after he came to the Imperium and realized that it was right. The key is not the level, but the belief. Boss Bai extended his hands at the artificial sky, trying to grab a piece of the blue sky into his palm. He said, I am fighting to break out of the Pangu universe and cruise among the billions of stars. You are fighting for all human beings in the Pangu universe, or at least for the Star Glory Federation. That is the reason why we are fighting and the source of our strength. But what about Li Wuji? He is not even fighting for his family. He is only fighting for himself alone. In our fists lie billions upon billions of stars, but there is only himself in his fists. Even if he is as strong as us, the victory will be predestined long before we punch each other. Liao was silent for a moment. He then sighed and said, Boss Bai is right. It is rather odd that after I came to the center of the cosmos, the territory was much bigger than before, but the people were much more narrow-minded than before. All the conflicts are purely about interests, and few are actually about beliefs. It is not strange. It's also because of the environment. Boss Bai said, when we were at the edge of the cosmos, while the place was narrow and the resources were few, we had the most precious thing, hope. We knew that the center of the cosmos was a better, more prosperous haven than the edge of the cosmos. We knew that a long road was waiting ahead of us. So, no matter how ugly and painful the reality was, we were filled with hope, which burned us and propelled us to push forward and climb upward. But what about the people at the center of the cosmos? They have already occupied the most fertile and prosperous land in the entire universe. They have explored the entire known universe and defeated almost all the enemies. There is no road ahead of them anymore. They have nothing to conquer or explore anymore, which means that they cannot see any new hope. Then, is it useful at all to keep exuberant curiosity, resolution, and hunger? Even if the Imperium is to continue for 10,000 years, it will only keep the current status for 10,000 years. By the time the Covenant Alliance is annihilated, there will be absolutely nothing that they can conquer. What else can they fight except each other? What possibly deserve them to sacrifice their lives for? Therefore, for the divinity transformation stage experts such as Li Wuji, they are not just a tragedy of the immortal cultivators but also a tragedy of mankind. If we do not find a way to break out of the Pangu universe and find new hope for the civilization of mankind, even if the Star Glory Federation replaces the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance and governs the tiny universe, it will still decay, corrupt, and lose the vigor to stride forward and work hard. It will be utterly deformed, clinging to its possessions without letting go of them at all. When that day comes, no matter what a high level the cultivators of the Federation are at, they will be exactly like Li Wuji today. Picturing what Boss Bai just described, Liao shuddered hard. You're right, Boss Bai. If a dragon is raised in a tiny pond, its pride will be worn out, its bones will be softened, and its claws and scales will be eroded eventually, turning it into a giant earthworm. Liao said, if the civilization of mankind is truly a dragon, we will have to lead it to the ocean. The two of them looked at each other, even more determined than before. Outside of the training field, Li Jialing was waiting for them. Although he tried to be solemn, the excitement was still beaming out of his face beyond his control. Are you ready to go? Liao asked with a smile. I have never slacked for a single second during the 1.5 months of special training. I'm totally ready, Li Jialing declared resolutely. Very good. The mission to persuade Jin Yuyan, the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, is very important and full of risks and unexpected factors. Only the most excellent elites are qualified to go with me. Liao said. Boss Bai, Long Yongjun, and the Fist King were all very eager to team up with me. But after much deliberation, I still rejected them heartlessly. Why? It's very simple. Takes two brothers to fight a tiger. I trust you, Jialing, and I believe you won't disappoint me. That's right, boy. You better not disappoint us either. Boss Bai glared at him and said coldly, it broke my heart to give such a precious opportunity to you. If you screw it up, hee. Rest assured, Brother Yao and Boss Bai. Li Jialing blushed. I certainly won't screw it up. I still need to go back to the capital and save the Queen. Looking at Li Yao, Boss Bai asked suspiciously, Li Yao, let me ask you one last time. Are you sure you are going with this guy? He can do it. Li Yao said firmly, I trust Jialing. He is absolutely qualified for the job. Very well, Boss Bai said in fake anger. I'll stop competing with such a junior then. Here, clean yourself up with this. He tossed 2 cans of drugs at Li Jialing. Li Jialing picked them up, only to be stunned. What are these? Depilatories and rinses. Boss Bai said, you are not going to the blue sky market in such an eye-catching style, are you? You would be recognized the second you enter the port. Li Jialing's appearance was indeed attention-grabbing. By logic, he had long advanced into a rather remarkable level, and with the assistance of Liao, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and so many other experts, it shouldn't be a problem to restore his previous look. However, there was no telling what unique methods Li Linghai adopted, but Li Jialing's appearance had been changed on the cellular level. It could not be restored despite the attempts that Liao and the rest of them made. The best result was that he was slightly more like a regular human being for a short while. Li Jialing seemed to have been used to the style of the Golden Lion too. He was rather stunned at the depilatories and black rinses in his hands. However, when he raised his head again and saw Liao's eyes that were full of trust and expectation, he finally made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he nodded his head and said, Got it. I'll clean myself right now. The Golden Lion then rushed out of the room. Hey! Isn't it too dangerous if you trick Li Jialing to go to the 7 Seas Grand Market? Looking at the back of the young lion who left in enthusiasm, Boss Bao frowned and said to Liao, you know clearly that he is the shell that Blackstar the Great is determined to get, yet you are still bringing him to such a dangerous place. Is it really a good idea? Is the 7 Seas Grand Market really a dangerous place? Liao smiled and said, didn't we have a pleasant meeting with Zhuo Tianying, the deacon of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, from which we learned that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and us are indeed highly complementary. Also, don't forget that I have a deep bond with Di Feiwen, who was an important person in the early period of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and who left the Imperium more than 100 years ago. Therefore, on this trip to the 7 Seas Grand Market, with any luck, I do not need to move a little finger in order to persuade Jin Yuyan and the entire Business Alliance to join our cause. Boss Bai said coldly, it's a shame that luck has barely been on your side. Liao blinked and said, Speaking of danger, you will encounter as many dangers in the space battlefield too. If the battle of the blue sky market is like a boa swallowing an elephant, you will be facing dozens of elephants, buffaloes, and rhinos at the same time in the battle of the Seven Seas Grand Market. It will be easy to be stepped on and get killed. Even if the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs has just been reorganized and upgraded, and Zhuotianying and Li Wuji are out there providing intelligence of the two parties at war, it will still be very perilous. If Black Star the Great wants to find Li Jialing, there will always be a way to find him. If he stays within my eyesight, I can give him a hand when anything happens. It will be safer this way. He can't be absolutely safe unless he escapes to an uninhabited, desolate space zone and hides for a couple of years, but how is it possible? Li Jialing has to rescue the queen. In order to rescue Li Linghai, he will have to face Wu Yingqi. It's a responsibility that he cannot evade and does not want to. After a brief silence, Boss Bai heaved a long sigh. It does make sense. Such is always the case for parents and children. If anything happens to Bai Kaisen, not just Wu Yingqi, even if I have to confront the Supreme Emperor or the Blood God, I fear that I will have no choice except to march forward. Of course. Liao smiled brilliantly. Don't be so unconfident about me. Although being my teammate entails certain minor risks, things always turn out well in the end despite the crises, right? Just rest assured. Boss Bai sniffed and changed the topic. When I saw Li Jialing, I couldn't help but think about Han Te. It's rather strange that Han Te seems to have become a different person in the recent half-month. He is not as arrogant and high-key as the previous months but much more obedient, devoting himself to training every day. He is neither asking for other people's trouble nor flirting with girls outside. The boy truly has some talents in cannons. He is a future fire control officer with the greatest potential that I've ever seen. Before, he was too confident about himself to be judicious, but he has made a lot of breakthroughs since he calmed himself down and focused on training. I believe that he will be up for more important jobs very soon. Really? Liao was quite fond of Han Te and Lu Li, whom he met on the Land of Sins. But he was too busy and haunted by too many dangers to spend time with the two young people. Liao had heard a thing or two about Han Te's private life. However, while he was a firm supporter of monogamy, he did know that there were too many habitable planets in the vast universe, whose different environments resulted in different social and marriage systems, including different opinions on fidelity. On the Land of Sins, where one could be killed any moment, driven by their natural instincts of survival and reproduction, everybody was trying their best to survive and seizing every opportunity to spray their seeds. In such a way, even if they could not see the sun tomorrow, their genes would still be passed on. A stable monogamous system could only exist on the basis of a stable society. In a living hell where wars never stopped, the genes of the people who did not seize opportunities to have more children but think about love every day could never be passed on. Han Te was a classic native of the Land of Sins who did not know what tomorrow held for him, and he was merely acting according to the morals and social rules of the Land of Sins. As far as Liao knew, there was not any coercion or deception involved. Naturally, he knew better than to mind the business of Han Te's lower half-body with his rod of morals. However, while Liao did not care about Han Te's private life, it still seemed rather inappropriate when he was so addicted to it that his studies and training got distracted. Therefore, Liao was planning to have a nice talk with Han Te before he left the blue sky market. While it was not a bad thing, one must learn to contain oneself in order not to ruin his health at such a young age. Right now, Han Te was still young and did not know much. He thought that he could work like a pile driver forever, but he might regret it someday when he grew into Liao's age and met another woman that he was interested in. However, it was rather awkward to discuss such a thing after all. Liao had thought about it for a long time but still hadn't figured out what he shouldn't say yet. Out of his expectation, Han Te had woken up on his own and learned the importance of self-control. He was truly a promising young man. What couldn't a guy achieve if he could control himself from doing that at such an age? Liao thanked Boss Bai rather delightedly, but Boss Bai shook his hand and said that it was not his effort. How could a lawless space pirate like him know anything about teaching young people? It was all the Fist King's enlightenment. I didn't know that the Fist King was capable of that. Liao was rather surprised. I truly wonder how he enlightened Han Te to make such a playboy turn around. He is truly patient and educative. While the two of them were talking merrily, a petite person appeared in their eyesight. It was Lu Li. Grandpa Yao, I heard that you are leaving tomorrow? The girl's eyes were red, and she was reluctant to be separated from Liao. She rushed forward and held Liao's hand. I'm here to see you off. Liao was rather moved, but he still said, I don't think it is necessary. If everything goes well, we will meet each other again very soon. Yes, it is most certainly necessary, the girl said solemnly and then asked rather guiltily, well, can we have dinner together tonight? It will be a farewell dinner for Grandpa Yao. Dinner is certainly fine, but I don't have any delicious food in my place, Liao said with a smile. Just like all the experts who had advanced into the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage, he had a rigorous body management system. All that he cared about when having food was comprehensive nutrition instead of taste. His food was mostly the bottles of strengthening drugs or synthetic nutrition drugs, occasionally mixed with heavenly materials and earthly treasures that contained abundant energy. They might not taste well if they had any taste at all, but he still swallowed all of them. If he intended to satisfy his appetite, the best thing he could find was only the various kinds of cans, which was not decent food either. That's fine. Anything will do. The girl nodded her head quickly, as if she were about to cry in tears of joy. Thinking for a moment, she shook her head again. Oh, not noodles. I don't want noodles. Anything but noodles will do. What's going on? Liao scratched his head. Why was your face pale and sweating when you mentioned noodles? Because Lu Li wasn't the best secret keeper. She immediately collapsed and said in frustration, I've been eating noodles for almost half a month. Master Fist King said that he must manage my meals for my perfect work state, but he fed me with noodles every day. The breakfast was noodles, the lunch was noodles, the supper was noodles, and when I was exhausted and hungry after working late, the midnight snack was still noodles. Also, they were always noodles with potatoes and eggs, without any greens or meat. Not at all. Counting all of them, I've had almost 15 meals of noodles in a row. Grandpa Yao, you know that I am really not a picky girl, and I can endure anything, but this is too unbelievable. I feel like throwing up whenever I smell potatoes. No, I feel like throwing up whenever noodles are mentioned. So, please, let me eat something else in your place tonight. Pies, buns, cans, fried rice, whatever. As long as they're not noodles and does not have potatoes or eggs. The girl couldn't help but sob. Is that so? Liao was dumbfounded. He observed Lu Li carefully and discovered that the girl was indeed a bit bloated. He couldn't help but frown. And here I just complimented the Fist King's education on young people. Why is he so patient with Han Te, talking the prodigal to turn around, when he is so mean to you? Feeding noodles to such a lovely girl as you for 15 days in a row? That's really a cruel thing. He is too mean. Exactly. I'm wondering if I somehow infuriated Master Fist King, and he was intentionally reminding me in such a way. At first, I was very happy and touched when Master Fist King cooked noodles for me. They also tasted good because he cooked them strictly according to the gourmet guides. When I finished the noodles, I found that an egg was hidden below them, which reminded me of my mother. I really burst into tears. Lu Li wept and said, but even the most delicious food cannot be repeated every day. Also, Master Fist King said that he was going to surprise me, but his surprise was simply hiding more and more eggs below the noodles. On day 1, there was 1 egg. Day 2, 2. Day 3, 3. In the end, he hid 10 eggs below the noodles. 10. It's impossible to hide 10 eggs in a bowl, alright? The noodles on the top were almost tipping, alright? The bowl of noodles was even larger than my head, alright? But he still acted all mysterious and pretended that nothing had happened when he brought the noodles to me, looking at me with expectations and waiting for me to find the surprise of the 10 eggs below the noodles. What could I possibly be surprised at? It was more like a shock. 10 eggs. Liao was stunned for a long time. Is there something wrong with the Fist King's head? I mean, is some chip burnt? I think so too. Lu Li crossed his fingers and said in guilt, I think that it might have been my responsibility. Did I do something wrong and wreck one of Master Fist King's crucial chips because I didn't grasp the maintenance skills that Grandpa Yao taught? Have you mentioned the issue to him? Thinking for a moment, Liao asked. You can ask him not to be so outrageous. Even if he is really dissatisfied with you, he can always say it out straightforwardly. It's really unexpected of the best bandit on the land of sins to be so petty as to bully a little girl. I brought it up several times indirectly, Lu Li said in frustration. I said to Master Fist King multiple times that, although his noodles were delicious and I couldn't be more satisfied, it was too troublesome for him and a waste of his computational ability. I talked to him many times, but he always turned a deaf ear to it. He also claimed that it would be worthwhile even if 5% of his computational ability had to be devoted in order to keep my optimal work state. Besides, he would work harder and adjust ingredients and methods until he could cook the most perfect noodles with potatoes and eggs in the entire universe. Good heavens! It's not about the perfection of the noodles at all right? Got it. It's about the monotonous flavor. Liao nodded his head quickly. It would have been better even if he made you noodles with soybean paste and spiced eggs. Right? Yes, exactly. Lu Li nodded her head, her big, diamond-like eyes flashing. Grandpa Yao, you do get me. However delicious a food is, you can't have it for a year in a row. I brought it up to Master Fist King rather implicitly before, but he said that he was changing every day and even every meal. The hardness of the noodles, the ratios of flour, the types of the potatoes, the manufacturers of the eggs, and the cooking methods of the soup. After half a month of training, the noodles he cooked already entailed 91 variations, and even the flavors of the potatoes had 15 distinctive levels. He even asked me in expectations whether or not I could taste all of them. My tongue was almost numb. How could I taste them? Hardly had the girl concluded her sentence when her wrist crystal processor buzzed and a communication request cut in. The name that Lu Li had noted for the guy was Egg Fiend. The girl was entirely frozen after she saw it. Shuddering, she turned on the communication. As expected, the Fist King's inhuman, metal face occupied the light beam. Miss Lu Li, where have you gone to? The Fist King said casually. Come back for dinner. I have prepared a big surprise for you. Shwa. Lu Li's face was immediately as pale as paper. She paused the communication without even raising any excuse. Covering the wrist crystal processor, she asked Liao for help. Grandpa Yao, I'm doomed. Judging from Master Fist King's tone, he must have buried at least 12 eggs below the potato noodles. No. From the flash frequency of his artificial eyes, it may be 15. Well, transfer the communication to my crystal processor. Let me talk to the Fist King. Liao clicked on the transfer and connection function on his wrist crystal processor, forwarding the Fist King's communication to him and restoring the call. He said with a smile, Fist King, nice to meet you. Lu Li is in my place. Since I'm leaving tomorrow, I called her over for some sort of a farewell get-together. Ha. The Fist King was silent for a long time. His metal face darkened. Fine. Got it. One other thing. Liao scratched his head. Please excuse me. During the past half-month, I've been rather busy. I needed to take care of Xiaoming and Wenwen's issues as well as my own training. I also had to negotiate with Zhou Tianying, Li Wuji, and other people for deals. In the meantime, I was obliged to learn the operation pattern and central resources of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the environment and the structure of the Seven Seas Grand Market, etc. There was really no time for me to run maintenance and upgrade for you. Are you and your core chips okay? I'm fine. The Fist King couldn't help but touch his skull, which was yet another redundant movement. I'm feeling better than ever. It's like a mysterious gate in the deepest part of my database has been opened, from which exuberant computational ability is gushing out every day, filling me with burning, unstoppable strength. It seems that Lu Li has really absorbed your knowledge. She has done an even better job in maintenance than you did. I didn't feel as better when you maintained me in person before. Really? Liao was rather skeptical. That is to say, You do not have any complaints about Luli? Of course not. The Fist King said, Why do you ask? Right, ask her to come back early after the dinner. This place is crowded by space pirates after all. Many of them have regained freedom after being identified and trained. Who knows if they will cause more trouble? It's not safe. Well, aren't you overthinking? Liao was amused. Everybody knows Lu Li's relationship with you and me. Who can possibly be bold enough to touch her? Perhaps I am overthinking, but since I promised to protect her according to the deal we made, I will consider every detail in every aspect and prevent her from being harmed at all. Even the lowest odds of hazard must be exterminated in cradles. The Fist King said solemnly, I am a machine of honesty and integrity. Please rest assured of that. Of course I am assured. Liao did not know what to say next. He could only change the topic rather unnaturally. Right, I was told that you've picked up a new hobby recently, and you like to cook noodles for other people? Ha 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 ha. When will I have the privilege to appreciate your culinary craftsmanship? On the light beam, the Fist King's artificial eyes constricted to the size of needle tips, and the crystal processors hummed and ran at a high speed for a long time, before he finally said coldly, I haven't and I don't. Please don't ask such meaningless questions. It's a waste of my precious time and computational ability. Huh? Liao was completely confused. What do you mean by meaningless? It was Lu Li who told me that you recently grew a thing for cooking noodles. She also said that your skills were not half bad. Lu Li is Lu Li, and other people are other people. The Fist King continued indifferently. Lu Li is my personal caretaker. Keeping her body healthy and her mood good is beneficial for the improvement of my combat ability and will make me realize the goal of becoming the strongest in the universe sooner. That's why I've been taking care of her daily meals in person. Other people can't help me realize my goal. Why would I cook for them? Stunned for a long time, Liao said, That still doesn't sound right. At the very least, I'm different from other people. I am an excellent refiner, and I am a technician of battle puppets, crystal suits, and even colossi. It was me who taught Lu Li her skills and who changed your new body for you at the beginning. I can also help you maintain and build up your body so that you can become the strongest in the universe sooner. So, isn't it only natural and reasonable for you to cook a bowl of perfect noodles for me so that I will be delighted and modify your body devotedly? The Fist King was dumbfounded, his artificial eyes enlarging. Liao laughed. Look, my logic is flawless. You have nothing to say for yourself, don't you? The Fist King was still silent, but his crystal processors were squeaking and smoking. Hey, Fist King, you are not caught in some sort of logic trap or data loop, aren't you? Liao's face changed greatly as he said, Fist King, activate the cooling rune arrays and cool down the crystal processors. Fist King. Rigidly, the Fist King heard none of it. His iron skull was shuddering non-stop, until the crystal processors made a dull noise in the end, and black smoke popped up from the gaps of the plate. All the lights on his body dimmed. His crystal processors were burnt up, and he was paralyzed. The light beam went black, and the communication came to an unexpected end. Not good. Liao rushed out. The Fist King has burnt himself up. Let's go and save him. Hardly had he started running when he felt that something was not right. Looking back, he found that Lu Li was still where she was at, as calm as before, not anxious at all. Lu Li, what's going on? Liao was rather dazed. The Fist King doesn't look right. Why are you not nervous at all? That's all right, Grandpa Yao. Master Fist King has been doing it a lot. He burnt up his clones every now and then. Lu Li said, Rest assured. It was on purpose or even faked. What? Liao was truly baffled. He pretended that the crystal processors were burnt up. It's almost like faking death, right? Why? That's why I said that I must have done something wrong and broke Master Fist King's head. Lu Li said concernedly. I feel that Master Fist King is getting weirder and weirder recently. Whenever he encounters a question he cannot answer, or a thing he doesn't want to face, he will intentionally burn up his brain, or put up some smoke, pretending that he has crashed as a way to evade the difficulties. At first, I thought it was real and was scared out of my wits before I found out that he was faking it. I was both angry and amused. What was that about? He was supposed to be such an awesome bandit from the land of sins, but whenever he ran into a problem, he was like a kid covering his head in the quilt. Frowning, Liao thought for a long time. In that case, Liao said, Luli, since you don't like the Fist King, have you considered switching to a different job? I can ask someone else to be the Fist King's personal maintainer. I never said that I don't like Master Fist King. Luli jumped to her feet, slightly blushing. She pointed her index fingers at each other while she said in a low voice, while the Fist King can be immature sometimes and has the bad habits of cooking noodles for other people every day and pretending to crash, he is still a very nice guy other than that. Besides, even the few bad habits might have been caused by my fault. In that case, it is all the more reason why I can't abandon Master Fist King. I must keep on learning maintenance techniques and improving myself to be the most excellent maintainer so that I can fix the problems in Master Fist King's head that were caused by me. All in all, I'll certainly be responsible for Master Fist King. The girl from the land of sins who had the eyes of diamonds waved her tiny fists and said firmly. That night, Liao and his friends had a little farewell dinner at the Blue Sky Market that was made of various kinds of cans. It was not just for Liao but also for each other. Because of the changing situation in the front line, the command center of the coalition army of the four Kurfürst families issued the latest order, asking the National Protection Army to move out in advance and block an important sailing route of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Therefore, Liao and Boss Bai's fleet would both set off tomorrow to their respective battlefield. Although the food was only a myriad of cans, they still had quite a good time. Also, halfway through the dinner, the Fist King was here too, with a whole vacuum bottle of noodles with potatoes and eggs. In the end, against his inhuman, cold, heartless eyes, the vacuum bottle of noodles was seized and divided by Liao and Boss Bai. The Fist King was so angry that he seemed to be breaking down again. The minor episode did not affect the farewell atmosphere. None of them slept that night and simply discussed the upcoming battle and the drastic changes that were to happen at the center of the cosmos in the near future. It was not until the east of the artificial sky was dyed red that Liao finally enjoyed himself. He boarded on a super tiny starship commonly known as the Shuttle with Li Jialing and slowly departed from the port. When they left, the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs, under the disguise of National Protection Army, was also ready to go. The super starships modified and strengthened by Liao, Boss Bai, the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wan took off, leaving colorful exhaust flames behind them that congregated into brilliant torrents. Right now, the name of the fleet was only known to the few people in the Blue Sky Market and probably a few other people in the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos. However, it was without a question that the fleet would rise unstoppably at the center of the cosmos in the near future and set the entire Pangu universe on the glamorous flames. Liao, on the other hand, would also announce his grand entrance on a different battlefield in another identity that would astound the world. Good luck to you. When the shuttle was about to depart, Boss Bai's blessing came from the communication channel. Liao, you are short of nothing except for luck sometimes. I hope that everything will go well this time. Of course. Liao grinned and replied, we are the people who will break out of the Pangu universe and rage against billions of stars. Is the Imperium anything worth mentioning at all? Half a month later, in a desolate space zone not far away from the Seven Seas Grand Market, the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, countless remnants of starships had congregated into an overwhelming torrent of garbage, like a universal highway made of broken stones. It was an invisible sailing route in space, the shortest distance from one perfect jump point to the next. Although a super remote space jump could theoretically bring a starship from any point of the universe to another one, such space jumps had a high demand on the precision of the space jump units on the starships and the physical and mental fitness of the passengers. They also needed to consume astronomical fuel. Sometimes it was not even a problem of the cost of the fuel, but certain high-purity, extremely precious special hybrid fuel that had to be injected into the space jump devices in order to activate a super-remote space jump across hundreds of sectors. Such special fuel, as well as the ingredients it was made of, namely the rarely seen marrow crystals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, was mostly monopolized by the nobles and the military. Only the advanced warships were qualified to use it. For the general business starships and carriers, they could not afford such expensive fuel, and the weak bodies of the passengers often could not bear the damage when they were dissected into the four-dimensional state for too long. Therefore, they could only jump from one sector to a neighboring sector and gradually reach their destination in the way of leapfrogging. When they performed the short-distance jumps, in order to preserve the fuel, they had to find the places that were least stable in the three-dimensional world and easiest to create wormholes in the sector. Such places were exactly the jump points marked on the space map. The shortest route between two jump points was not necessarily a straight line. Making use of the gravitational force of the planets or even stars so that the vehicles would be thrown out again and again as if it were on a slingshot would significantly boost its speed. In the meantime, there were a lot of terrifying areas among the jump points that were savaged by space storms and broken meteoroids. The garbage and remnants caused by wars and other activities of human beings might deal a fatal blow on the business starships too. To make use of the gravitational force of the stars and the planets and to avoid the dangerous areas, the sailing routes among the jump points turned into zigzagging curves. Only the most experienced captains could stick to the sailing route accurately, reaching a perfect compromise among time, safety, and fuel consumption. The campaigns between the four families and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, on the other hand, were often fought around the sailing routes too. In the past 3 months, the branch fleets of the two parties already had 1,000 brief yet cruel conflicts on various sailing routes. Countless starships had been destroyed, the ordinary people and the immortal cultivators on them buried in the cold vacuum alike. The precious cargoes had also been reduced into garbage, scattered on the sailing route as lackluster road signs, exactly like the debris floating on the sailing route ahead. After 3 months of fierce battles, the sailing routes around the Seven Seas Grand Market were almost half blocked. But on the remaining half-sailing routes, the number of business teams had been more than doubled, showing abnormal prosperity. Couldn't be helped. However fierce the battle was, life had to go on. As the headquarters of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, the Seven Seas Space Zone, where the Seven Seas Grand Market was located, was originally one of the most convenient business and logistics centers with the most abundant and stable wormholes at the edge of the Imperium. It shared a lot of similar features with the capital of the Imperium. The goods from countless sectors and resource planets had to be transferred in the Seven Seas Space Zone in order to be sent to the worlds that were in dire need of them. Such goods were either the fertilizers that were demanded in farming, or the central filtering units in the water or air cleaning system, or a certain special medicine to kill some type of plague. All in all, they were the indispensable items for many worlds, resource planets, and space towns. Without those goods, the whole town, planet, or world would be caught in a crisis. Therefore, no matter how fierce the battle was going on, people had to risk passing through the battle area and making purchases in the Seven Seas Grand Market. At this moment, there was exactly such a fleet made of more than 10 ragged, half-armed business starships that were sailing on the sailing route, which was full of debris carefully. A lot of the debris still had an extremely high temperature. Some of the units deep inside the debris were even having intense reactions. Now and then, colorful light balls were bursting out, staring at the small fleet like an abnormal skull. The debris was a result of a fierce battle not a long time ago. It suggested that the sailing route was very likely to be a perilous battlefield. The fleets of the four families, the fleets of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, or the ferocious space pirates, all kinds of tigers and wolves were lurking in the dark space, ready to lunge out and bite the prey. Many thoughtful eyes were even watching the tiny business team closely right now. It was only because they appeared too shabby that the predators were reluctant to waste fuel and ammunitions to rob them. Such an understanding made the business team even more panicked and cautious. At the end of the business team, there was a starship that was fat, dumb, and rusted, leaving the impression that it had a history of hundreds of years. The head of the starship was carved with a silly black bear, and below it was the name of the starship, Little Bear. It was not a starship suitable for long voyages, but only apt for the commutation between neighboring sectors. In order to adapt it to the leapfrogging voyages, The master of Little Bear gritted his teeth and modified the starship at a great cost. Too many patches had been added to the shell of the starship, making it look even more obese and clumsy, exactly like the 10 or so starships ahead of them. Although they looked alike, those starships never knew each other before. They were from different sectors and belonged to certain lone small merchants. They simply ran into each other in the last supply port and decided to sail together to add to each other's confidence. Although more than 10 of the business starships had been gathered, they would be killed altogether should they encounter looting warships. But at the very least, it was a psychological comfort, however illusory it was. Huadongling did not like the strange space outside at all. Her father was the owner and captain of Little Bear, and she had grown up on Little Bear. She sailed with her father so often that she thought that she was a real child of space. However, they had always been cruising in a peaceful, familiar space near their hometown. There were his father's old friends and brothers who would greet them after they reached every port and who would offer her all kinds of weird fruits and toys. She would be returning home after every 10 to 15 days. That was the travel that Huadongling was used to, but the travel this time was simply too different. Huadongling and Little Bear had never sailed this far before. She had crossed too many strange space zones and saw the twisted remnants too many times. She had even heard ear-splitting alarms several times as the starship burnt the fuel crazily and tried to escape. Little Bear was never more vulnerable before, and her father had never looked more gloomy. Huadongling had even heard her father's panicked moans when he was half asleep. That was her father, who was as strong as a tower and who was fearless even in front of a space storm. The familiar space in the past became so strange, depressing, cold, and perilous, making Huadong have an illusion. Were they sailing in space, or had they crawled into the mouth of a giant beast without them knowing it, and they were about to be completely corrupted by the infinite darkness? Therefore, during the nights haunted by bad dreams and in the days that were dizzying, Huadongling, just like her father as well as all the crew on Little Bear, began to hate the boundless universe outside, the units on board that were squeaking and spurting out variegated gas now and then, and the headaches and nausea after the short-distance space jumps. Of course, what she hated most of all was the passengers, particularly the aggressive, arrogant, and impolite mercenaries among them. Little Bear was a cargo ship. The passengers were not from their hometown but boarded on the starship on the ports when it refilled fuel and supplies on the way. As long as the passengers could pay for the space jumps, the cargo ships generally wouldn't refuse to give them a lift. Besides, most of the passengers were the ferocious-looking immortal cultivators with blades, who claimed to be in the refinement stage or the building foundation stage. The small folks such as Huadongling could never have the courage to refuse them. In such a chaotic time of war, the passengers who were bold enough to hitchhike to the Seven Seas Grand Market were certainly not the most harmless people. They were either the loose prisoners who had been sentenced to death, or the desperate people who were bankrupted, or the assassins, mercenaries, and space pirates who made their living through fighting. Some of them were even the spies loyal to the four Kurfürst families. All kinds of people could be found in them. Among them, the most disgusting of all was the mercenaries who traded their lives for money. It was evident that those mercenaries did not have a thriving career since they did not even have their own warship and could only travel on a civil starship like Little Bear. However, it could not stop them from talking and laughing loudly, discussing the sophisticated issues while unsheathing their chainswords and vibration sabers now and then. When they were looking at Huadongling, the ugliness in their scorching eyes was undisguisable. Those bottom-level mercenaries were like gorillas whose hair was not cleaned, the gorillas that happened to be in the mating period. Huadongling felt like throwing up whenever she smelled their stink. However, she had to hold back her disgust and delivered food for the passengers with a partner from her hometown. Little Bear was a cargo ship. Naturally, there were no waiters or waitresses. Even the daughter of the captain did not have any privilege but had to do her part. As she expected, the moment she opened the gate and entered the murky cabin, she could already hear the unrestrained laughter of the gorillas. There wasn't any special guest cabin on Little Bear, but a rather large space in the cargo cabin had been cleared to accommodate the passengers. While other passengers were crouching in the corner, silently considering their own business, the mercenaries had occupied the center of the cargo cabin, playing their weapons and bragging about their feat enthusiastically. The neck was so thick that it was like a tree, but it became two parts after a single flash. When the head hit the ground, it could still talk. Blinking the eyes, it said, "It's you, the lightning saber." A mercenary whose front teeth were missing patted his thigh and laughed crazily. Why, who else could it have been? What could have been so fast if not my lightning saber? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It happened to me once too. I encountered an idiot who was determined to fight over a woman with me. But he chickened out and fled the moment I drew my sword. Another mercenary, who was tall, slim, and had fair skin, hooted, "Flee? Now that my sword has been drawn, is there any use in running?" His feet were chopped off after he ran to 20 meters away. However, I did not kill him. It was not worthwhile just for a woman. The price for me to kill someone is at least 3,000 star coins, and I do not accept the crystal coins of the Imperium. No, sir. Have you heard of a very heated mercenary group named Blood Rain Alliance in the Flying Crane Space Zone recently? They won a few victories in a row after they just joined the four families and swallowed multiple business teams of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. All their goods were looted by the Blood Rain Alliance. It was really a great fortune. Even their fingernails must be greasy now. The first mercenary whose front teeth were missing sniffed. Their deputy captain is an old acquaintance of mine and followed me more than 10 years ago. At that time, he was just an unnoticeable shorty. Little did I expect that he would be so successful. Chances are that he will accept the medals of the four families in a couple of days. How lucky of him. Exactly. The four families have raised their prices when they recruit soldiers everywhere. The small fries who did not do so well are all making a fortune. Speaking of which, this is truly the most splendid time for us mercenaries. We should really thank you for the great time, the fair-skinned mercenary remarked with mixed feelings. Then, he glanced at everybody up and down and said with a smile, "Right now, many brothers are going to the four families, but why are you going to the Seven Seas Grand Market, bro? Are you so confident that the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors will win?" "I couldn't care less about whether or not it will win." The first mercenary spat and said, apparently not thinking that it was a big deal. "All that I care is which party offers more reward, not who the final victor is. It's true that the offer on the four family side has been raised a lot, but on the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors side, the price for someone in the refinement stage is twice the last month. For those in the building foundation stage, it's 3 times. As for those in the core formation stage, you can name your price freely. The star coins can be transferred into shiny crystals easily. Why would I say no to those? When the situation does not look well, there is always the option of battlefield uprising. I can cooperate with the four families and tie up Jin Yuyen, the head of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. Chances are that I will soar to the sky in one leap and rise above the dummies who joined the four families earlier. Bro, it's true that great minds think alike. The second mercenary laughed like a crooked viper. All in all, if the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors has a better chance of winning, we will take their money and fight for them dutifully. If the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors is about to be screwed, we will have a battlefield uprising and turn the Seven Seas Grand Market upside down together with the four families. If even that is impossible, we can always seize a starship when the Seven Seas Grand Market is in chaos and get away. Who can do anything about us? Great. That's what I'm talking about. The many mercenaries clapped their hands and laughed aloud, not hiding their ugliness at all. However, battlefield uprising is not so simple. The first mercenary lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious. You'll at least need someone in the four families who speaks for you, so that you will not be executed for military credit. Of course I have. The second mercenary declared proudly. There's an advisor in the 7th branch fleet of the Yun family, who is a descendant of the main bloodline of the Yun family and a legitimate baron of the Imperium. His name is Yun Ao, and he is my big brother. We've been keeping in touch. If there is anything, I can go to him. The intelligence about the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors can be sold to him too. Baron of the Imperium? The first mercenary was amused. Such an identity may be suitable for intelligence trade, But if you are thinking to count on him, that will be slightly hee-hee. Ha! The second mercenary was apparently angered first, but rolling his eyes, he put on a smile again. So to speak, do you have someone greater that you can count on, bro? About that, the first mercenary intentionally halted for a moment, hoping to subdue the mercenaries whom he had just met. He stopped building the suspense and simply smiled. Do you know who the most heated expert with the most dominating fleet on the Four Families side is? Who is it? All the mercenaries pricked their ears. It was not until everybody leaned their heads close that the first mercenary shouted abruptly, "It's Li Wuji Marquis Yong Chun." A marquis. The mercenaries were indeed rather shocked. A marquis was naturally way above a baron. Yes, it's exactly his lordship Marquis Yong Chun. The first mercenary said gloatingly, "Haven't you heard of it?" Marquis Li recruited 30 famous pirate gangs at first and reorganized them into the National Protection Army, which was commanded by Boss Bai, captain of the Big Bai pirate gang. The Big Bai pirate gang? On the food chain of the space desperados, those bottom-level mercenaries were the hyenas biting the decayed corpses at best. They were naturally shuddering in fear when they heard such a ferocious beast as Boss Bai. Yes, even Boss Bai was recruited by Marquis Yong Chun. They also cooperated with each other and swallowed the blue sky market. The first mercenary said, "The Four Families' conquests on the peripheral markets of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were mostly blocked and did not go well, with heavy losses in multiple markets. Only the blue sky market fell into the hands of Marquis Yong Chun and the National Protection Army after only one fierce battle. Isn't it the greatest accomplishment? That's not all of it. I was told that when Marquis Yong Chun and the National Protection Army were exhausted and out of supplies, the Flying Rainbow Fleet from a new neighboring world intended to take advantage of them. Guess what happened? The Flying Rainbow Fleet was surrounded by Marquis Yong Chun's fleet and the National Protection Army and swallowed as a whole. Nobody expected Marquis Yong Chun's troops to be so tough. But his lordship did not stop after securing the triumph, but burst into a fury after he was back to the command center of the Four Families Coalition Army, filing an indictment on the Flying Rainbow Fleet and lambasting Marquis Bohu of the Song family, who was the endorser of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. He even spoke to Marquis Bohu and the other leaders of the Four Families openly that the Flying Rainbow Fleet fled in panic after being crushed by the National Protection Army, only to be entirely destroyed when they accidentally ran into a space storm. He asked Marquis Bohu what he wanted to do. Of course, there was nothing that Marquis Bohu could do to Marquis Yong Chun. After all, the victors always enjoy impunity. After the incident, Marquis Yong Chun became one of the most famous people in the command center of the Four Families Coalition Army. Everybody knows that he is a crazy tiger, best not to be pissed off. Nobody has the courage to enter the blue sky market easily. Wow! The mercenaries all exclaimed in shock and hope, as if it would be the greatest honor if they could be a dog below Li Wuji's feet. Right now, Marquis Yong Chun's National Protection Army has marched out of the blue sky market after the reorganization was completed. I was told that they just fought a remarkable battle in the Thousand Bones space zone. When the two parties at war were both exhausted, they suddenly jumped to the center of the battlefield. The jump distance was so close that a catastrophic chain action would have been caused with one moment of carelessness, but they were still bold enough to do that. What a bunch of lunatics! The first mercenary elaborated in delight. Nobody foresaw that they would enter the battlefield in such a way. As it turned out, they swept across the Thousand Bones space zone unstoppably. Not only have they destroyed the garrison of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors in the Thousand Bones space zone, but many of the unaffiliated troops on the Four Families side have been attracted to them too. They are now unbelievably strong. You all know that most of the forces that the Four Families have devoted to the peripheral battlefield of the Imperium are mediocre fleets. Their number may be large, but their morale is not high. Some of them haven't even shot once after confronting the garrison of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. Such a capable troop like the National Protection Army is indeed rare. It won't be long before it becomes the core of all the mediocre fleets, attracting all the forces like a magnet. Now that Marquis Yong Chun has such a ferocious dog under his command, Do I need to remind you of his position in the four families? All the mercenaries were greatly delighted. Even the second mercenary had to lower his head and asked, "Then, do you have connections in his lordship Marquis Yongchuan's place?" Just now, the two people were calling each other bro, but the first mercenary was suddenly the second mercenary's big brother now. The first mercenary rubbed his nose and smiled. Of course there are connections. I have a sworn brother who used to be a space pirate. But later, he joined an expert of the Li family in the core formation stage and was admitted as a foster son. This expert in the core formation stage is a foster nephew of his lordship Marquis Yongchun. Aya! All the mercenaries complimented at the same time. That's Marquis Yongchuan's trusted subordinate. The second mercenary batted his chest and shouted, "From today on, we will all follow our big brother's lead and claim the fortune and accomplishments together. Yes, big brother. We will all listen to your command in the future." The first mercenary was overjoyed and could barely close his mouth. That's why I said that this was the best of times. As the saying goes, heroes never emerge in peace. The heroes like us are destined to distinguish ourselves in such a great time and make a name for ourselves. Overhearing the conversation of the flagrant merchants, Huadongling was so exasperated that she was almost throwing the food boxes at the shameless passengers and cursing at them. The people can barely live now because of the fighting of the immortal cultivators. What exactly is this greatest time? And what kind of heroes are you? Of course, she could only think about it but not reveal any of it on her face. She had to bite her lips hard and served the true human beings obediently. But while she did not want to piss off the mercenaries were unwilling to let go of her. When she offered the food boxes to the mercenaries in fear, the first mercenary suddenly snatched her wrist and smiled. "What a young girl! Is this your first trip out of your home? Are you scared?" Huadongling was entirely frozen as if a slippery snake had just tied her wrist, and she was unable to say anything. "My dear master." Her companion hurried to move forward and apologize to the passengers. But unexpectedly, the second mercenary rose and slapped the face of Huadongling's companion, blowing 3 of his teeth off. "Idiot! Did anyone ask you to talk? Are you even qualified to talk in front of us?" "Ah!" Seeing that her companion was blown away, and half of his face was immediately swollen and darkened, Huadongling couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Little girl, don't be scared, we are not bad guys. We're all the heroes of the soul-hunting gang." The first mercenary's smile was even more greasy, and his fingers crawled to the top of Huadongling's elbow like 5 vipers. "You are such a young and attractive girl, and yet you have barged into such a perilous, chaotic space zone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are the adults in your family not worried that something may happen to you? This space zone is not peaceful. While this is close to the 7 Seas Grand Market, the garrison of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors cannot protect every sailing route. The hunting warships of the 4 families may appear at any moment. Should we encounter one, such a beautiful flower would be destroyed. What a shame it would be." Huadongling was almost crying. The other few crew members were also dumbfounded, not even having the courage to breathe aloud. The other passengers were too intimidated by the ferocious-looking mercenaries to stand out too. However, don't be scared. The soul-hunting gang is here for you. The 5 fingers of the first mercenary slithered on and to the internal side of the girl's elbow, drawing circles on the girl's most sensitive skin. "The heroes of the soul-hunting gang are all very famous in the area. We have brothers in both the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors and the 4 families. So it doesn't matter. Should we encounter a hunting warship, we will certainly protect you. Right, your body seems rather weak. Have you suffered any internal injuries because of the consecutive jumps in the past few days? Do you want me to waste some of my precious cultivation and help you examine your body? There's no need to be courteous. Space jumps are the most unhealthy of all. It will be terrible if such a young person like you have any sequelae. Rest assured, I'm fond of helping those in need at best. It's free of charge." Her face pale in fear, Huadongling struggled hard, but it was impossible for her to escape from the hands of an immortal cultivator. The first mercenary cackled. The 5 fingers with which he was holding the girl's elbow shivered, and the girl was immediately paralyzed and almost falling into his arms. Wow! The first mercenary laughed. The girls today are truly voluntary. He was about to open his arms and embrace Huadongling when such an enormous force hit his back so hard that his tailbone was almost broken apart. He was kicked away directly and crashed into a pile of food boxes, with the soup and juice staining all over his body. He looked back in humiliation, only to discover that a mysterious person, who was wearing a black leather coat, a black cape, and a pair of gigantic dark sunglasses, and who had covered every inch of his skin, had kept Huadongling in his back. "I'm hungry," the mysterious person in black said coldly. "Why is our food still not delivered?" He seemed to be asking Huadongling, who was behind him. However, invisible killing intent was unleashed from his broad sunglasses, locking onto every person from the so-called soul-hunting gang before him. "You?" The first mercenary burst into fury. Looking at each other, the 2 low-level immortal cultivators roared at the same time and charged at the mysterious man in black, unsheathing their weapons that were the foundation of their success. Then the man in black sniffed. Then, after 2 explosions, the weapons of the 2 mercenaries broke apart from the hilt and fell back into the sheath. What they were holding in their hands were but the 2 short handles. The 2 mercenaries looked at each other in bewilderment. Dazed at the fracture that was as smooth as a mirror, they immediately felt that their pants were soaked in cold sweat, and their legs were shaking beyond control. "I'm hungry," the man in black repeated himself. "Why is our food still not delivered?" The last word, delivered, knocked the 2 mercenaries to the ground like a 1,000-kilogram hammer. Every bone on their bodies was quivering, and they could not get back to their feet at all. The few mercenaries who swore to live and die with their brothers a moment ago simply covered their heads and faltered, not daring to say anything. The man in black did not bother to look at them but simply turned around to his own corner, sitting down next to his companion who was wearing a gray cape. Huadongling's heart was racing. However inert she was, she knew that it was the mysterious person who saved her. Looking around, she discovered that everybody was shuddering in fear, including the ferocious mercenaries a moment ago. She hurried to prepare 2 food boxes of clean food and sent them to the seemingly unattractive passengers who only got aboard in the last supply port. Thank you." While speculating who the mysterious people might be, she exclaimed in shock after accidentally glancing at them. "Ah!" The mysterious person did not take off his cape or his sunglasses, but simply unzipped the collar and revealed the lower half of his face. His face was covered in black, short hair, making him look like some sort of fierce and agile catamount, say a cheetah. Huadongling covered her mouth after only half an exclamation. She thought to herself that she was doomed because she must have insulted the seemingly cruel and bad-tempered immortal cultivator, and the guy would certainly burst into fury. But out of her expectation, the immortal cultivator who looked like a cheetah simply sniffed and picked up the food box, swallowing his fury. His companion nearby, on the other hand, took off his cape, revealing a common but warm face. He said with a smile, "Hush! Don't be scared, little girl. My brother may look hideous, but he is not a bad guy, and he will certainly not hurt you. Come here. Sit next to us so that we can talk." He patted the floor next to him, hinting the girl to sit down. "Ha!" Huadongling was rigidified again. Her face that had just resumed the normal color became pale again. She finally understood what getting out of a lake of dragons only to run into a cave of tigers meant. No, please, I am still little. I can't talk." Feeling like crying, Huadongling said weakly, "Ha!" The plain-looking passenger scratched his hair that was as fluffy as a bird nest and seemed to have realized something. He couldn't help but feel amused and extended 4 fingers to swear. "Don't misunderstand me. I promise, no. I swear that it will be just a chat without any extra activities." Compared to the ferocious-looking mercenaries and the indifferent cheetah nearby, the passenger with a head full of messy hair looked like an ordinary person that could be seen everywhere. His age and his appearance could not be told, and he would immediately be forgotten after he merged into a crowd. But he had a pair of eyes that were filled with joy, making them as warm and peaceful as the sunlight in a winter. It did not carry any air of evilness but slightly comforted Huadangling's heart that was just scared a moment ago. The girl looked back again, only to discover that the few mercenaries had retreated to the opposite corner of the cabin, burying their heads in their food boxes without any courage to look at them. When she looked back again, the passenger with pleasant eyes was raising his hands in a hilarious posture before he said with a smile, "It's all right. Just sit down. My surname is Li. You may call me Mr. Li. Mr. Li." Perhaps it was because the guy's eyes were too gentle and harmless. Or perhaps it was because Huadongling had nowhere to hide at all in such a narrow cabin should he truly mean any harm. So the girl simply sat down. Thinking for a moment, she slightly moved toward the cold cheetah. After all, you could never judge someone from how they looked. The bad people these days were always smiling. The cheetah had just saved her anyway. The cheetah glanced at her and did not talk. Sniffing, he devoted himself to the meal again. "Your name is Dongling, right? I heard the crew calling you this morning. You are the daughter of the ship's owner," the messy-haired passenger said with a smile. He then suddenly recalled something and gave her a simple silver bracelet. "Dongling, this is a gift for you. Consider it the consultation fee. This is..." Huadongling was even more scared, her heart in a mess. She began to wonder if the guy was an immortal cultivator. She had never seen any immortal cultivator that was so kind and generous with ordinary people. The best immortal cultivators she had seen in the past were just cold like the cheetah nearby and ignored all the ordinary people. Thinking, Huadongling was even more uneasy and waved her hands hard, not having the courage to accept the gift. "Take it. The bracelet is some sort of protection for you," the messy-haired passenger said. The hyenas a moment ago were not wrong to say that the world today is too chaotic for a little girl like you to travel. You may encounter all kinds of dangers. Do you see the helical rune array on the inside of the bracelet? Here, sting your right thumb and make sure your fingerprint is soaked in blood. Press your fingerprint at the helical rune array as confirmation, and you will activate the bracelet. In case any bad guy molests you in the future, the bracelet will automatically detect the temperature, heartbeat, and adrenal secretion of the bad guys and unleash powerful electric arcs as well as a unique soul signature when they are out of the alarm range. They can be released 10 times in total. As long as those bad guys are immortal cultivators, they will certainly be able to recognize the cultivation of the owner of the soul signature. Then, you will tell those bad guys that the bracelet is a gift from a good friend of your dad, no, your granddad, for your own safety. You don't need to say anything else. I believe that 99% of the bad guys will back off. However, if you are spending time with your lover, do remember to take off the bracelet first. Bahaha. It will be awful if your lover is electrified. Huadongling lowered her head in embarrassment. She did not have any lover yet. But this Mr. Li did have an interesting way of talking. "Did you make the food yourself?" The messy-haired passenger picked up the food box and took a deep breath. He complimented, "It smells delicious. Dongling, you are a great chef." Huadongling was briefly stunned before she replied awkwardly, "Not exactly, Mr. Li. This is just the most typical self-heating quick food that has been manufactured in bulk. Look, it's printed on the box." The messy-haired passenger. "All right, let's cut to the chase. Where exactly did your ship set off from?" Huadongling admitted frankly, "We're from the South Spirit planet of the Scarlet Star Space Zone. I doubt Mr. Li has ever heard of it before. It's a minor planet that has been only developed for 100 years and does not have a stable atmosphere even today. There are only 4 settlements on the planet, and I was born in one of them. I don't know anything about the South Spirit planet, but I do know the Scarlet Star Space Zone. That is not very close to the Seven Seas Grand Market, our destination. For a civil business ship like yours, it will perhaps take dozens of space jumps and a couple of months before you can arrive, right? Also, the journey is quite dangerous." The messy-haired passenger said, "It's havoc outside with battles everywhere. I was told that the authorities announced that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors is a rebellious organization, and the Seven Seas Grand Market is about to be attacked. Why are you doing business there with such great risks? Even if your father prefers money to his life, he doesn't have to bring you with him, does he?" We don't have a choice, Huadongling said in devastation. How can the high and mighty immortal cultivators understand the life of the poor folk? The South Spirit Planet has only been developed for 100 years. We do not have many powerful connections or rare local specialties. Even to this day, we cannot satisfy our own demand on life necessities. We'll be starved without the imported food and die of thirst without the water-cleaning cartridges introduced from the outside world. Before, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors had a convenient business network and tremendous free fares. Business teams stopped by our planet every month regularly, purchasing our minerals and selling us food, water, and air. When the supplies were low, we could also purchase them at the nearest free fare. It only required 2 short distance jumps, and the whole journey took 1 week at most. But when the war broke out, we were in trouble. The 4 families announced that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors is a rebellious organization. They disrupted the business network and destroyed the free fares. They had also recruited all kinds of space pirates to attack the enemy, leaving no chance for survival for the poor folks at all. It had been 3 months since any business team passed the South Spirit Planet. We were running out of food, water, and air, and nobody was here to acquire the raw minerals that had been heaped into hills on the ports. We could only watch the minerals grow more and more worriedly. We thought to make deals in the nearest free fare, but it was a mess after we went there. The free fare was surrounded by the fleets of the 4 families and completely destroyed. Even our tiny business starship was almost knocked down because we were thought to be associated with the rebels. Later, we met a few business ships that came to do business from a few neighboring space zones. It was not until then that we learned the 4 families' fleets had removed all the free fares in the few sectors nearby. There were also countless space pirates and mercenaries that had been recruited by the 4 families. They cruised among the sailing routes like wolves and would not let any business team of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors pass. Even if some of the secret fares were not destroyed, the prices there were astoundingly high. The common minerals of the South Spirit Planet could not be exchanged with many assets that were necessary for our survival. If we wanted to eat, to drink, and to keep the stability of our thin atmosphere, we could only risk going to the 7 Seas Grand Market that the 4 families hadn't conquered yet to do business. After all, the goods here are mostly complete, and the prices are relatively low. Also, it's slightly safer with the protection of the garrison of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. We also knew that it was very risky, but there was no telling how long the war would go on. If we did not come out for businesses, we would be stranded on the South Spirit Planet alive. My father was the most experienced captain on the South Spirit Planet. How could he have stayed back when his hometown was in perils? As for me, I asked my dad to bring me. After all, if Little Bear could not return with the necessary assets, the South Spirit Planet would not be able to survive a year. My ending wouldn't have been any better, perhaps because of the guy's warm eyes. Huadongling let out all the anger in her stomach. Her tears flowed out as she talked. She mumbled, "Why do the immortal cultivators have to fight? What are they fighting for? They can fight if they want, but why can't they leave a chance of survival for the small folks? We need to do business, we need to have food, and we want to survive." After a brief silence, the messy-haired passenger sighed and said, "Are there similar cases in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium?" "Of course, there are a lot of them." Huadongling gritted her teeth and said, "There are almost 10 planets that are just like the South Spirit Planet. 100 years ago, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors sold the planets to the ordinary people at a low price after preliminary cleaning. A mortgage was optional too. The down payment and the interest rate were almost zero. The properties were almost gifts. At that time, many ordinary people did not know it was a trick. They purchased a lot of planets from the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors with all their savings and migrated to those places, enjoying the freedom of being the masters of their own lands. Little did they know that it was not simple to develop and inhabit a planet. It was true that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors pegged the planets at a low price. Considering the cost of the early development, it was a great bargain. But the subsequent consumables, such as food, water cleaning systems, and atmosphere stabilization units, had to be refilled every month or every quarter. Taking advantage of our weakness, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors raised the consumables many times. Thanks to their large business teams, they had also monopolized our exports and pegged our products at a low price. As a result, all we had been doing in the past 100 years was to work for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. In such a way, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors controlled countless resource planets and planets at the edge of the Imperium, dragging us to their boat. But we could still make do however difficult the life was. However, now that the four families declared war on the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, our ways of survival have been entirely cut off. Thousands of settlements like the South Spirit planet are in perils. They will be trapped to death if they do not risk coming out and doing businesses. It's true that people suffer all the time, the messy-haired passenger side. No wonder so many civil business ships risk doing businesses when space pirates and hostile fleets are on every sailing route. Dongling, you do know a lot of things. Dongling blushed and said, I don't know anything. Everything I know was what my dad complained about every day. On our business trip, in every port we passed, the important assets had been bought out, and the unrefined raw minerals were not wanted at all. Half of our food and our fuel have been consumed. There's still no telling the situation in the Seven Seas Grand Market. Dad is so worried that he is almost losing all of his hair. He has been moaning in a corner every day. Even if I don't want to hear him, I have remembered all his complaints. Then, pondering for a moment, the messy-haired passenger asked, Dongling, if you have to choose, do you think the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is better or the authorities behind the four Kurfürst families is better? Would you prefer to live under the governance of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors or the authorities? The business alliance of 10,000 sectors, of course. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is 100 times better than the four families. Dongling blurted out. It's true that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is a bunch of cunning merchants who earns money from us through whatever means possible, but they have boundaries and business rules more or less, and they occasionally help us. Although I described them to be sleazy a moment ago, those planets were developed by them first before they half sold and half offered the properties to us. Otherwise, the poor folks like us could never expect to have our own homes. After the planets were sold to us, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors also sold us tremendous devices in expedition and mining on credit and taught us the necessary technologies. They even provided very convenient microcredit. Those things naturally had to be returned with a rather daunting interest rate, but they kept us alive after all. Later, while the business teams of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors monopolized the imports and exports of the planets, they also often brought us new, bizarre magical equipment and new businesses. It was also possible for the capable young men of the settlements to become the employees of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, in which case their families would enjoy a more favorable interest rate and better technical support. Their days would be even better. All in all, Dad told me that the residents on the planets are like hens that lay eggs for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, which would raise the hens and make them fat and strong first so that they could eat our eggs in the long term. The messy-haired passenger nodded his head, deep in thought. Raising the hens before eating their eggs, that's not a bad idea. What about the four families? The four families are the most ferocious wolves. All they think about is to kill the hens and eat the meat. Do they care about our life and death at all? With hatred beaming out of her eyes, Dongling gnashed her teeth. However cunning the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was, they at least provided loans, technology, education, and market for us, but what did the four families and the so-called authorities give us? Nothing except taxes and fines. The immortal cultivators that belonged to the four families hardly came by. Whenever we encountered famines, plagues, mine accidents, or high radiations caused by space storms, there was never disaster relief from the authorities, but whenever we had the slightest savings, the wolves of the authorities would swagger around blatantly. The port construction tax, the environmental protection tax, the traffic safety tax, the special tax for national protection, the tax for the renaissance of the Imperium, the tax for the evolution of mankind, you name it. Those taxes were the legitimate taxes collected by the authorities. As for the fees and fines collected by the local immortal cultivators in private, there were simply too many to count. You don't want to submit them? They would not hesitate to kill all the oppositions with their sabers and guns. Even if they did not kill openly, they could put on the skin of space pirates and go back for a pillage. How could the poor settlements like us expect to resist them? If they gave us a chance to survive after looting our money, like the business alliance of 10,000 sectors did, it still would have been fine. But the lords of the four families never cared about our status. After all, we were just ants, weeds, and hominoids that deserved whatever became of us. The messy-haired passenger frowned harder and harder. As she talked, Huadongling's eyes became red again. Tears rolled in her eyes for a long time, before she finally went on. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors had an enormous plan of construction. According to the plan, the number of settlements on the South Spirit planet should have surpassed 10 decades ago and connected with each other, and we should have owned our own stable atmosphere. In that case, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors could have given greater businesses to us and sold more goods to us. Everybody would benefit from it. To quote the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, it would have been a win-win. However, the immortal cultivators of the four families had been exploiting both the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the colonized planets greedily every year. They also domesticated a bunch of space pirates for robberies. The slight savings that we gathered were often entirely captured by them. When such things happened again and again, how could we possibly build our hometown? Let's just talk about this time. The four families announced that the business alliance of 10,000 sectors was a rebellious organization and forbade us from doing business with it. Whoever traded with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors would be regarded as an accomplice with the rebels. As obedient folks, we had always been loyal to the Lords and His Majesty. Naturally, we did not want to conspire with the rebels. But if the Lords did not allow us to do business with the rebels, please give us enough food, water, and compressed air for us to live through the difficulties. At first, we all stayed at home dutifully. None of us dared to trade with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and we all looked forward to the relief assets from the fleets of the four families. They shouldn't starve and suffocate us. Should they? Hehe. An army of the authorities did come in the end. As it turned out, the high and mighty army did not bring a grain of food or a single water-cleaning cartridge. Instead, they damaged a lot of our own assets, our few assets that our lives depended on. Then, they simply rose and left, not leaving anything to us. The South Spirit planet was among the better cases. I was told that a lot of settlements on the planets were slaughtered by the Kurfürsten's fleets and razed to the ground. It seemed that they used the heads of the folks as their fake accomplishments after they suffered setbacks in the attack of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Huadongling shivered and said, "We truly wanted to stay loyal to His Majesty and the Kurfürsten, but they did not want our loyalty at all, only our lives. So we couldn't just wait to get killed. We may be conspiring with the rebels, but so be it. There might be a way of survival if we take our chances in the Seven Seas Grand Market." The girl had probably been keeping those words to herself for a long time, and she had almost been driven mad because of fear on the way. Now that she had finally let it out without restrictions, she felt that every pore on her body had been widened, and she was covered in hot sweat. It was not until she finished her elaborate speech that she realized that the passenger with pretty eyes was probably one of the immortal cultivators whom she just berated. She couldn't help but shudder and observed the guy's face timidly. There was not much to look at on the passenger's face, but his attractive eyes suddenly became particularly profound. From the warm brilliant, the coldness-killing intent beamed out, scaring Huadongling out of her wits. "Don't be scared, little Dongling," the passenger declared, one word after another. His voice was not very loud, but it sounded powerful enough to shake all the stars in the universe. "Trust me, the war will be over very soon. You will have a chance to go home and build your home. Trust me." "Okay, Mr. Lee." For some reason, although the guy's announcement sounded too ridiculous, Huadongling couldn't help but want to believe in him. A better future, and a better hometown. Right then, Little Bear shivered, and orange lights shined in the cabin. They were about to pass the last stone belt. After passing the stone belt, it would be the largest and heaviest planet of the space zone, as well as its two gargantuan satellites. The planet and its satellites constituted a rather unique, unstable three-body system, attracting and exchanging materials with each other. As a result, the three-dimensional space nearby was highly unstable, and natural wormholes appeared often. Performing space jumps in such a place could save fuel and maintain the completeness of the starship as much as possible, which made it the most favorite jump point for the civil teams. This place was the last jump point until the Seven Seas Grand Market. Once the jump succeeded, the vehicle would arrive within the Seven Seas Space Zone, where the business alliance of 10,000 sectors still had a powerful garrison and an in-depth defensive system that covered the entire area, protecting the safety of the business teams coming through the place. However, before the jump was completed, the place was still a daunting, perilous test. Amid the overwhelming meteoroids that were full of radiations, it was possible that the hunting warships of the four families were lurking and ambushing the civil business ships that were going to the Seven Seas Grand Market. Even the most experienced captains had to be extra careful when they passed through the dangerous stone belt. Otherwise, they could easily become the starship debris that was revolving fast inside the stone belt the next second. The 10 or so cargo ships that made up the business team entered the stone belt prudently and in panic. Everybody was praying to all the gods they knew that they would not encounter the ferocious hunting warships. However, the wishes of the ants and weeds were perhaps not loud enough for the gods to hear. What they were scared of became the reality. Right when all the starships had entered into the stone belt, unable to turn around and escape, two narrow and long warships that looked like sharks suddenly protruded out of the back of a few giant meteoroids, lunging at the prey aggressively. For a moment, ear-splitting alarms were ringing in the 10 or so business ships at the same time. Although the distance was too far away for them to distinguish the stranger's side, they would have cruised outside of the stone belt openly and contacted them voluntarily if they were the garrison of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. These two warships, however, had been lurking behind the meteoroids sordidly, covering their spiritual waves with the dust and radiation. It was not until the cargo ships could not retreat anymore that they finally marched out. Their hostility couldn't have been more evident. They were probably the hunting warships of the four Kurfürst families. For a moment, all the civil cargo ships panicked. Like a bunch of headless flies, they were about to disperse, only to be blocked by the rushing meteoroids, which raised colorful flames on their spiritual shields. Two of the ships almost collided because they failed to calculate their distance in time. As it turned out, the two warships sent a message to the cargo ship at the same time. Retreat your spiritual shields, lower your speed to 1/3, move forward in a straight line, and be prepared to be boarded. In the meantime, the heads of the two warships glowed, launching a barrage that blew the meteoroids ahead of the cargo ships into powder to demonstrate their unparalleled damage. In terms of size, all the cargo ships were much bigger than the warships. Also, some defensive magical equipment such as minor cannons were accommodated on those ships too. However, in terms of speed and firepower, as well as the well-trained, murderous soldiers on board, cargo ships couldn't be compared to warships at all. It was like a fat pig faced with a bunch of tigers. Stop! Stop and accept inspection, or you will be killed immediately. The high-pitched ultimatum crashed into every cargo ship as well as everyone's heart like a meteoroid. Everybody was scared out of their wits. Inside the warehouse of Little Bear, the few mercenaries who claimed to be professional killers were already shouting, "Are you fucking deaf? Retreat the spiritual shield and prepare to be inspected." That's the most advanced, starry shark-level hunting warship, designed to block the enemy's sailing routes and supply lines. We are but thin-skinned cans in front of them that will be cracked after the slightest knock. What are you waiting for? Hurry and stop. Hardly had they finished talking when the two hunting warships took action in their impatience. Taking advantage of their speed and agility, they moved quickly in the stone belt that had a complicated environment and approached the fleet of cargo ships, while they shot at the surroundings of the cargo ships to make them draw closer to each other. In the meantime, they spurted out countless dark, giant iron balls from their abdomens. Those iron balls were all attached to deft mechanical arms, which were not meant to attack but to spurt out flames, granting them unparalleled mobility. They were like the swiftest octopi. As the mechanical arms opened and closed, the giant iron balls crowded at the cargo ships, and no matter how the cargo ships dodged, it was impossible to escape from their scourge. Very soon, the shell of every cargo ship had attracted a couple of giant iron balls. From the mechanical arms, gels were spurted out, whose speed did not decelerate even in the vacuum, sticking them to the cargo ships tightly. Z, 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 Z. High heat flames spurted out of the holes on the surface of the giant iron balls. Condensed into narrow sabers, they cut holes on the shells of the cargo ships more than easily that were precisely the size of the iron balls. There was not the slightest gap, so no oxygen was leaked out. In such a way, the battle units accommodated within the giant iron balls could invade the cargo ships openly. Inside every iron ball were 3 to 4 immortal cultivators in crystal suits as well as a dozen crouched battle puppets. Such a methodology of invasion was very similar to the regular tactics of the Colossi. It was barely possible for 2 warships to control more than 10 cargo ships at the same time, but once the immortal cultivators entered the business starships, unless everybody was united and put up resistance together, they would have no choice except to surrender. Beep, 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 beep. In the collision of armors, for immortal cultivators in black crystal suits that looked like fiends broke into the warehouse of Little Bear, preparing to attack the cockpit ahead from there. Ah! Sensing the intense stink of blood from the strangers, many crew members and passengers were shrieking, "Lay down your weapons. Drop all your weapons. You are all rebels, and you are going to reinforce the Seven Seas Grand Market, aren't you? Lay down your blades and weapons. Nobody is to summon any of their spiritual energy, or you will be killed immediately." Detecting the mercenaries, the attackers were suddenly alarmed. The dozen battle puppets hopped over at the same time, aiming at the mercenaries with their dark barrels. The mercenaries who were talking about what a great time it was were all frightened. The first mercenary hurried to say, "We are all Marquis Yongchuan's people. This is just a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? The immortal cultivator in the lead grinned hideously and suddenly stepped forward, slashing from down to top across the mercenary's left abdomen and right shoulder. Half of his body was immediately chopped off, and the most stinky guts were flowing on the floor. Ah! The crew members and the passengers cried even more miserably. The immortal cultivator in the black crystal suit pointed at the second mercenary and said gloomily, "Speak now. Why are you going to the Seven Seas Grand Market? You must be the spies of the reformists who have escaped from the capital, and you are going to contact Jin Yuyen in the Seven Seas Grand Market because there is important intelligence that you need to deliver, right?" The second mercenary was dumbfounded, not expecting the soldier would be so shameless as to make such a serious accusation so easily. His pants were almost wetted when he saw the miserable body of his big brother. Knowing that he would be killed however he was going to answer, he looked around and noticed Huadongling. As if he had caught a lifesaver, he screamed at the top of his voice, I'm not a spy of the reformists, but I know who is. That boy in black leather coat and black cape over there. Please be careful, he is very strong, and he does not dare to reveal his real face. He must be a spy, a great spy. Ha! The immortal cultivators in black crystal suits suddenly grew hostile. Turning around with the dozens of battle puppets, they moved their eyes to the corner where Huadongling was at. Huadongling felt that she had fallen into an ice cave. She did not expect that the immortal cultivators could be so brutal and shameless, and that they could make up such things just for a slim chance of survival. Boy, just admit it. You are a fucking spy of the reformists. Hiding behind the immortal cultivators in black crystal suits, the mercenary grew cocky and declared gloatingly, "Weren't you very awesome a moment ago? If you are capable, just show your skills in front of the brilliant, invincible, and righteous warriors here. Why are you covering yourself so tightly, not even revealing your face? You must have intelligence with you. Very important intelligence." Looking at his shamelessness, Huadongling finally couldn't help but cry. In a feeble voice that only she could hear, she roared, "What kind of heroes are you? Don't mind that. It doesn't matter. They did not intend to keep anyone alive in the first place. The result is the same whether or not the few mercenaries say anything. The voice is warm as the winter sunlight, however, flowed into Huidangling's mind in a hot stream. The messy-haired passenger said casually, "There are 3 types of hunting warships that the 4 families sent out to block the sailing routes. The first type is the space pirates and mercenaries who have joined the 4 families but remain connected with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. If we had encountered their warships, they probably would have let us go. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors has agreements with those people. As long as they secretly let a business ship through and keep the traffic of the sailing routes, they will gain subsidies from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, which can be even greater than the benefits that they could loot from the business ships themselves. The second type is the local garrisons of the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. They will not kill us immediately after they capture us, but they will enlist us and use us as their cannon fodder and human shields. In such a case, we will at least live for a while longer. The third type is the trickiest, which is made of the central descendants of the 4 families, who have come to the battlefield at the edge of the Imperium to gain experience. Those young masters of noble families have nothing but money. They cannot be bribed by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and do not need cannon fodder. All they need is accomplishments. Great accomplishments, such as killing the spies of the reformists who have escaped from the capital. If they couldn't find any, their only option is to kill civilians and pretend that the victims are spies. Do you see the insignia on the chests of the crystal suits of those few guys? A snowy mountain surrounded by clouds, that's the descendants of Snow God Mountain, an important branch of the Yun family. They are determined to kill civilians and make it an accomplishment of theirs. They did not open fire at the cargo ships a moment ago only because they were paralyzing us so that we would gather the cargo ships and make their massacre easier. They would not keep anybody alive. It was rather odd that although it was a long monologue, Huidangling felt that the guy spoke all of it in only half a second, and she understood all of it in a trance in half a second too. Understanding what he said, Huidangling felt like crying again. She asked in a shivering voice, Mr. Li, then what are we going to do? It's very simple." The messy-haired passenger was still smiling casually. Leaning close to the girl's ear, he said in a low voice, "Little Dongling, all you need to do is to grab my brother's clothes and do not let go of him no matter what happens." "Ha!" Huidangling turned around, her heart in a complete mess, only to be dumbfounded. Her back was utterly empty without a single soul. The passenger who had pretty eyes, a pleasant voice, and a head full of messy hair had completely vanished from the impenetrable cabin like a ghost. "Lay down your magical equipment. Take off your cape. Do you hear me?" Right when Huidangling was overwhelmed, the immortal cultivator's thunderous voice echoed from behind her. Pausing for a moment, the voice was even louder than before. "Where's the last guy? There were obviously 3 persons on this side. Where is the last person hiding? Get out! Get out!" So it was not Huidangling's illusion and Mr. Li had truly disappeared. But how was it possible? Mr. Li was behind her back in the beginning. If he had walked away quietly, it was possible that she did not hear it. However, the immortal cultivator in the crystal suit, as well as his ferocious companions, had been looking at them face to face. How could this Mr. Li have vanished mysteriously right under the watch of so many immortal cultivators? Huidangling couldn't have been more baffled, but it was not the time to think. She could already feel the eyes of the immortal cultivators that were rubbing her body like scalpels. The girl was both frustrated and frightened. She almost wanted to curse at the immortal cultivators aloud, but she did not have the courage to do so after all. Her tears ran out of her eyes helplessly again. Was Mr. Li right that those wretched immortal cultivators did not intend to spare anyone in the first place? Would she die? Would her father die? Would her friends who had left the South Spirit planet for a living just like her all die? If they all died, nobody would bring the water cleaning cartridges and the air cleaning systems back in time. The settlements on the South Spirit planet would surely collapse. Everybody would die of thirst, hunger, and suffocation. The South Spirit planet that they had been constructing for 100 years, their barren but lovely hometown, was about to be destroyed, too. How could the immortal cultivators of the 4 families have been so ruthless? Just now that Mr. Li said that everything would be fine as long as she clung to the clothes of the cheetah? Although it sounded absurd, Huadongling couldn't help but want to believe Mr. Li. She didn't really have a second option either. Swallowing hard, the girl extended her shivering hands at the corner of the mysterious man's clothes. Don't move. I told you not to move. The immortal cultivator in the black crystal suit was already paranoid because of the disappearance of Mr. Li. Noticing Huadongling's tiny movement, he immediately shouted. Huadongling trembled hard, and her nerve endings constricted to the limits. Her little, tender hands that looked like lotus roots were frozen. She did not have any courage to move anymore. The mysterious man noticed Huadongling's movement too. He slowly turned around and looked at her, and the eyes of suspicion leaked out of the deep dark goggles, as if he were asking the little girl, "What are you doing exactly?" Huadongling's face was immediately burning, and she couldn't have felt more ashamed. Gosh, what was wrong with her today? Why did she want to seek the protection of an immortal cultivator? Was she out of her mind? Immortal cultivators never protected the ordinary people. They were all jackals of the same lair. They were the high and mighty deities, masters, true human beings. They were out of her expectation. While the girl was going to retreat her hands, her head in a mess, the mysterious man in black offered to pull the bottom of his coat and deliver it to Huadongling. Huh! Her eyes widening, the girl looked at the guy in confusion. Hold on to it. The mysterious man in black wiped the rice on his lips and said coldly, "Asshole, what are you doing exactly? Are you really not scared of death? Who are you people? Are you the spies of the reformists? Where is the last bastard hiding? Get out! Get out!" The immortal cultivator in the black crystal suit roared crazily. Huadongling extended her hands to grab it, shaking, but the mysterious man in black simply stuffed the hem of his coat into her hands impatiently. He also pinched her cold hands and hinted her to grasp it tightly. "Stay within 1 meter from me. You must hold on to it tightly. Do you understand?" The mysterious man in black finally took off his goggles, revealing a pair of eyes that were more brilliant than gold. "If you do, nod your head, and we will begin." "Begin to do what?" Huadongling was completely lost and nodded her head subconsciously. Then, the whole world changed. The corners of the cabin had lights illuminating the room in the beginning, but they died out at the same time, casting the whole room into the darkness like ink. The glittering crystal suits on the immortal cultivators immediately became the best targets in the darkness. Huadongling felt like she was flying, as if she were sitting on a lion that had grown wings. The whole world was swirling and rushing next to her. It was impossible for her to cling to the mysterious man's coat with her weak strength, but the guy's cold hands had been dragging her wrists and delivering gentle strength, helping her soothe the blast of the high speed. Huadongling's heart was pounding 3 times faster, and it was impossible for her to even scream. While she couldn't scream, there were too many people who could. Colorful flames were emerging in the darkness non-stop when the storm bolters and the blades were activated and unleashing spiritual energy. But neither the burning guns nor the broken sabers could stop the arrival of death. The cocky immortal cultivators a moment ago were all crying as if they were pigs being butchered, mixed with the noises of crystal suits being destroyed and bones being shattered. Whenever one of the flames was glittering, Huadongling could see an astonishing and unbelievable picture. The immortal cultivator in the black crystal suit was the first to take the hit. His chest had been collapsed heavily by the mysterious man who had gold eyes. The entire breastplate of his crystal suit fell so deep into his stomach that it was almost stuck to his back. Vomiting blood crazily, he was blown backward and hit the wall, his hands and feet deeply embedded into it. It was obvious that none of the gods in the entire universe could save him now. The other invaders suffered the same. As if swallowed by an invisible tornado, their hands and feet that were covered by the solid crystal suits were bent unnaturally. Their heads were twisted by 180 degrees, allowing them to see their backs before the heads were twisted back to the front again. Their necks were loose and couldn't support their heads anymore. When the third flame glittered, Huadongling saw the twisted face of the second mercenary, whose pants had been wetted and whose face was as pale as his pants. In a voice more high-pitched than a castrated rooster, he shrieked, Don't kill me. I'm loyal to the Reformists and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. Long live the Reformists, long live they. His scream came to an abrupt end before he finished it, replaced by the bubbling sounds of blood springing out. Like a dying crab, he cramped as if he suffered an electric shock, with pink foams flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Close your eyes, the mysterious man in black said coldly. It's not pretty. Huadongling was stunned for a long time before she realized that the mysterious man was talking to her. Her pinky face was even hotter in her embarrassment. She felt that the guy's cold hands were getting warm despite the blockage of the gloves. After so many things, she had to persist however scared she was. Thinking for a moment, Huadongling said concernedly, You should escape now. There are still a lot of people outside. She was referring to the two Starry Shark-level hunting warships that were covetous and about to attack. However tough the mysterious man in black Mr. Lee's brother was, and however many bad immortal cultivators he could kill, it was impossible to get away from the hunting of two warships. Don't be scared. Out of her expectation, the mysterious man in black simply grabbed her wrist and said casually, There's nobody outside now. The stone belt was both cold and scorching. In the vacuum that was both dark and frequented by the lights of destruction, Mr. Lee or Liao, who had just left Little Bear, only wearing a mustard seed combat suit that was as thin as paper, leaped forward agilely toward the two Starry Shark-level warships with the rushing meteoroids as his stairs. While sprinting forward, he whistled an awful tune. A streak of redness darted out of his cosmos ring and turned out to be a mini warship the size of a short arrow. It was exactly Neltharion that he hadn't used for a long time. A red hue surged out of his forehead and entangled Neltharion, instantly filling the mini warship with firepower and killing intent. Hey! The mental devil who was attached to Neltharion was very dissatisfied. I am a mental devil after all, and a king of all mental devils for that matter. Why do I have to help you with the meaningless stuff again? Don't think about it that way. Just consider it a test to check how powerful Neltharion is after being redesigned, modified, and upgraded by Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King. Also, the blood of those scumbags is the best offering to it. Liao said with a smile, Hey, are you interested in a race? The mental devil's blood brilliance immediately broke apart. What race? There are 13 starships aside from Little Bear. Let me see. There are 3.5 immortal cultivators and 22.3 battle puppets on average that have invaded each starship. Counting his fingers, Liao said, I'll take care of the two warships, and you will settle the scumbags who have invaded the cargo ships. Let's see who is faster. It's such a childish game. I don't want it. The mental devil scorned. Moreover, it is very troublesome to clear the invaders on every cargo ship. You obviously have more advantages. Fine, let's have it. While talking, it suddenly accelerated and dashed toward where the other cargo ships were on Neltharion, at a speed 30% higher than before. The bloody streak it left behind was multiple kilometers long, like a ribbon attached to the back of a flying sword. Liao smiled. I knew it. His eyes suddenly grew sharp. Too lazy to summon the Colossus, he simply touched his forehead with 2 fingers and retrieved a mystic skeleton battlesuit with 8 pairs of super alloy wings. When he raised his hands, his vitality field immediately spread to hundreds of meters away, enshrouding 1,000 meteoroids that were flying by. His technique of remote manipulation accelerated the meteoroids non-stop and covered them in dazzling electric arcs, which joined each other and congregated into a destructive lightning storm. Standing at the center of the lightning storm, Liao slowly descended between the two warships. His telepathic thoughts saturated the two warships like tides while he put on a cold smile. The strongest people on board are just juniors in the core formation stage. You are bold enough to play evil when you are so evil? You truly don't know what you are doing. Thousands of meteoroids were blown into powder at the same time. Like some sort of special fuel, they made the electric arcs 100 times brighter than before. The electric arcs congregated into an overwhelming flood of plasma and tore apart the spiritual shield as well as the superalloy armor more than easily, leaving an astounding crack on the part close to the bridge. Stepping on the lightning and surrounded by thunders, Liao stabbed into the heart of the starry shark, with blades in both hands. On the warship, the descendants of the noble families were all scared out of their wits after they detected the powerful reaction of spiritual energy. They did not know how to counterattack at all except for putting on their combat suits and their crystal suits in time. However, in front of the dominating strength beyond the divinity transformation stage, it was utterly meaningless however many crystal suits those shrimps put on. Liao's vitality field had been boosted to the maximum as he controlled the meteoroid powder that was enshrouded in the plasma, as if it were a horde of dragons, sweeping across the bridge first and then lunging at the cabins along the pathways, before exploding between the arsenal and the engine compartment. The latter half of the Starry Shark level warship was completely consumed by the crimson ball of light. While the two sharks were struggling under Liao's attacks, the mental devil on the other side had also accelerated to the highest speed as it crawled into the cargo ships one after another, leaving the exhaust flames dozens of kilometers long. When it reached the inside of the ships that had sufficient air and a stable pressure, the raging sounds of Neltharion were even more like the whistles of the god of death. While blowing the whistles, it locked onto the exuberant vitality field of the immortal cultivators and crawled in through the most vulnerable crack of the field, reaping the lives of the immortal cultivators mercilessly. It was often the case that the immortal cultivators who had invaded the cargo ships lost their consciousness before they realized the arrival of the god of death. They were all killed in the most terrifying illusions. Even if they had sensed that a formidable enemy was coming, it was utterly helpless whether they resisted or fled. Neltharion simply pierced through their eyebrows, chests, and abdomens again and again. The crew members who were shuddering in fear on the ground often only saw a dazzling red line flashing before their eyes, and the immortal cultivators who were roaring ferociously and arrogantly a moment ago were rigidified, with a couple of holes on their bodies, collapsing to the ground. It took the mental devil only several seconds to settle the invaders on a cargo ship, and it was in fact more time-consuming to travel between two cargo ships and search for a gap that was large enough to break into. However, after realizing that their warship had exploded uncannily and hearing the screams of their comrades in the communication channel, who claimed that there were evils in other cargo ships, the descendants of the noble families were all panicking. They retreated from the cargo ships in a hurry, hoping to escape to the other Starry Shark level warship and flee. It actually saved the mental devil a lot of time. Even in the vacuum where sound waves could not be transmitted, the most wonderful music was still being played with the blood and the souls of the immortal cultivators. The mental devil's whistle sounded even merrier than before. Evils, monsters, fiends, ah. On Little Bear, the flames of blades and guns had completely died out, but the cabin, though dark, was not quiet. Sounds were leaking out from the broken helmets of the dead immortal cultivators. All of them were panicked screams, devastated cries, aimless barrage, and miserable moans. The messy, frightening sounds almost froze Huadangling's heart. She would have passed out if the man in black hadn't been holding her hand and delivering warmth. This is, the girl asked feebly. In fact, she was meaning to ask the man in black where Mr. Li had been hiding, but she was too afraid to ask. It's all right. The man in black sounded as calm as before, as if he was too familiar with what was happening on the other cargo ships to be surprised. Taking out a little ball from his pocket, he tossed it to the center of the cabin, which cracked and blossomed like a lotus flower. A gentle light was immediately unleashed and illuminated the entire cabin again. Ah! Huadongling was scared again. The 10 or so battle puppets brought by the invaders were still standing at the center of the cabin rigidly and quietly, like a group of cold skeletons under the illumination of the light. However, in the next second, those battle puppets all fell apart along the smooth fractures, reduced into piles of garbage. Not entirely eased, the girl patted her chest and glanced around at the remains of the battle puppets, only to notice thick blood and She felt like throwing up and did not dare to watch it anymore. Surpassing the gory corpses, she looked at the space through the virtual window. What was going on in space, however, dumbfounded her. She couldn't believe her eyes, and forgetting her fear, she dashed forward and almost pressed her nose into the virtual window. Her eyes did not deceive her. The two Starry Shark level hunting warships were truly suppressed and destroyed by some sort of invisible strength and were walking toward their doom irreversibly. The first warship had already been surrounded by fireballs large and small. After every fireball died out, there would be a huge dent on the shell of the warship, and tremendous materials would be missing, as if they had been swallowed by some kind of mysterious virus. The second warship was basically intact, despite the few giant cracks across the entire body of the warship. However, countless immortal cultivators were spurting out of the cracks, with ragged crystal suits that could not cover their faces, if they were wearing any crystal suits at all. Huadongling did not see the struggles of the immortal cultivators who had been spurted out. She wondered if they were already dead, but in the cold vacuum, another starship not far away had a serial explosion, unleashing tremendous high-speed pieces and terrifying radiations that swallowed them overwhelmingly. Even if they were not killed just now, they wouldn't be able to persist for long but would only die a more miserable death. Having lost all the crew members, the Starry Shark level warship became a coffin of death and silence. All the glittering rune arrays and the exhaust flames on the surface dimmed. Huadongling was stunned for a long time. She rubbed her eyes that had been swollen because of crying and bit the back of her hand to make sure that everything before her eyes was not a nightmare. Even if it were a nightmare, it was not her nightmare, but the most terrifying one for the descendants of the noble families who were out doing evils. Right then, somebody patted her shoulder and said, "Hey, little Dongling." Huadongling thought that it was the man in black who patted her. Unable to hold back the question marks bubbling in her head, she turned around quickly, meaning to get to the bottom of everything, only to be taken aback by the smiling face of Mr. Li. She almost screamed. "Hush, hush, what are you doing?" Liao hurried to cover the girl's mouth. Shaking the bottom in his hand, he said, "I'm just here to ask you if you would like any ice juice. Don't be so nervous." Iced juice. Huadongling felt that her heart was jumping out of her chest. Her lips shivered for a long time before she finally looked at Liao's hand, where there was a clear glass bottle made of fancy materials, with the emblems of the Imperium and the Yun family carved on the body of the bottle with the most advanced embossment technologies, suggesting that it was the best juice specifically provided for the descendants of the Yun family. The juice might not be valuable, but the glass bottle, which was almost a piece of artwork itself, was already priceless. There was naturally no such luxury on Little Bear. Apart from the juice, there were also a few cans that seemed to be made of crystals next to Mr. Li. Inside the cans were the lobsters, raw fruits, and other delicious cuisines that could easily go bad. They were so fresh as if they had just been fished from the water or picked from the trees. Next to the food, delicate silver chopsticks and gold forks had been placed, also with the emblems of the Yun family on them. They couldn't have looked more extravagant, right? There are also lobsters and trepang. Liao picked up a nice and delicate cup and filled it with the ice juice for the little girl first. He poured a cup for himself and sipped it with a great mood before he took a piece of trepang with the gold fork. "I like the trepang best. Since the South Spirit planet is short of water, it must be rare for you to enjoy food like trepang. Come on, why don't you give it a try? It doesn't taste bad at all." Huadongling's head completely went black. Looking at Liao and the mysterious man in black, Li Jialing, next to Liao who appeared as if nothing had happened, she finally realized what the problem was after a long time. The key was not the juice or the trepang at all. The girl asked in confusion, "Mr. Li, where have you been?" "Nowhere." Blinking, Liao said, "I've been crouching in the corner, haven't I? Right? It seemed very dangerous when you were fighting, so I hid behind that pile of goods." Looking at the glasses, chopsticks, and glass bottles with the emblem of the Yun family in his hands, and then at the Starry Shark level warships that were falling apart outside of the virtual cabin, Huadongling was apparently not convinced. "Right? My brother is rather short-tempered and likes fighting best. Liao continued with a smile. He didn't scare you just now, did he? No, he didn't. Huadongling couldn't help but wanted to say. But you did. She was about to open her mouth when her eyes were widened again. She exclaimed and pointed at Liao as she said, Mr. Li, a red light just flashed and flew into your ear. Is that so? Liao extended his little finger and picked his ear. I didn't feel anything. You must have seen it wrong. Huadongling narrowed her eyes and pouted her lips, with an, I may be an ordinary person but you can't insult my wisdom like this, look on her face. Fine, there indeed was. Liao surrendered and grimaced at the girl. However, this is a secret. Little Dongling, will you keep it a secret for me? Come on. Calm yourself down with a cup of juice first. Then you can tell your father that it's fine now. All the cargo ships are fine now. They can go to the Starry Shark level warship that did not explode to collect the precious fuel. There are no immortal cultivators on that warship now. Not any living ones. This is truly a sign of the gods who have come to rescue us. The gods do have mercy. Before they continued their journey to the jump point, everybody in the tiny business team, from passengers to the crew, kneeled down and worshipped the profound stars outside, thanking the gods who lived beyond the stars for helping them survive the disaster. The uncanny things that happened on the cargo ships and the two Starry Shark level hunting warships looked exactly like a deed of the gods. On the 10 or so cargo ships, the unexpected invaders suffered fatal attacks almost at the same time. The wounds were only an insignificant hole at the center of their eyebrows or on their chests, but their entire vitality and souls seemed to have been pumped away. The last look on the faces of the dead people was all shock and horror. According to the experienced doctors on the cargo ships, those people were not killed because of physical damages but because of mental meltdown. They seemed to have been mired in some sort of boundless swirl of horror that swallowed their entire lives. More straightforwardly, they were simply scared to death. The accidents on the two Starry Shark level warships were even weirder. The first warship had a puzzling explosion, and the second warship lost the temperature and the pressure due to a few irrecoverable damage on the shell. As a result, all the crew members were absorbed out of the warship. In the meantime, the damage control system, the automatic repair devices, and even the alarming mechanisms on the mainframe crystal processor did not respond at all, leading to the unbelievable tragedy. Who could have done that except for the gods or the fiends? Of course, the businessmen who were bold enough to make a living in such a wartime were mostly experienced travelers that did not believe in gods superstitiously. After examining the traces, they naturally knew what happened exactly. However, someone who was capable of killing so many immortal cultivators and suppressing two Starry Shark level hunting warships without a sound was too strong for them to even imagine. It was not something that they should look into. When one was out, one should eat more and talk less. And in particular, one should not ask the questions they shouldn't ask or mind the business that wasn't theirs. Such ordinary people often lived a longer life in the Imperium. Now that the one who did this was unwilling to reveal himself, they'd be out of their minds if they were determined to find out the answer. It was certainly most convenient to give the credit to the intangible gods. It was not hard to assume that, if the gods who took action just now were still hiding in their team, their journey would certainly be safe and sound, right? As it turned out, they did not run into any trouble again when they continued the journey, and they reached the jump point smoothly. After a couple of hours of preparation, they performed an accurate and stable space jump, arriving at the edge of the Seven Seas Space Zone, where the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was headquartered. Wow! When everybody was recovered from the dizziness and nausea caused by the space jump, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock at the view outside that they saw through the virtual window. It was simply too lively. The universe was too vast compared to the activities of human beings. In most of the space zones, even the busiest sailing routes were actually vacuums of death and silence. Other travelers were hard to come by. However, in the Seven Seas Space Zone, dozens of overwhelming and glittering rivers of light, made of the exhaust flames of countless traveling fleets, could be seen by the naked eye. Hundreds of patrollers and barges were also cruising and commanding the rivers that carried abundant money, goods, and resources to flow toward different directions. After zigzagging, they were all gathered in the glamorous space city that was as huge as an asteroid. It was exactly the Seven Seas Grand Market, the center of trade, logistics, and finance at the edge of the Imperium, which had risen quickly in the recent 100 years and could even compete with the capital of the Imperium. As the free fares in the peripheral worlds were lost or abandoned, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors had retreated most of the garrisons back to the nest, preparing to fight a decisive battle with the coalition fleet of the four families. At this moment, the Seven Seas Grand Market was unprecedentedly defended. Only half a minute after the inconspicuous business team jumped over, a patroller immediately came to inspect and offer guidance. Many warships of the garrisons of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were the second-hand products of the four families or the latest and even experimental warships that were smuggled over. Their shape and coating were very similar. Even the heads of the warships were all painted with the lighting trident that represented the Imperium of true human beings. However, the warships of the four families would also paint the family sigil next to the lighting trident and sometimes even the unique symbols of their own bloodlines. The more marks there were, the more powerful and strong the master of the warship would be. The coating of the warships of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, in comparison, was much more simple. They simply surrounded the lighting trident emblem of the Imperium with a circle of glittering stars. No, not stars, but 18 shiny coins. The emblem of lightning with 18 coins was the latest insignia of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, which also represented the organization's belief to change the Imperium with money. Once bitten, twice shy. Since they were almost killed by the warships of the four families half a day ago, everybody felt a bit creepy when they watched the patrollers of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors lunging at them with daunting turrets on them. It was the first time for the crew of Little Bear from the distant South Spirit planet to visit the Seven Seas Grand Market. They had no idea before what a gargantuan place they were about to be faced with. Now, their hearts were racing, their mouths were dry, and their palms were soaked in sweat. However, in the next second, the large hologram that the two patrollers projected to them made everybody take a long breath in relief. On the gigantic light beam, 2 lines of words had been written: "Welcome to the Seven Seas Grand Market, the freest place in the entire universe." It would take a whole day of inspection, navigation, and distribution to reach the Seven Seas Grand Market from the edge of the space zone. It was a time of war after all, and a bloody battle was going to happen very soon. Permitting the strangers to enter the Seven Seas Grand Market for free trades after only 1 day was already very open and efficient. The freest place in the entire universe. Li Yao and Li Jialing were standing on the back deck of Little Bear. Huadongling had specifically cleaned the place up for them. There was nothing but dark minerals around them, making it convenient for them to talk. Holding a cup of ice juice, Li Yao observed the ocean of light made of thousands of business ships outside of the window and said with a smile, "I don't know if it is freest, but this place is definitely one of the wealthiest places in the entire Imperium. In terms of the activity of money, this place is even above the capitals of the four families. I was told that the Seven Seas Grand Market has another name, which is Sleepless City. It does not mean that people here don't sleep, but that the money here never sleeps. The slogan of this place is exactly money never sleeps." Li Jialing remarked in amazement too. "It was Li Lingfeng who told me the name. He once described the prosperity of this place and the methods through which the merchants collected their wealth, leaving a rather deep impression on me. But I didn't know until I came to this place that Li Lingfeng's description was not 1/10 of the real prosperity of this place. I truly don't know what tricks the cunning merchants of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors have been playing to build a peripheral space zone far from the affluent center of the cosmos into such a thriving state." Li Yao asked, "Oh, did Li Lingfeng mention this place too?" "Yes. Li Lingfeng once told me that the first thing he would do after he became the leader of the Li family was to conquer the Seven Seas Grand Market." Li Jialing had shaved the hair all over his body and dyed the short hair black. The magnificence of the golden lion was gone, but there was additional cunningness and brutality. Swallowing, he mumbled, with a hint of greediness and wariness flashing in his eyes. "At that time, I didn't understand why Li Lingfeng wanted to steal food from a bunch of small merchants when he viewed himself as the future Kurfürst. But after seeing the overwhelming tides of business teams here, even I feel more or less tempted. Having realized the importance of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the Seven Seas Grand Market before the reformists emerged, Li Lingfeng indeed had keen eyes and deserved to be one of the candidates for the future Kurfürst. It was a shame that he died such an uncanny death. Li Yao's eyes gradually grew sharp as he said, "However, he did not speak the whole truth to you. Or rather, he couldn't understand the source of the real power of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors because of his identity and his stance. Money never sleeps is truly a neat summarization. The rise of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is exactly the rise of the power of money. It's not all about the cunning merchants." Narrowing his eyes, Li Jialing looked at his fists that were covered in gold flames and asked, "I don't understand. However powerful money is, does it have to obey absolute violence? Brother Yao, how can you achieve anything with just money? Is the Seven Seas Grand Market really so important that Li Lingfeng, you, and everybody in the four families have to fight for it without caring about the outcome of the capital? Money certainly cannot get you everything, but you cannot get anything without money." Looking at Li Jialing's fists, Li Yao said, "Absolute violence is definitely remarkable, but if you cannot even afford your bread, where exactly are you going to find absolute violence?" For the ancient cultivators, if they were lucky enough to dig out the secret treasures of the primeval age from a certain mausoleum, it would be possible for them to grasp absolute violence. But as the civilization of mankind advanced, the so-called violence became more and more organized, systematical, and industrialized, requiring the support of incessant resources. For individuals, it's impossible for them to dominate the world with a random treasure they picked up. It's a moot question whether violence brings money or money brings violence. Money and violence are the two sides of the same coin that count on and support each other. It's a shame that if one of the two trees growing next to each other is too luxuriant, it will take away the nutrition of the other tree. When violence is too strong, the importance of money will be underestimated and even ignored, resulting in an irrecoverable decline. It is exactly what happened in the Imperium in the past hundreds of years, and the reason why the business alliance of 10,000 sectors came into being. Li Yao told Li Jialing that the legal tender of the Imperium of true human beings, which had been established at the center of the cosmos for 1,000 years, was named crystal coin, because the currency was dependent on high-purity crystals in the beginning. At first, there were 500 million crystals of ultimate quality as the support of the crystal coins of the Imperium. Every dollar of crystal coins could be exchanged for 0.1 grams of ultimate crystals unconditionally. Ultimate was not an exaggerated modifier but had a very strict standard. Only the crystals with a purity of more than 95% could be marked as ultimate. The only things purer than the ultimate crystals were the rarely seen marrow crystals. Such a guarantee empowered the crystal coins with high credit and vitality, helping Black Star the Great to crumble the vulnerable economic and financial system of the obsolete Star Ocean Republic. Crystals were the essence of high-purity energy that was required in daily training, fighting, the life of the ordinary people, or the colonization on the foreign planets. Therefore, it was a hard currency, 100 times harder than gold and silver. Since the crystal coins could be directly exchanged for ultimate crystals, the common people were naturally glad to choose such a currency. Choosing the crystal's coins meant choosing the Imperium. As a result, the old Star Ocean Republic that was corrupt and inflated was kicked to the gutter, well, not exactly gutter, but the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos. To be honest, leaving aside the evil nature of Wu Yingqi and his offspring, the purchasing power of the crystal coins was rather solid during the first 500 years of the Imperium's rise. On one hand, the stock of the ultimate crystals looted everywhere in the entire Imperium grew from 500 million tons to 5 billion tons, guaranteeing the solemn promise that the crystal coins of the Imperium could be exchanged into ultimate crystals anywhere and anytime. There were interests if money was deposited in a bank, but the money would not appreciate if it was exchanged into crystals. In the early phase of the Imperium, the prices of the crystals were strictly monitored. Whoever dared to stir trouble in the crystals market would be shot in the head. Also, it was inconvenient to trade directly with crystals. Naturally, not many people kept a large stockpile of crystals, and the risk of bank runs was not high. On the other hand, the newly conquered worlds brought infinite war benefits and an ever-expanding market. During the 500 years, all the sects and families in the Imperium were in the golden, thriving period. The society was prosperous, and the colorful soap bubble was bigger and bigger. Even though the value of the crystal coins slightly decreased, people's income had increased even more. Even the ordinary people in the central areas could share the war benefits. Their days were not bad at all. Naturally, they had faith in the Imperium, His Majesty, and the crystal coins of the Imperium. However, the splendid, flourishing Imperium of true human beings had internal and external problems breaking out simultaneously after just having its 500th birthday. Inside, the few consecutive court coups significantly weakened the royal family, and the four Kurfürst families took the opportunity to rise, usurping the power of the government under the claim to maintain the stability of the royal family by four renowned elders electing the emperor together. Outside, all the prosperous worlds had been included in the territory of the Imperium. The war cost and the difficulty of governance for further conquests had significantly increased. Also, the protracted war of attrition against the Covenant alliance resulted in the continuous loss of blood of the Imperium. It had reached the limits of expansion. A country of immortal cultivators such as the Imperium of true human beings lived on invasions and conquests. The prosperity of the conquerors was founded on the blood and bones of the conquered. Once the footstep of conquest stopped, the soap bubbles immediately broke apart. The first economic crisis that swept across the entire Imperium broke out. Many people went bankrupt overnight, their bonds, shares, and futures reduced to wasted paper. Even more people were in debt, which they could not pay back in their entire lives, turning them from free folk into slaves. There was a most famous case back then. At that time, a powerful, influential immortal cultivator, whose name was Pang Qingyun, claimed that he had informants in the court who told him that an expedition of 5 million light-years was about to be launched to conquer 20 sectors that were marked on the ancient star maps. In the meantime, he had got the subsequent colonization and management rights of 3 of the worlds. He talked with so many convincing details that it was almost real. As a fundraiser, he divided the colonization and management rights and sold them, promising a high return rate, such as double returns in 1 year and 10 times return in 3 years. A lot of greedy people were allured to devote their life savings to the project. At first, Pang Qingyun did honor his promise. Not only did he pay the high interests in time, but he also invited the investors to visit various spaceports, claiming that the expedition army of the Imperium and his colonization fleets were parked in such places. In the meantime, he made the most splendid demo pictures and even the vivid grand illusionary lands, depicting the beautiful future of the new colonies. All the investors were delightedly tricked. In the end, not only did the people invest huge money on the project, even many immortal cultivators and their sects were convinced by him and devoted all their revenues to the intangible colonization project. But as it turned out, due to the economic crisis and the tight budget, the Imperium changed the policy of colonization. In principle, massive expedition armies would not be sent to explore the unvisited lands like before. Instead, a technology named Starchild that had been invented would be used for smaller and more accurate explorations in the future. It meant that the Imperium's grand expedition had ended, perhaps forever. Pang Qingyun's lie was immediately exposed. The angry people surrounded his development corporation. It was not until then that they learned that he had been doing nothing except to borrow new money to pay the old debts. Countless people killed themselves because of him. His trick was henceforth known as Pang's Scheme. Pang Qingyun's scam was just one of the most insignificant soap bubbles that broke in the economic crisis. There were even more and even larger schemes that swallowed the wealth and lives of countless people. The 4 Kurfürst families, with their ill intentions, did not help the court to resist the economic crisis at all. Instead, they instigated it and simply allowed the economic crisis to escalate, significantly diminishing the last authority and vitality of the court. In the meantime, they made a fortune through the national disaster and expanded into giant monsters that could not be rid of. The result of the economic crisis was that the crystal coins of the Imperium were announced to be independent of the ultimate crystals. Neither the ordinary people nor the low-level immortal cultivators were able to exchange ultimate crystals in banks with a stable price anymore, and could only purchase them at the market price. In the meantime, the average price of the crystals on the market appreciated by 30 times after only 1 year. Crystals were the source of productivity. When the prices of the crystals soared, the prices of all the other things soared too, except for wages and currency value. In other words, the crystal coins of the Imperium cheapened by 30 times after its independence. The wealth of all the citizens of the Imperium was looted by the 4 Kurfürst families. The 4 families, which had seized tremendous wealth, took the opportunity to take charge of politics and announced that they had the power to mint coins. Although it was still crystal coin of the Imperium in name, the 4 banks under the 4 families all had the power to issue it. A joint meeting of banks replaced the central bank of the Imperium and took over all the duties, which meant that the emperor's money bag had been stolen by them. The 4 families were merely conspiring with each other for interests, and their internal competition was very fierce too. It was not hard to imagine that they couldn't care less about the stability of the value of the coins. As long as the economy in their own territory could sustain, they did not care what was going on outside at all. From that day on, the crystal coins of the Imperium had been rushing on the road of depreciation, its value completely diluted. Another piece of horrible news dealt a fatal blow to the shaking fiscal system of the Imperium. At first, the central bank of the Imperium had a stock of 5 billion tons of ultimate crystals as the support for the currency. Those ultimate crystals had been the pacifiers for the Imperium. But rumors spread out among the people that the 5 billion tons of ultimate crystals had been divided by the 4 families and consumed in the training of the high-level immortal cultivators in the families. It's exactly because the 4 families carved up the ultimate crystals and consumed all of them that they have raised so many experts in the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and the divinity transformation stage so quickly, although the crystal coins of the Imperium were no longer dependent on the ultimate crystals. The appalling rumor still smashed the people's last confidence in the Imperium. It was more like a plague and a curse than a rumor when it completely shattered the financial market and the economic system of the Imperium. In the several hundred years that followed, another few economic crises broke out in the Imperium, gradually worsening to what it was today. Where the warlords minded their own business, the economy was in chaos, and the local places did not care about each other. The source of the problems was that none of the people, from the ordinary people to the divinity transformation stage experts, believe in the crystal coins of the Imperium at all. Otherwise, such a vast Imperium wouldn't have been mired in the swamp of total collapse after only 10 years of expeditions, which were also victorious. What was even more critical than the instability of the value and the malicious depreciation of the crystal coins was that the currency today had been virtualized and paper-free. There was not any concept of cash anymore. All the trades were conducted via the spiritual nexus. Even the greatest wealth was nothing but a series of zeros in the account. The authorities of the Imperium were not shameless enough to directly modify the numbers in the citizens' accounts. The problem was that all the deals on the spiritual nexus had traces. The production and consumption of everyone were known by the authorities, who could be the local warlords sometimes, the 4 Kurfürst families sometimes, or the so-called His Majesty in other cases. Mastering such information meant mastering the wealth status of everybody in the Imperium. Naturally, it was easy for them to exploit and swallow the rich guys without leaving anything behind. For the ordinary people, it meant that the Imperium's ubiquitous taxing system was highly efficient and cruel. Tax evasion was certainly impossible, and the bizarre, incessant taxes could be directly taken away from the account without a delay of half a second. For the immortal cultivators, particularly the low-level immortal cultivators who were ambitious and trying to climb upward through whatever means possible, it meant that their whole training plans would be exposed to sunlight or even worse, to the people who were jealous and did not want them to be strong. Training required resources, and the procurement of resources would leave various traces on the spiritual nexus. Then, as long as the shopping history and the flow of capitals were grasped, it would be easy to infer an immortal cultivator's level and recent progress in training. For the leadership of the major sects and families who were now in power, they did not want to see the ambitious young people or the low-level immortal cultivators of secondary bloodlines to climb upward. Then, as long as they detected the anomaly in the low-level immortal cultivator's account, thereby tracing the resources that he purchased recently, it would be easy for them to know that he was in the middle of certain training or even preparing for a certain crucial breakthrough. Then, it was more than easy to play some tricks or set up a few traps at the crucial moment. Even if the low-level immortal cultivators did not want to count on the strength of the families but to earn money for their training by moonlighting as mercenaries or assassins, as long as the money was the crystal coins of the Imperium and transferred on the spiritual nexus, it would still be discovered by the families. The heads of the families and sects had plenty of ways to buy the secret transfer records from the black market, thereby choking the necks of the low-level immortal cultivators. In short, under the currency system based on the spiritual nexus, the people in power had controlled the lifeline of money tightly. The social stratification was even more severe, and the channels of ascension were entirely blocked. The low-level immortal cultivators did not have any freedom to grow wildly. The only way for them to be stronger was to be an obedient dog for the high-level immortal cultivators. While a lot of immortal cultivators did not mind being a dog for the experts, even more immortal cultivators who were ambitious, disobedient, and intended to dominate the world did not want to bend to somebody else and had their necks choked for their entire lives. The ordinary people could perhaps hold back the pain of being forever exploited by the immortal cultivators. They could not make any voice even if they wanted to. However, the dissatisfaction of the billions of low-level immortal cultivators would certainly affect the entire Imperium. As immortal cultivators, they were born to be superior to others. They were meant to dominate the world and conquer the universe, not to be somebody else's dogs. The low-level immortal cultivators had never craved strength more, but in order to get greater strength, they needed money, the real money that belonged to them, not the toilet paper like the crystal coins of the Imperium, which was closely monitored in every procedure of the trade. What they desired was such a currency. First of all, it needed a relatively stable value. It did not mean that the currency could not inflate, but there should be a boundary, allowing it to inflate together with the growth of the economy, unlike the rapid devaluation of the crystal coins of the Imperium. Because of the hard work of the cash printers of the four families, the money that was enough to buy a hen today could only buy an egg tomorrow. Secondly, and more importantly, such a currency must be untraceable and not be monitorable. Only with such features could they exchange resources without alarming anyone and grow rapidly right under the nose of the high-level immortal cultivators, eventually challenging their authority. Where there was oppression, there was resistance. Where there was demand, there would certainly be corresponding products. Based on the intense demand of the low-level immortal cultivators, free coin was born. The free coin was not a currency in the traditional sense but only a virtual currency for fun at the beginning. It was a decentralized, peer-to-peer trade algorithm that was born on the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. The free coin did not have any features of the traditional currencies. It was not even issued by any currency agency. Instead, it was generated through a very special algorithm by digging the potentials of the supercrystal processors in the entire Imperium. The trade records were recorded on the scattered databases on the nodes of the spiritual nexus. The advantages in the algorithm design and the multiple cryptologic characteristics ensured the absolute security of the currency. Liao was not a student of economics, and he did not know much about the virtual currencies. Therefore, he did not quite understand the essence of the free coins. Perhaps another way of describing it was that the free coin was in fact a virtual, anonymous ledger that recorded all the trades that the user made, but every user in the entire Imperium had such a ledger, and the data on them could be updated synchronically. In such a way, no hacker could possibly change the trade data of the free coins. Couldn't have been more secure. Also, the free coins were not issued by any bank but mined by digging the potentials of all the supercrystal processors in the entire Imperium. In a given period, the potentials of the supercrystal processors were stable, and the number of free coins would be expectable. So, the value of the currency would be relatively stable. What if the mining potentials of the supercrystal processors significantly increased? It meant that the supercrystal processors had grown larger in number and become more powerful. The modern civilization was to a large extent a civilization of crystal processors. The upgrade of supercrystal processors meant the development of the economy. Then, the addition of the free coins wouldn't be a problem at all. It was almost perfect. Of course, there was still a major chasm for the free coin to become a real currency, which had to be jumped over in a most dangerous jump with the wings that were known as credit. Currency was credit. A currency without credit would be no different from the currency in a virtual game. The free coin was merely a concept created by a bunch of crystal processor specialists among the space pirates at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium in their boredom. The purpose of their creation was to use it as a record for the black market trades among the space pirates to avoid the attack of the authorities. The credit of the currency was the armed forces of the space pirates. Therefore, it did not entail any value outside of the circle of space pirates. However, in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, the so-called space pirates were in fact just a synonym of privateers. Most of the powerful major pirate gangs were the troops of the warlords under a different skin. As the free coin spread out among the pirate gangs, it immediately entered the eyesight of the local warlords and sector master at the edge of the Imperium. The exploitation of the central worlds of the Imperium on the peripheral worlds was extremely cruel. The dump of goods and the price scissors were almost killing the local dominators. But as it happened, their entire economic system in the past was based on the crystal coins of the Imperium. It was impossible for them to hide anything to themselves. The appearance of the free coin gave hope to the local dominators. Under their intentional indulgence and even encouragement, the free coin soon became one of the most important trade methods on the black markets in the periphery of the Imperium. Also, it was given new credit that was guaranteed by the local dominators with their guns. Even so, the newly born free coin was still like a baby in the cradle that was vulnerable and helpless and could be suffocated easily. However, a serious economic crisis took place in the Imperium 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the Imperium suffered an unprecedented failure in the front line. The Black Wind Fleet, known as the strongest border defense army, was crushed. 5 highly militarized, heavy industrial worlds were lost to the Covenant Alliance, whose army was ready to march toward the heartland of the Imperium. For a moment, all kinds of rumors were spreading out. Everybody was panicking, as if the world would end soon. But as it happened, the Black Wind Fleet did not stop there. Knowing that the court would not let go of them after the failure, they simply gathered the defeated soldiers and wandered about in the heartland of the Imperium, shouting that they would correct their mistake by conquering the desolate worlds at the edge of the Imperium. But of course, they could not embark on their expedition with a hungry belly, and the court had to pay them a large sum of compensation and military budget. Judging from the shameless behavior of the scoundrels, it was obvious that they would surrender to the Covenant Alliance and let everybody die with them. The emperor at that time was rather weak, and the 4 families were not united. In the end, they agreed to Black Wind Fleet's blackmail despite their anger, paying a huge amount of money to appease the crushed soldiers. As it turned out, the crushed soldiers left with the tremendous fees, only to be killed by the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos 100 years later. That was the other part of the story. Focusing on the time of the failure, it was Marquis Liaohai Lei Qinghu who stood out and saved the sky, preventing the attacks of the aggressive Covenant Alliance. However, the Imperium suffered a major setback again. The military expenses and compensations were all astronomical. There was also the chain reaction on the financial market due to the loss of 5 sectors. It would be a miracle if an economic crisis didn't take place. The economic crisis led to the collapse of the cabinet of Silver Fox Li Jianda, who was the prime minister of the Imperium at that time. It also disrupted the last bit of the credit of the crystal coins of the Imperium. Now, the free coin's credit was approximately 0, but it had a stable value and could be freely traded without being monitored. The crystal coin's credit, on the other hand, was also close to 0, but it could crazily depreciate at any moment, and every procedure of the trade was tightly monitored. Even an idiot would know which one to choose. Merchants always had the keenest senses when it came to money. Right when the Black Wind Fleet was crushed in the front line, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, which had been secretly developing, had already foreseen the upcoming economic crisis. Don't forget that Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, worked for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors too. The Black Wind Fleet's blackmail might have been related to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors too. Through Di Feiwen and other people, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors helped the Black Wind Fleet to blackmail the court, partly boosting the outbreak of the economic crisis. On the other hand, It wagered on the chips it had on the free coin. While the most prosperous worlds of the Imperium of true human beings were devoted to the meaningless attritions such as power struggles and coups, the seemingly insignificant and harmless business alliance of 10,000 sectors rose quietly in the remote lands at the edge of the Imperium. The situation in the Pangu universe at this moment was entirely different from 100,000 years ago. During the first 100,000 years after the birth of mankind, every sector basically met the conditions of self-sufficiency. Every habitable planet boasted enough water, air, minerals, and a steady ecological system. Even without trades with the outside world, it could still maintain an internal circulation of the minimal degree. However, since the end of the ancient cultivators, from the war that consumed the 3,000 sectors, to the rise and decline of demons, going down to the Armageddon rebellion fought between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God, the fire of war never truly died out in the Pangu universe. The self-circulating systems in many worlds were destroyed in the wars. The atmosphere was gone. The mines were emptied. The water was contaminated. And the docile, mild animals turned into ferocious demon beasts. It was needless to say that technological progress enabled people to conquer the resource planets that were previously unconquerable. In the places absolutely unsuitable for the survival of mankind, massive settlements that could accommodate millions of people had been established. The result was that at the edge of the Imperium where the resources were limited, most of the habitable planets lost the ability of total self-sufficiency, if they had the ability in the first place at all. They had to count on the busy interstellar trades to bring them the resources necessary for their survival. Therefore, the importance of interstellar trades couldn't have been more highlighted. Many specialists had even pointed out that the future was not just an age of the spiritual nexus, but also an age of the logistics network and an age of the Internet of Planets. Whoever controlled the trades among the habitable planets would be controlling the whole universe. In the traditional, prosperous areas of the Imperium, the trade routes were dominated by the four families and the merchants affiliated to them. However, to build a complete logistics system from scratch in a barren, remote, and unprofitable worlds at the edge of the Imperium and to develop the local market until it was profitable, it required tremendous time and effort. The four families who had been used to earning extraneous profits through monopolization and taxes were too lazy to deal with the hicks and bumpkins of the peripheral worlds. Therefore, the local trade groups and logistics sects grew wildly on their own. After developing for hundreds of years, they weaved a web of trade, logistics, and finance that seemed unattractive but was in fact impenetrable. Later, the loose forces gathered together and surfaced as Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. The peripheral worlds of the Imperium were a chaotic, lawless area. Space pirates, merchants, privateers, and regular armies were totally the same thing. Having fought a way out in such a bloody jungle, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors naturally boasted the most audacious sailors and captains, the most sleazy businessmen, and the most brutal space pirates. They monopolized the business routes that were like capillary vessels. They could bring incessant resources and talents to a planet, allowing the planet to rise and thrive quickly. They could also turn into space pirates and completely block a planet's sailing routes to the outside world, forcing the planet to submit to them obediently. Other than anything else, as long as the warships under the command of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors could blow up all the spiritual towers and the remote communication bases around a planet, casting the planet into a network blackout, it would be enough for the civilization on the planet to degenerate for decades in 1 year. With such capabilities, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was naturally unwilling to wander around only at the edge of the Imperium as the supplier of the hicks and bumpkins. Besides, the leader of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors also knew very clearly that in the eyes of the powerful nobles of the Imperium, the merchants such as them were just pigs to be butchered. The fatter they were, the sooner it would be for them to be sent to the slaughterhouse. In the past, the four families hadn't seen the profits in the trades at the edge of the Imperium, and therefore they turned a blind eye to them. Now that they had developed the market through all the hard work and it was profitable, would the four families be immortal cultivators at all if they did not come and pick the fruits? It was better to attack than to be attacked. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors that was born before long realized intuitively that it had to fight the old immortal cultivators, namely the powerful lords and magnates at the center of the cosmos, who exploited the ordinary people crudely and violently through the traditional and non-technical approaches, until only one party stood. The free coin was exactly the sharpest weapon that they had chosen. They were about to launch a war, one that was not fought with crystal suits, starships, and colossi but through money with no bloodshed. It was a war of currencies. Taking advantage of the enormous military pressure from the Covenant Alliance and the virulent inflation in the Imperium, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors secretly began the monetization of the free coin in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. At first, naturally, nobody viewed the free coin as real money. However inflated, the crystal coin of the Imperium was the real money after all. The regime in the Imperium hadn't been changed yet. Who on earth would trade for those worthless free coins with real money? Naturally, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors could not force the peripheral worlds to use the free coin, nor did they think to replace the crystal coin with the free coin in the very beginning. They merely stipulated that the stores under their name accepted both currencies, but there was a certain discount if the trade was conducted through the free coin. Also, the most demanded goods would be supplied to the buyers who used the free coin first. Such a measure finally kicked off the process of monetization. But the real effective moves were sales on account and microcredit. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors was best at making profits in the long run. The South Spirit planet, Huadongling's hometown, was the perfect example. First of all, they purchased the planets with the potential for preliminary development using their tremendous wealth and connections. Then, by half selling and half offering, they attracted many colonizers to settle on such planets. When the settlements were well built and the colonizers had devoted their everything, regarding the planets as their new homes with no turning back, they would earn the money back through all kinds of consumables. In order to develop those egg-laying hens, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors provided technical support, microcredit, and even magical equipment on account for the colonizers during the process with enticing conditions, but they did have one requirement, which was that the loans must be paid off with the free coin in the future. Paying the loans with the free coin would enjoy a discount on the interest rate, while paying the loans with the crystal coin would be charged with a punitive transfer fee. Of course, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors solemnly promised the stability of the value of the free coin, making sure that its exchange rate with the crystal coin would not change much. During the period when the crystal coin was most devalued, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors even associated the free coin with compressed air, water cleaning pills, synthetic food, and other indispensable assets, stating that one free coin could be exchanged for a designated amount of water and food. It was then known as air coin, water coin, and even meat can coin. Meat can coin was such a rustic name that the erudite economists of the Imperium, who knew all the theories, would be laughing aloud if they heard it. However, for the uneducated common folks at the edge of the Imperium, it was an appropriate, readily understandable name. The free coin was the real money that could be exchanged for air, water, and meat cans, bringing the hope of survival. Such measures earned the first batch of real users and believers of the free coin besides the space pirates. It also empowered the free coin with real credit. Ever since then, the free coin had been rising and snowballing unstoppably. By the time the Imperium finally caught its breath from the economic crisis caused by the failure of the Black Wind Fleet, the free coin was already spreading out at the edge of the Imperium like a wildfire and couldn't be extinguished at all. Besides, even though the economic crisis had passed, the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance wasn't over yet. In the first 50 years, the army had been engaged in active defense under the leadership of Lei Qinghu, but in the second 50 years, they were gritting their teeth preparing for a battle of revenge. As the war machine fulminated, the unnecessary taxes were soaring too. When the central government intended to levy $1 of special war tax, the bottom-level branches were bold enough to collect $20, from the hominoids and the low-level immortal cultivators alike. In such days, it was impossible for ordinary people to live well or for the low-level immortal cultivators to complete their primitive accumulation for advancement without tax evasion. The only possible means of tax evasion was to use the free coin. The plethora of taxes was the most incredible assist for the free coin. It was almost like pouring fuel on the fire. Naturally, it was impossible to entirely abandon the crystal coin. Most of the deals in real life had to be conducted through the legal tender. However, the crucial clandestine deals became the fields that the free coin infiltrated and corrupted. For 100 years, the free coin was like a kind-hearted plague that most of the people and the low-level cultivators would like to see, corroding the body of the Imperium. At first, it was only spreading on a small scale at the edge of the Imperium. Then, it gradually went deep into the traditional central areas of the Imperium. In the end, even a lot of immortal cultivators within the four Kurfürst families began to use the free coin in secret. Could there be any immortal cultivator who never killed other people and looted their belongings? Could they trade with the crystal coin when they sold the items on the black market? They would be asking to be caught by doing so. Trading with the free coin wouldn't leave any trace behind when they were robbing other people of their treasures, working as assassins or bounty hunters, or secretly purchasing tremendous resources preparing to kill the nemesis in the family after successfully advancing into a new level. It couldn't have been more convenient. Just like that, the free coin gradually finished the process of monetization after 100 years. It was on par with the crystal coin of the Imperium in many fields, if not above it. That was why the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was capable of supporting the reformists in their cry for reform and sending tremendous capitals to the Central Worlds right under the nose of the four families, and the four families could do nothing about it. On the surface, it was the competition between the reformists and the four families, but actually, it was the competition between the free coin and the crystal coin. That was the main line of the splendid battles in the past 100 years. Of course, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors would never confess everything dutifully. The conclusions above were come up with by gathering the broken information, including the theories of Di Feiwen, who used to be the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, Liao's communication with Jin Yuyen, who was the director of the magical equipment in the past, Queen Li Linghai's public declarations, Boss Bai's deep understanding about the space pirates of the Imperium, as well as Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King's understanding about the free coin. It was safe to say that not a single person inside the Imperium except Liao could get the first-hand information in so many aspects, making it possible to figure out the general picture of everything. The leadership of the four families might know that the free coin was scary, but they couldn't have known that it was that scary. People who overly worshipped violence would always underestimate the power of money. Even Liao realized that he had been tricked after sorting everything through. Back then, Di Feiwen did not tell the truth to him at all. The man's claims, including that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was just a harmless organization of a bunch of small merchants at the edge of the Imperium who were struggling to survive, and that the Imperium had been exploiting and threatening them, were all bullshit. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors 100 years ago had already monopolized the logistics and trade network in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium and won the support of the billions of people there. They were also preparing to launch a critical strike on the ruling class of the Imperium with the free coin. The Black Wind Fleet's rampage at the central area of the Imperium after the debacle and their expedition, after blackmailing abundant compensations, had a lot to do with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors too, because the organization at that time was in dire need of a new economic crisis. Furthermore, was the collapse of the Black Wind Fleet really inevitable? The five worlds, including the Black Wind Fleet that had been safe for 900 years, might not have been forever unassailable, but they must have been heavily guarded. How on earth were they broken through by the Covenant Alliance unstoppably? Was there more to the incident? Those things had already been buried in the dust of history, but they still reminded Liao that the immortal cultivators of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors were also immortal cultivators, who were even more sleazy and cunning. A simple and dutiful cultivator like Liao must be very cautious when dealing with them. One moment of carelessness, and he would be tricked and even counting money for them when he had been sold by them. Liao secretly felt lucky that he resisted the temptation when he just arrived at the Imperium and did not reach out to the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors in his most difficult time. If he had truly been 100% convinced by Di Feiwen and went to the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, confessing everything frankly, it was true that the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors might have helped him, but he would have also been a chess piece for the organization and a slave of money. Cooperation was certainly an option, but Liao must be the leader of it, and the boundaries of the cultivators must be respected. It was the unshakable fundamental principle. All in all, this is about the situation right now. while the Imperium's 20 years of counterattacks on the Covenant alliance have secured a glorious triumph. A new economic crisis is brewing too, and it may be detonated by a random spark. At this moment, the credit of the crystal coin is already entirely gone. The only thing that supports it is violence, the violence that declares the invincibility of the four families. Making gestures, Liao explained to Li Jialing, "That's why Black Star the Great attacked the capital at great risks. The lackluster capital of the Imperium today seems far worse than the heart of the Imperium 500 years ago. In terms of military and economy, it is not a big deal to lose it. However, from the perspective of economy and confidence, the fall of the capital is like an earthquake that shatters the illusion that the four families are invincible. The only reason why the economy in the territory of the four families hasn't collapsed, and why the people still accept the crystal coin in their deals, is the absolute violence that the four families control, but right now, the absolute violence has been greatly challenged, and people's faith in it has been seriously destroyed. Do you understand? Wu Yingqi does not need to attack the territory of the four families at all. All he needs to do is defend the capital and show his power. The longer the reformists occupy the capital, the less credit the four families will have. By the time their credit is entirely gone, they won't be able to pay wages. Will it help at all however many experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage they have? The immortal cultivators at the bottom will rebel, and the social order will fall out. The weight of the four families themselves will collapse them. Naturally, the great experts in the four families would not just wait to be killed. However, destruction is always easier than construction. It takes only several days to destroy the credit of a currency, but it will take forever and too many approaches to reestablish people's faith in the crystal coin. The most direct approach is naturally to take back the capital and to annihilate the illegitimate reform committee of the Council of Elders. However, the four families do not dare to take the risk yet. It's certainly not a joke to jump from the outside world and attack such a dangerous place as the capital. If they suffer another failure in their carelessness, losing face in front of the whole universe, the reign of the four families would be completely doomed. Therefore, while postponing under the excuse that the new emperor is about to ascend to the throne, the four families have gathered their troops to attack the Seven Seas Grand Market, the nest of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the heart of the free coin. Since it's impossible to reestablish people's faith in the crystal coin soon, they can simply blow the free coin into waste. As long as the business routes of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors at the edge of the Imperium are destroyed, making it impossible for people to purchase the air, water, and food that they live on however many free coins they have, too many people will die of hunger, thirst, and suffocation with free coins in their hands. When the news is out, will the free coin be used by anyone at all? This is the whole background of the Battle of Seven Seas and the strategic significance of it. So, don't just consider the battle as an overture to the conquest of the capital. It's really a battle that will decide the future of the country. Liao drank up the ice juice and looked at the twisted universe outside through the glass cup. The shining stars outside seemed to have become glittering coins. Money was truly something much more lovable than divinity transformation stage experts. After all, money could be exchanged for food, water, and everything else that people lived on, while the divinity transformation stage experts could bring nothing except slaughter and destruction in most cases. Although Brother Yao talked about so many advantages of the free coin, which sounded very nice, I still feel that it isn't right. Frowning for a long time, Li Jialing shook his head and said slowly, "How should I put it? I still don't like the free coin intuitively. I think it is an abnormal monster that cannot be counted as a real currency in any case. The most crucial problem is that it is absolutely untraceable and cannot be monitored. Every trade procedure is completely invisible. This is too horrible. It is very easy, no, it is destined to be taken advantage of by the bad guys. Even the good guys will be tempted to become bad guys. It is an interesting claim that using the free coin can avoid the redundant taxes of the Imperium, but isn't it justifiable for the country to levy taxes? If nobody pays their taxes, how can the government function? Who will be responsible for the massive public infrastructure? Where does the military fees come from? And what about the compulsory education and public medication? When the Covenant Alliance or other alien species attack us, where will the money be to defend our civilization? Despite all the bad things the authorities of the Imperium have done, they at least resisted the aggression of the Covenant Alliance in the past 1,000 years. Every cannonball shot at the Covenant Alliance is built by the taxes paid by thousands of people. If everybody uses the free coin and does not pay their taxes, will there be such cannonballs at all? Hehe. Absolute freedom will only lead to absolute chaos. I don't like the untraceable virtual currency at all. You are much smarter now, Liao remarked in amazement. Even you cannot tolerate the fatal flaw of the free coin. How can such a great man of the time like Blackstar the Great, who is determined to be an eternal emperor, accept that the foundation of the country is out of his control? Therefore, Wu Yingqi can't be supporting the free coin for free. He is only using it to undermine the four families. On the other hand, Jin Yuyan is the firmest endorser and preacher for the free coin. He was even nominated as the director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors because of his contribution to the promotion of the free coin. The free coin is the source of his power and where his belief lies. I believe that he would rather die before he changes his persistence on the free coin. Judging from the development of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the free coin in the past 100 years, it can be easily seen that Jin Yuyan is really a tough person. When I got in touch with him before, he struck me as a plain, friendly businessman. I didn't know that he was such a sophisticated expert. Even Queen Li Linghai is some sort of puppet to him. However, Jin Yuyan couldn't have foreseen that there would be such an experienced player as Blackstar the Great in the dangerous game. Li Linghai is his puppet on the face, but in fact, she was Wu Yingqi's puppet. However, Wu Yingqi does not want to end on bad terms with Jin Yuyan yet, because he hasn't finished the final preparations. Jin Yuyan is as determined as Blackstar the Great is. Their beliefs are highly incompatible, except that they have a mutual enemy that is the four families for now. That's why I'm confident in persuading Jin Yuyan. Li Jialing frowned and asked, if Brother Yao knows that Jin Yuyan is a determined man, and the free coin is so dangerous, why are you still relieved to cooperate with those cunning merchants? Like I said, it's the lesser of two evils. Liao opened his hands and said, I wish that all the immortal cultivators at the center of the cosmos somehow had brain damage, turning them into kind-hearted, selfless, and altruistic cultivators like me so that we could build a beautiful tomorrow together. But how is it possible? We can only strike the unpardonable immortal cultivators with the slightly better immortal cultivators first before we figure out a way to transform the slightly better immortal cultivators into cultivators. A real cultivator is a practical realist, not an idealist who just talks about dreams. Even if we are hoping to change the entire universe, we have to change one planet at a time. Besides, I don't think that the free coin is truly untraceable and cannot be monitored. It will still leave abundant information that is very clear during the trades, except that the trades are mostly conducted on the dynamic network, and the parties in the trades are all anonymous. But the dynamic network is not really uncapturable. Even though the veil of the free coin cannot be torn apart for now, I believe that the problem will be solved sooner or later with technological progress. Furrowing his eyebrows, Li Jialing was silent for a long time before he suddenly said, the universe is too large, and there are too many problems. I suddenly understand Blackstar the Great's anxiety and doggedness now. If I were Wu Yingqi, I would have gone crazy in less than 3 days when faced with all the troubles, including the Covenant Alliance, the Reformists, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, the Cultivators, the Warlords, the Free Coin, etc. Li Yao said, are you serious? You're feeling compassionate toward Wu Yingqi now. Li Jialing sniffed and said, Wu Yingqi occupies the shell of the queen and tries to take over my body. We're naturally sworn enemies, and I only wish I could kill him in person. However, even if Wu Yingqi is killed, so what? Will the chaotic universe resume tranquility? Who can govern the Imperium in the place of Wu Yingqi? Would it be a cunning merchant who worships absolute freedom, like Jin Yuyan, or a cultivator like Brother Yao? Brother Yao, are you capable of it? Huh? Liao thought carefully for a moment and replied, in terms of strength, Blackstar the Great is absolutely no match for me, but everybody has his own gifts. When it comes to the governance of the country, I'm afraid that I'm slightly worse than him. I probably can't replace him. That's right. What will the future of the Imperium be? The young man was deep in thought while looking at the mysterious stars outside of the window. Right then, Little Bear shivered and slowed down. They had passed the inspection, and the ship was pulled to a port at the edge of the Seven Seas Grand Market. All right, as a young man, you shouldn't focus on such things. Liao patted the back of Li Jialing's head and said, After all, if the sky falls, those taller than me will be holding it up for you. You are not asked to manage the Imperium. Why do you care about national affairs? It appears to me that you are more and more mature now. I don't even know how I should respond to you. That's not very lovely. This is just who I am. Li Jialing sniffed. Li Lingfeng used to raise me as his heir years ago. During the few years, he implanted a plethora of national affairs into my head, except that I sealed them before and did not want to remember them. But no matter how I sealed them, they just kept bubbling up from my head, especially after I absorbed the strength of the Imperial Flame Pearl. Whenever I run into any problem, I just can't stop analyzing. What choice do I have? While the two of them were talking, Little Bear had been anchored at a port at the edge of the Seven Seas Grand Market. Ripples of spiritual energy surged into the cabin, connecting Little Bear to the dynamic spiritual nexus of the Seven Seas Grand Market. More and more 3D light beams were popping up around them, as if the whole starship were melting and exposing themselves right before the colorful, splendid market in the vacuum. Liao and Li Jialing were both shocked at the enormity and glamour of the Seven Seas Grand Market. The core of the Seven Seas Grand Market was a planet whose inside had been hollowed, because the entire Seven Seas space zone was full of space cracks, making it one of the most suitable places for space jumps at the edge of the Imperium. The place had been built into a massive transfer base of a military base in the Star Ocean Imperium. The planet was itself a super-large arsenal. After 10,000 years of development, the planet was already beyond recognition. The inside of the planet had been hollowed and built into what appeared to be a beehive or an ant nest. On the surface of the planet, countless circular rails had been built, which grew outward incessantly, extending branches of vacuum tubes. Next to the vacuum tubes were the living cabins in the shape of spheres, and around the living cabins were new vacuum tubes. Further outside, they were connected to the permanent living quarters modified based on the abandoned starships, which were then connected with the circular rails to even more vacuum tubes, abandoned starships, and sphere living cabins. Today, nobody could tell how many floors the Seven Seas Grand Market had, and how many zones and how much population there were in the place. It was a haven for the space pirates, a resort for the wanted criminals, an arena for the unknown to earn their fame with their life, a paradise for the adventurers, and a graveyard for the cowards. This was a black market of the black markets, a slaughterhouse of the slaughterhouses, and a heaven of the heavens. This was the freest place in the entire universe. At this moment, the latest catalog of goods and services in the Seven Seas Grand Market, as well as the demo system in the Grand Illusionary Land, had been matched with the mainframe crystal processor of Little Bear, allowing them to be displayed directly. Through the trade system with the Grand Illusionary Land, the merchants could browse through the commodities vividly. After the trades were completed through the free coin on the spiritual nexus, the fully automatic barges would load the goods on the starships. The merchants did not even need to leave his starship in the entire process. Couldn't have been more convenient. Of course, regarding the unique heavenly materials and earthly treasures whose authenticity must be checked in real life, or when the merchandise was human resources such as mercenaries, assassins, or regular laborers, the merchants still needed to enter the Seven Seas Grand Market to complete the trades. Liao was preparing to secretly get in touch with Jin Yuyan. He naturally needed to get off. But before leaving Little Bear, it wouldn't hurt to look around in the virtual market and see what was out there. The two of them were both experts with extraordinary computational abilities. As soon as they made the decision, they were immediately connected to the demo system with the Grand Illusionary Land, and tremendous names of goods spurted out from the 3D light beam like a waterfall. From the most fundamental water cleaning pills, air circulation chips, and synthetic food in cans, to the refined minerals for industrial purposes and the strengthening drugs for the experts, to the rather sensitive space shuttles, crystal suits, battle puppets, and even the modified, half-armed carriers, anything could be found on the catalog. Both of them felt rather dazzled. Clicking on the latest half-armed carrier to read the introduction, Li Jialing discovered that it was modified based on a new model of carriers co-developed by the four families. But the questions remained. Where exactly did the business alliance of 10,000 sectors get so many advanced carriers, and how did they get the most confidential technological manuals of those carriers in order to complete the modification? Looking at the description of the good, which stated that it was an original product from a certain magical equipment base of the four families, Li Jialing couldn't help but feel absurd. The goods provided in the Seven Seas Grand Market are truly numerous. Li Jialing found it hard to understand. The coalition fleet of the four families have obviously blocked most of the sailing routes, trapping the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in the Seven Seas Space Zone, their base. Yet so many goods are still supplied here without any restriction, and so many business teams have arrived here by passing through the control of the four families. This is utterly unreasonable. Liao told Li Jialing that it was because he did not know the whole of it. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors did not produce any goods. They even released the shares of many shipping groups, inviting the people who were interested to join the great cause together. They were just the provider of a platform where trades were free and anonymous. The individuals trading and making a fortune on the platform established by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors were actually the countless corporations. Who created those corporations, or who controlled such enterprises in secret? Of course, they were the immortal cultivators that included those from the four families. An immortal cultivator from a secondary bloodline of the four families could perhaps get a minor job in the government or become an unimportant officer in the fleet. With their salaries and the dividends from their family every year, they would never be starved, but they would never be full either. They were about to live their entire life for nothing when a certain corporation affiliated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors offered them shares in secret, asking for nothing in return except for their friendship. Who would ever turn that down? Such things did not happen yesterday but had started decades ago before the business alliance of 10,000 sectors completely revealed its ambitions. At that time, it was completely legal. After decades of operations, their shares equaled a rather impressive amount of money if exchanged into the free coin. From the four families to other noble houses, and from the minor officials in the central worlds to the warlords in the peripheral worlds, who did not have the shares of the corporations under the name of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, who did not have free coins dozens of times higher than their legitimate income in their secret account, and who did not receive the bribery of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors every year. Their friendship was certainly worth it. Right now, those people were asked to besiege the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, cutting out their own way of making money and transforming the free coins in their pockets into meaningless numbers? That was certainly not going to happen. Li Jialing thought for a moment and shook his head solemnly. That's not entirely the case. Take that Li Wuji for example. He seemed rather determined to annihilate the business alliance of 10,000 sectors in the beginning, and his conquest on the blue sky market was rather ruthless. Li Wuji is a hereditary marquis of the Imperium. The privileges that the country offers to him every year are already astronomical. The money that his small family takes from the court every year is enough for the expenses of a whole sect. That is actually just a minor slice. His main source of income is the mines, farmlands, and monopolization groups that are under his name for hundreds of years. Liao counted his fingers and calculated it for Li Jialing. He owns hundreds of thousands of acres of most excellent farmlands. The rice he grows is the natural, unpolluted strengthening food. He also has huge ranches where millions of animals are kept. How huge would the profit be? He can't expect to spend all of his money no matter how he tries. Therefore, Li Wuji is naturally too proud to accept the bribery of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. He does not need to conspire with the rebels. He is determined to clear all of the rebels to maintain his place as a marquis of the Imperium because it is where his greatest interests lie. I almost forgot. You're from the Li family too. You must have seen a lot of such things. You don't need me to tell you the ratio of the lucky dogs such as Li Wuji in the Li family, which is already one of the most affluent families in the Imperium. What is the life for most of the people in the Li family? Li Jialing recalled his life in the past and couldn't help but nod his head. That's quite right. Of 100,000 people in the Li family, not even half has the position and power of Li Wuji. Most of the members of the Li family are no different from the immortal cultivators of other surnames. They are exploited even more because the descendants of the main bloodline are highly wary of those of the secondary bloodlines and have been doing everything possible to block the rise of the secondary bloodlines, fearing that their privileges would be stolen once the secondary bloodlines are up. Why did I keep a low profile for years? On one hand, it was because I hated Li Lingfeng's ruthlessness, but on the other hand, it was also because I'd seen too many distinguished talents in training murdered uncannily. That's right, Li Yao said. The higher class like Li Wuji, having claimed all the benefits, naturally regard the business alliance of 10,000 sectors as a sworn enemy. But the immortal cultivators at the bottom class enjoy nothing and are monitored all the time. When they do not want to succumb to their fate but want to advance, they will need extra resources. The only way to earn the money for the extra resources is the shares offered by the business alliance of 10,000 sectors or the profits from the ventures based on the anonymous platform of the organization. All the shares and profits will be exchanged into the free coin eventually. Even the underclass of the four families have been riddled with holes by the free coin. It is needless to mention the local warlords and leaders who have been on the business alliance of 10,000 sectors side in the first place and who have been closing deals with the free coin for 100 years. They have wagered their life savings on the free coin and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors since a long time ago. Isn't asking those people to settle the rebels any different from asking thieves to catch thieves? Of course, the four families still boast an extremely high combat ability. The power of their elite fleets is not to be ignored by anyone. Neither the bottom-level immortal cultivators nor the local warlords will challenge them openly. They're all declaring their loyalty to the Kurfirstan openly. But when the time for real action comes, they will simply procrastinate or pretend that they did not receive the order. Nobody is an idiot. It is often the case that the routes of marching and the intelligence of the configuration have been sent to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors before the fleet leaves the mother port. Some people are even shipping assets to the business alliance of 10,000 sectors under the name of Settle the Rebels, making a huge fortune through it. Tell me about it. How is the war going to be fought? So, is it really a surprise that the market here is so prosperous although a war is coming? Li Jialing was stunned for a long time before he said, "It does make sense. So to speak, the few great nobles on the top who are determined to fight can't do anything about those under their command. They don't have any solution in the first place." Li Yao said, "Let's say that the captain of a warship is a big noble who has many properties in his household. He despises the minor bribery of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and he is an unwavering hawk determined to get rid of the rebels. However, below him, the advisors, chief mate, fire control officer, manager of the engine compartment, head of operations, everybody holds shares of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, and they have their own channels to trade intelligence for the free coin. In every major festive, they receive gifts from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Chances are that they even have a few mistresses and illegitimate children in certain secret markets under the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Tell me about it. Does such a warship have any combat ability at all, no matter how magnificent its performance and firepower are? However awesome a captain is, he cannot expect to control a starship on his own, can he? The case for the warship is exactly the case for the so-called coalition fleet of the four families. Otherwise, how can they be in a dilemma with the garrison of a bunch of merchants in the peripheral worlds when they have the toughest fleet at the center of the cosmos? Li Jialing was silent and looked rather gloomy. While he was not fond of the four families, he felt rather bad when he thought how corrupt the previously glorious and unstoppable army of the Imperium had become. Browsing through the catalogue of goods of the Seven Seas Grand Market in silence, especially the most sensitive military assets, he felt more and more upset as he read on. He simply clicked on another item and turned a few pages. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but shout, "Brother Yao, look, what's the meaning of this?" Li Yao craned his head and took a look. "Oh, that's the service of back shooting. What's the problem?" Li Jialing asked. "What is back shooting?" Li Yao said, "It's a deal between someone in the coalition fleet of the four families and someone in the business alliance of 10,000 sectors for the guys of the four families to kill their superiors. Normally, they will settle at a precise time and location. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors will be up in the front to attract the firepower, while those guys shoot their superiors in the back. Catching their superiors unprepared, the odds are rather high for them to take down their superiors. Li Jialing asked, "Why would they do that?" Liao opened his hands and said, "There are plenty of reasons. For example, like what I said just now, most of the low-ranking officers on a warship are associated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. But if a pig-headed, inconsiderate captain stops everybody from making money in such a way, wouldn't it be perfectly normal for them to join their hands and kill their superior together? Or maybe they are just coveting their superior's place. The deputy captain wants to be the captain, and the captain wants to be the commander of the fleet. They do not usually have the chance. But in an ever-changing battlefield, if they conspire with the enemy in advance, it would be more than easy for them to kill their superior." Li Jialing still found it hard to believe. Pointing at the light beam with his shaking finger, he asked, "But why is such a secret matter so blatantly listed here? Are they not afraid that other people might learn it? What can they do even if they learn it? Just scroll down. Do you see? There are thousands of inquiries about the back shooting service." Liao said, "Let me tell you a public secret. Almost every deputy captain on the warships of the immortal cultivators wants to kill the captain and replace him, even if the captain is their biological brother. Sometimes it doesn't help even if the captain is their father." Li Jialing mumbled, "How can this happen? This is exactly what I said before. When a world of the immortal cultivators develops to the peak, it will be everyone's war against everyone. Can't be helped. If you accept the advantages of the true path of immortality, you will have to accept the disadvantages too." Liao said casually, "Ever since the moment the immortal cultivators agreed on the principle of survival of the fittest, the situation today has been inevitable." Li Jialing thought for a moment and found it impossible to refute Liao. He simply changed a menu and read the war bonds and long-term benefits on sale. The young man's eyes widened again as he read on. How is it possible? A level 1 grand pure mine with an annual yield of 500,000 tons is only charged for 50,000 free coins? This is almost free. Brother Yao, is it really not a scam? Liao glanced at it. Of course it is not. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is rather credible. But look at it more carefully. Where is this mine exactly? Li Jialing read it carefully. It's on the No. 4 planet of the North Peace Space Zone in the North Stone Sector. That doesn't sound right. Isn't the North Stone Sector in the Li family's territory? This mine must have an owner. It should belong to someone in the Li family. Exactly. It is currently owned. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is always known for its honesty, at least on the surface. Look, there are detailed files about the current owner here. Oh, it does belong to an elder of the Li family. Liao said with a smile. However, if the reformists win in the end and completely control the Imperium, and the atrocious elder of the Li family is killed, to whom do you think the mine will belong? That is exactly what long-term benefit means. Cannot be fulfilled until the comprehensive victory of the reformists. That's why it is being sold at such a low price. Speaking of which, it's just 50,000 free coins, and you will have a chance to be the owner of a major mine. You can't lose anything in the purchase. It's actually worth gambling. Oh, it's stated here that the descendants of the Li family are entitled to discounts. You seem qualified. Are you interested in it? This is truly a fair deal. Li Jialing thought for a long time and said, rather creeped out, "It's not a bargain but a shameless scheme. If I were a bottom-level immortal cultivator of the Li family and I got such a long-term benefit, wouldn't I be hoping that my family fails? Only if my family fails and the elder is dead can my long-term benefit be fulfilled. If thousands of bottom-level immortal cultivators purchase such long-term interests in secret, how exactly can we fight the war? That's the point." Liao said, "Purchasing such a long-term benefit is the same as cutting the flesh of an elder of your own family. Also, the purchase requires your real name, which equals a declaration of loyalty. It is certainly risky. Should the business alliance of 10,000 sectors fail and the secret agreements fall to the hands of the leaders of the four families, none of the bottom-level immortal cultivators would end well. So, I estimate that 99% of the bottom-level immortal cultivators do not dare to take the advantage. However, there are always gamblers who are willing to take their chances among the immortal cultivators. As long as 1% of the ambitious, ferocious immortal cultivators dare to take the shares that belong to the leaders, they will be tied to the tank of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists. Do I need to tell you who they will help and how they will perform in the war? What we see right now is just the tip of the iceberg. According to Zhou Tianying, manager of the Blue Sky Market, the really valuable benefits will not be sold in the public market at all. It would be offered for free to the middle class in the four families who are reasonably powerful but who have no hope of being further promoted. For the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists, those mines, farmlands, ranches, and factories are not theirs in the first place, so there isn't any cost. As long as the hopeless middle-class people are bold enough to take it, they will have to work for the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists and undermine the big shots of their family. After a brief silence, Li Jialing mumbled, "How many of the middle class in the four families have accepted such options?" "More than you think," Liao said. This isn't the first day that those from the middle class of the four families deal with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They became friends with the organization decades ago, and it was thanks to the gifts from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors that they struggled to climb upward in their family. In other words, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors has abundant shreds of evidence about their bribery and conspiracies. Under normal circumstances, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors will certainly not kill the goose that lays golden eggs. It's easy to threaten someone with those pieces of evidence, but who will cooperate with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors after that? However, if the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is truly about to die, they won't care about so many things. Some people have to die with them. Considering the brutal internal competition in the four families, once somebody is proved to be associated with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, will there be any chance of survival for them? Since their chances of survival are slim, why would they refuse the prosperous options when they have an opportunity to? Just like that, from the bottom class to the middle class, too many immortal cultivators of the four families have been dragged into the swamp. By the time they realize what's going on, there is already no turning back. Li Jialing sighed. Do the leaders of the four families know that their subordinates are so corrupt? What can they do even if they know? Can they just shoot all the subordinates who do the actual work? With a war coming near, unity is more needed than ever. The investigation on a single case will make everybody worry about themselves, and the morale will be severely affected. How can the war be fought anymore? Liao sneered. You have crystal suits, but I have money. You have starships, but I have options. You have colossi, but I can beat the whole maintenance team of your colossi with sugar-coated cannonballs. That is exactly the strategy of Jin Yuyan, the director of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Li Jialing thought for a long time and was awed by Jin Yuyan's toughness. I didn't know until today that a non-battle type expert in the divinity transformation stage could be so dreadful too. The immortal cultivators attach so much importance to the principle of survival of the fittest that pure strength is prioritized to everything else. The battle-type immortal cultivators are often cocky and despise the non-battle-type immortal cultivators. Liao said, little do they know that the civilization of mankind has long entered the age of teamwork, cooperation, and division of labor. There are too many forces that are more powerful than pure physical strength, except that they can barely emerge under the system of the true path of immortality. But once such forces surface, the simple warriors who know nothing except their fists and blades can hardly do anything to deal with them. Let's go. The inspection is all done. We can go to the market now. Liao patted Li Jialing's shoulder, hinting that it was time for business. The two of them went to Huadongling to bid her farewell. Naturally, they did not forget to ask about the trades of goods on Little Bear. The raw minerals brought by Little Bear were not very valuable and shouldn't have sold much, but since they were bold enough to cross the blockages to reach the Seven Seas Grand Market in such a time of war, they had set a good example for other people. Therefore, the staff of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors said that even though the minerals were not valuable enough for them to purchase the assets they needed, a batch of life necessities could be sold to them on credit so that they could resolve the crisis on the South Spirit Planet for now. It was a rather nice move. The people from the South Spirit Planet couldn't have been more grateful to the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the reformists. After thanking the merchants, they promised that they would spread the news to other colonized planets around the South Spirit Planet, letting everyone know how benevolent the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors was, and that it was the 4 Kurfürst families who did not give them a chance of living. Knowing that Little Bear would return in full loads, Li Yao and Li Jialing were both reassured. Saying goodbye to the girl, they left the port and officially entered the Seven Seas Grand Market. The Seven Seas Grand Market was divided into the internal district and the external district. Since absolute freedom was honored, the examination wasn't too thorough. Nobody cared about who they were or why they were here. The guards of the Business Alliance merely checked their weapons roughly to make sure that there was no massively destructive magical equipment. The guards even turned a blind eye to their fake names and their obvious masks. They were given 2 cards that had dynamic passwords for trades and let through. Li Yao and Li Jialing found themselves in the middle of a bunch of mercenaries, merchants, assassins, and loose prisoners. Almost everybody was wearing a brilliant mask and a long robe with a hood that covered their entire body. They squeezed into the giant transparent capsules inside the vacuum tube. From the bottom of the transparent tubes, certain thick fluids bubbled up and enshrouded all the passengers. As the passengers were entirely submerged in the thick fluids, everybody simply felt a minor quake on their eardrums, before the light around them were pulled into colorful lines. They rushed toward the depths of the Seven Seas Grand Market like lightning. After a journey of only a dozen minutes, the port and the space were already left far behind, and they entered into the bright stomach of the beast of money that never slept. When Li Yao and Li Jialing finally broke free from the thick fluids inside the transparent capsules, they found that their bodies were dry and comfortable, and even their hair was not drenched by the fluids. Before they could be amazed by that, they had already been astounded by the glamorous views made of 10,000 colors in front of them. It was the most prosperous market that the 2 of them had ever seen. Every inch of space as far as their eyes could reach was crammed with signs in fancy styles and huge noises. Below the signs were the adventurers from the entire Imperium in the most bizarre clothes and shapes. Even Li Jialing's style that looked like a cheetah was not eye-catching at all in the crowd, because there were people 100 times more peculiar than him. All in all, if the Fist Dragon City, the establishment outside of the Star Glory Federation, were 100 times larger and more chaotic, it would almost be what the Seven Seas Grand Market looked like. Even though the army of the 4 families was pressing close and the life and death battle was about to begin, there was still not much tension in the Seven Seas Grand Market. The horse races and the balls were still on, and the city was still ablaze with lights. The public broadcast, which echoed in the enclosed space now and then, was the only thing that reminded people that it was the time of war. Money is freedom, money is life, money is everything. The 4 Kurfürst families are trying to steal the money that we have accumulated through hard work for 100 years and kill each and every one of us. Citizens at the edge of the Imperium, summon your courage and defend your money. Money is sacred and inviolable. Breaking news! Breaking news! The 9 sector masters of the Southern Sky Sectors have recently signed the Cooperative Protection Agreement of the Southern Sky Sectors, replying to the 4 Kurfürst families' demand for them to march that they will not obey the illegitimate order. All the starships of the 9 Southern Sky Sectors have exited the coalition fleet of the 4 families, and they will be neutral in the battle in the next phase. Explosive news. Explosive news just now. General Yun Jingxin, the highest commander of the 4th Battle Area of the Expedition Army, just announced that, in light of the chaos in the Imperium, to be prepared for the next round of counterattack from the Covenant Alliance, all the fleets in the 4 Battle Area of the Expedition Army will receive the command of Lei Qinghu, Marquis Liaohai, together. He will also send the most excellent, patriotic soldiers to the capital to discuss the issues of a joint cabinet with the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders together with Lei Qinghu's astounding Thunder Fleet. The astonishing news has triggered a chain reaction in other battle areas. In the future Imperium, The real, pure, righteous, and patriotic soldiers will certainly play a bigger role.